Chapter 1195. Of course it's true. Before I married your brother, I knew his sister in the Lotus sect. Presumably, she also held the position of an elder in the Lotus sect. If the person you're looking for is really in the Lotus sect, I believe they'll know, said Xianxia. Ling Xiao had helped her, so she naturally wanted to help Ling Xiao as well. It just so happened that this happened, so she wouldn't hold anything back. Ling Xiao exclaimed in surprise. That's great, then when can you contact her, sister-in-law? Ling Xiao was glad that he understood the situation from Xianxia. Otherwise, he would have missed such an opportunity. This way, he wouldn't have to take many detours. I'm afraid this matter can't be rushed. I've already lost contact with her for many years. I must confirm that she's in the Lotus sect before I can help you inquire about this matter. Xianxia didn't dare to guarantee anything. Ling Xiao knew that he had lost his composure and hurriedly said, "This matter can't be rushed. How about we wait for the sect master to send someone over, and when the Xiao family has nothing to worry about, then I'll trouble you to contact that friend of yours for me." Ling Xiao wasn't a greenhorn who had just started out. The Xiao family was in danger, so how could he have the nerve to ask Xianxia to immediately do this for him? In any case, he had already been separated from Yunmingqi for many years. Moreover, he didn't know if she was in the Lotus sect, so he couldn't be in a rush. Xianxia was quite satisfied with Ling Xiao's way of doing things. She praised him in her heart. What a sensible child. How about this? I'll first send someone to see if my sister is still in the Lotus sect. I'm afraid that she's out traveling, and that would be troublesome. If she's there, then when the people sent by your big brother arrive, I'll accompany you to the Lotus sect. Although the Lotus sect doesn't have much relationship with our Xiao family, there isn't any bad blood between the two families, so we should still be able to talk, Xianxia suggested. Then many thanks, sister-in-law, Ling Xiao said gratefully. Xianxia said, "What are you talking about? We're one family. You help me, so I'll help you." "Yes, sister-in-law is right," Ling Xiao replied. Xianxia wanted to go back to her room to rest, but then she thought of something and asked, "Brother Xiao, how are you and Ling Er?" "What do you mean?" Ling Xiao was confused. That is, do you like her and want her to be your wife?" Xianxia hesitated for a moment before asking directly. Ling Xiao laughed dryly and said, "Sister-in-law, my relationship with Ling Er is not what you think it is. You also know that Ling Er is naive and simple. She doesn't think too deeply about many things. The reason why she likes to be with me is because we've known each other for a long time. Of course, I like her too, but I only see her as a younger sister." Xianxia listened to Ling Xiao's answer and said with some disappointment, "I thought there was something going on between you and Ling Er." She paused for a moment and said, "Brother Xiao, I think you should consider Ling Er. She has an ethereal body. Whether it's for herself or for others, it'll help speed up cultivation. I don't want to be with outsiders." After saying that, she ignored Ling Xiao and walked out of the house, returning to her room. Ling Xiao rubbed his nose helplessly and thought to himself, "It seems like sister-in-law's words have some truth to them." He thought about the time when he cultivated with Xiaoling. It was very beneficial for him to comprehend and comprehend. Just this alone was enough to move anyone's heart. However, Ling Xiao was just thinking about it. In his eyes, Xiaoling was still a little sister. She didn't know what love was, so how could he bear to accept her? It was better to let nature take its course. The Xiao family was nervously mining the blood-scar silver stone, while the people from the River Diagram sect didn't make any moves for the time being. However, the people from the Xiao family guessed that the River Diagram sect wouldn't let it go so easily. They might be plotting some kind of revenge. In order to protect the interests of the Xiao family, after going through the elders' meeting, Xiao Yuanhe finally invited the founding elder to come out. After all, the Xiao family had lost so many divine kings this time. This was enough to attract their attention. Otherwise, it would be useless to invite the founding elder when the Xiao family was annihilated. As expected, when the River Diagram sect attacked again, they sent a half-incipient God realm existence and roped in many helpers. The good thing was that the Xiao family was on guard, and the founding elder used the clan's ancient divine weapon. Only then did the people from the River Diagram sect completely stop. The River Diagram sect knew that the Xiao family wanted to break the net when the fish died, so they fell silent again. Unless the founding elder of the River Diagram sect agreed to fight, they wouldn't dare to attack the Xiao family for the time being. When the Xiao family was in trouble, Ling Xiao didn't participate. He only sent Ling Gang and the others to help. He was in charge of refining the necessary divine pills for the Xiao family. Of course, the materials were provided by the Xiao family. The Xiao family was a super force with a strong foundation. They didn't lack many materials. While Ling Xiao was refining the pills, he didn't forget to cultivate the soul-controlling art. Ling Xiao could use his soul power to attack. Next, he needed to cultivate the soul-locking and soul-concealing. The effect of the soul-locking was the same as the second stage of the spirit incantation. However, the target was different. The soul-locking could control any warrior, including God King God Realm or Incipient God Realm. The spirit incantation didn't have such a powerful effect. As for soul concealment, it allowed him to cultivate his soul avatar to the point where it was invisible and traceless. Even his flesh, blood, and soul could be concealed when attacking, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to detect it. At that time, he would be able to deal a fatal blow to his enemy, and it was simply impossible to guard against. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Ling Xiao had refined many divine pills for the Xiao family. He was only putting in so much effort because of Xianxia and Xiaoling. At the same time, his god soul power had become more complete. He could break through to the King God realm at any minute. Moreover, he had learned a lot about the soul locking. He believed that it wouldn't be hard to control the wounded King God realm or the God King God soul that was weaker than him. Regarding the soul concealing, he was still far from it. It was hard to cultivate it. He could only make his god's soul translucent. If he wanted to cultivate it to the point where it couldn't be seen, he would need a lot of time. When Ling Xiao got out of his seclusion, he received the Xiao family's grand welcome. Because Ling Xiao had been refining pellets for half a year, he had created many strange phenomena. Everybody had confirmed his identity as a divine alchemist. No one doubted him anymore. And since Ling Xiao had refined the divine pellets for the Xiao family, of course, they had to treat Ling Xiao as their distinguished guest. However, something happened all of a sudden, which enraged Ling Xiao a lot. He almost didn't want to give these divine pellets to the Xiao family anymore. The reason was because of Xiao Ling's mother, Su Wei. She had been slapped twice by her husband. The next day, she went back to her parents' home in a fit of pique. At that time, Xiao Wei was fighting with the people of the River Diagram sect. He didn't know what had happened. In the end, after Su Wei returned to her parents' home, she brought a young man back to the Xiao family. This young man was Su Wei's cousin. His name was Gao Fei. He was a very outstanding young man. He was only 500 years old, but he was already a low-level god king. Gao Fei was a newly promoted inner elder of the Ice Blade League. The other elders in the league paid close attention to him. His status was quite extraordinary. The Ice Blade League and the Lotus Sect were both powerful forces. They were only second to the Black Turtle Sect. They were much stronger than the River Diagram Sect and the Xiao family. The main reason why Su Wei brought Gao Fei here was naturally because she wanted her daughter and Gao Fei to be together. She felt that the Xiao family could form an alliance with the Ice Blade League. At that time, they would be able to shake the River Diagram Sect. Originally, she wanted to build a relationship with the Black Turtle Sect. It was the strongest sect in the profound sky domain. However, she didn't have a way to do so. Gao Fei was indeed an outstanding young man. It was a pity that he had developed an arrogant character. He acted as if he was the best in the world. However, when he saw Xiao Ling's innocent and beautiful appearance, he was extremely tempted. At the same time, he heard from Su Wei that Xiao Ling had the ethereal body, which was rarely seen in 10,000 years. He was even more excited. He thought that he must get Xiao Ling. Therefore, under Su Wei's intentional arrangement, Gao Fei stayed with her as her nephew. She often arranged for him to go to Xiao Ling's residence. She planned to let him and Xiao Ling develop a relationship. In this way, she could openly marry Xiao Ling to Gao Fei. Xiao Wei had been busy looking after the blood-stained silverstone vein. He didn't know much about this matter. It was just that Gao Fei was an impatient person. He realized that Xiao Ling didn't have a good impression of him at all, which made him very angry. As such, he actually wanted to drug Xiao Ling, planning to cook the rice first before doing anything else. However, Xiao Ling had the ethereal body. She could sense who was good to her and who was bad to her. Therefore, Gao Fei's little trick couldn't deceive Xiao Ling. Instead, it made Xiao Ling hate him even more. Xiao Ling had complained to her mother, Su Wei, many times, but Su Wei kept saying how outstanding and good Gao Fei was. This made her feel rather helpless and sad. She wanted to ask her grandfather Xiao Yuanhe or her father Xiao Wei for help. However, they were busy with the river diagram sect. She didn't want to disturb them. In the end, she had to ask Xiao Xianxia for help. Xiao Xianxia was naturally on Xiao Ling's side. She asked Xiao Ling to stay with her. This made it impossible for Gao Fei to get what he wanted. However, Gao Fei's first plan didn't work. He prepared a second plan. On one hand, he proposed to the Xiao family's master, Xiao Yuanhe. On the other hand, he asked Su Wei to pressure Xiao Ling so that she could have some time alone with him. Gao Fei was bold enough. This time, he didn't use the ecstasy potion. Instead, he planned to force himself on Xiao Ling first before doing anything else. He believed that as long as he slept with Xiao Ling would give up on him. The Xiao family wouldn't refuse his proposal. However, when Gao Fei was about to force himself on Xiao Ling took out a sound-transmitting stone. He asked Ling Xiao, who had just come out of seclusion, for help. Bastard! Ling Xiao was immediately infuriated. He let out an angry roar and ignored the warm reception from the Xiao family. He rushed towards Xiao Ling's residence. Chapter 1196. Little sister Ling Er, just give in to me. I'm infatuated with you. Besides, your mother also approves of this. As long as you give in to me, your Xiao clan can form an alliance with our Ice Blade Union. The river diagram sect won't dare to offend you anymore. This is the best of both worlds, said a young man who looked like a dog as he looked at Xiao Ling. This person was Su Wei's so-called cousin, Gao Fei, an elder of the Ice Blade Union. He was a low-level god king and could be considered an outstanding talent. He didn't want to waste his energy on Xiao Ling anymore. He took advantage of the fact that the Xiao clan went to welcome the so-called divine medicine master to come out of seclusion and set up a banquet to force himself on Xiao Ling. In any case, Xiao Ling's mother had already approved of Xiao Ling being with him. Once the uncooked rice was cooked, everything would be settled. Moreover, Su Wei had also hinted to him in this regard. Otherwise, why would the guard around Xiao Ling's residence be removed? Wasn't this giving him a chance? This was the reason why he was so bold. Don't come over. I've already asked Brother Ling Xiao to come. He won't let you off. Xiao Ling said in fear. She wanted to rush out of the house, but the difference in strength between the two of them was too great. Although she knew that Gao Fei had bad intentions towards her, she didn't expect him to be so bold. He dared to treat her like this here. She felt wronged and hated her mother to the core. Even if you ask the Xiao clan leader to come, it's useless. Quickly call me Big Brother Gao Fei. I'll definitely love you. Gao Fei approached Xiao Ling, and his aura pressured Xiao Ling to the point where she couldn't move at all. Xiao Ling was like a lamb waiting to be punished. 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks. Although Gao Fei felt guilty, he liked the pleasure of forcefully conquering someone. His face was full of smiles, and his saliva kept flowing. When he arrived at Xiao Ling's place, he caressed Xiao Ling's tender face and said, "Wife, you should just obey your husband." As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled forcefully and tore apart Xiao Ling's satin, revealing her fair and translucent skin that was tender like jade. Xiao Ling cried, You bastard, you will die a horrible death. Brother Ling Xiao will not let you off." It was also at this moment that a voice transmission stone appeared on Xiao Ling's wrist. This sound transmission stone was the communication device between Xiao Ling and Ling Xiao. Of course, Ling Xiao had given it to Xiao Ling before he went into seclusion, saying that she could chat with him when she was bored. It was just that Xiao Ling understood that Ling Xiao was doing something important. Under normal circumstances, she would not disturb Ling Xiao. Now, as a last resort, she took out this voice transmission stone and transmitted everything here to Ling Xiao's ears, hoping that Ling Xiao could come and save her. Go ahead and shout. No one will care about you even if you shout until your throat breaks. Gao Fei laughed proudly. Ling Xiao, who had just come out of seclusion, heard the voice coming from Xiao Ling's side. At the same time, he became furious. All the Xiao family members did not know what was going on with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards Xiao Ling's direction. Bastard, if anything happens to Ling Er, I will tear you apart. Ling Xiao roared anxiously in his heart. He had long treated Xiao Ling as his biological sister. Whoever wanted to hurt her, it was no different from hurting him. Who is it? Just as Ling Xiao approached Xiao Ling's residence, two figures soared up and shouted. A middle-level God King and a low-level God King. Clearly, they were Gao Fei's guardian elders. Get lost from me. Ling Xiao did not want to waste any time. He roared angrily and threw out two punches. These two punches carried a torrential fist intent and several tens of times his battle prowess. Two dragon silhouettes roared towards the two of them. The two God Kings jumped in fright. They did not expect that the other party would attack without even calling for start. The two of them used all their strength to parry these two dragon fists. Rumble, rumble. The two of them were actually sent flying at the same time. That low-level God King was even worse off. His chest caved in and large amounts of blood seeped out. He looked very scary. Ling Xiao did not have time to tangle with the two of them. He slapped his palm towards Xiao Ling's house. Another shocking sound rang out. More than half of the pavilion was destroyed, revealing the scene inside the house. What the hell? Gao Fei shouted in shock and rushed out of the house while pulling Xiao Ling. Ling Xiao looked at the half-naked Xiao Ling, whose clothes were destroyed. His dragon eyes revealed intense flames. He did not expect that there would be someone who dared to treat Xiao Ling like this in the Xiao family's territory. Brother Ling Xiao, save me. Xiao Ling cried out to Ling Xiao in agitation. Ling Xiao walked towards Gao Fei step by step and shouted, "Release her immediately, or I will make you die without a burial ground." Who are you? She's my fiancée. It is not your turn to order her around. Gao Fei snorted coldly. Your fiancée? Ling Xiao asked gloomily. He was puzzled. Could it be that the Xiao family has already arranged a marriage for Xiao Ling? That's right. My aunt has already betrothed her to me. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and scram. Otherwise, I will make your life a living hell. Gao Fei replied tyrannically. When he heard Ling Xiao's name, he knew that Ling Xiao was not a member of the Xiao family. He was not afraid of being interrupted. No, Brother Ling Xiao, I hate him. It was my mother who insisted that I be with him. Xiao Ling shook his head with all his might and cried. Damned woman! Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. Suddenly, he felt a fluctuation of energy coming from behind him. Ling Xiao instantly leaped up and dodged the attack. He turned around and saw that the middle-level God King had already quickly arrived beside Gao Fei to protect him. At this time, the people near the Xiao family were alarmed, and the people who had come to welcome Ling Xiao had also arrived. No one understood what was going on. However, when Xiao Yuanhe, Xiao Wei, and the others saw Xiao Ling's appearance, they were immediately enraged. Gao Fei, immediately let go of my daughter, or else I will tear you into 10,000 pieces. Xiao Wei roared at Gao Fei. In his own family, his own daughter was actually bullied to such an extent. Xiao Wei's heart was dripping blood. Gao Fei still listened to Xiao Wei's words and released Xiao Ling. He said worriedly, Uncle, don't be angry. I was just following my aunt's instructions and properly communicating with Ling Er. He thought that since he was a disciple of the Ice Blade Alliance, he was not afraid of the Xiao family doing anything to him. Xiao Ling cried and pounced towards Ling Xiao. Brother Ling Xiao, if you don't come, even if I die, I won't let him bully me. Xiao Ling cried miserably. Ling Xiao's heart was aching. He lightly patted Xiao Ling's shoulder and comforted him. It's all right. It's all right. No one will dare to hurt you again. Those who hurt you will all die. At this time, Xiao Wei really wanted to make a move on Gao Fei, but he was pulled back by Xiao Wei. You can't be emotional right now. We can't afford to offend the Ice Blade Alliance for now. Xiao Wei couldn't vent his hatred on Gao Fei, but he could vent it on his wife. Su Wei, get over here. Xiao Wei roared at Su Wei, who was hiding in the distance. Su Wei hesitated for a moment, but still stepped forward and said, Brother Wei, don't be angry. I just want Gao Fei and Ling Er to get along. They're young, after all, so they'll have feelings for each other. When the time comes, we can naturally. Before she could finish speaking, Xiao Wei had already arrived in front of her. He raised his hand and ruthlessly slapped her. Slap! I'll beat you to death, you bitch. How dare you force your own daughter to do something she doesn't like? You deserve to die. Xiao Wei was extremely angry. He grabbed Su Wei with one hand and repeatedly slapped her face with the other. Su Wei's face was covered in blood, and she screamed in pain. It could be seen that Xiao Wei was really ruthless this time. That's enough, Wei. He shouted. Xiao Wei unhappily let go of Su Wei. However, Su Wei seemed to have gone crazy and crazily clawed at Xiao Wei. You have no conscience. So what if I let my daughter be with Gao Fei? Didn't I want to rope in an ally for the Xiao family? As long as the Ice Blade Alliance becomes your Xiao family's ally, we won't be afraid of the River Diagram sect. Why do you have to do this to me? Haven't I thought about your Xiao family enough? Don't tell me you want to marry your daughter to the Sky Dragon region. Can distant water put out a nearby fire? When we want to see our daughter, we have to travel a long distance. Haven't we missed our daughter enough all these years? At this time, Gao Fei also said lazily, That's right, uncle. It's your fault that you hit your aunt. She has put in a lot of effort. Xiao Wei's heart ached faintly. He seemed to have been moved by Su Wei's words. Even if you want your daughter to stay by your side, you shouldn't let this bastard rape Ling Er. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. He pushed Xiao Ling away and flew towards Gao Fei. What do you want? I'm telling you, don't mess around. I'm a member of the Ice Blade Alliance. Gao Fei was frightened by Ling Xiao's terrifying aura. The mid-level Divine King beside him stood in front of Gao Fei. However, Ling Xiao had already ignited a raging fire. Even if the Emperor of Heaven was here, he would still kill them. The mid-level God King was unable to block Ling Xiao's furious attack, and he was directly smashed into the ground, spitting out blood. Gao Fei panicked. Xiao family head, hurry up and stop him. Our Ice Blade Alliance isn't to be trifled with. I don't care if you're from the Ice Blade Alliance or the Fire Blade Alliance. Today you must die. Ling Xiao snorted coldly and punched at Gao Fei. He didn't hold back a bit of his speed and strength. A divine artifact appeared in Gao Fei's hand. He slashed at Ling Xiao. Don't think that I'm easy to bully. Clang. However, when his divine artifact came into contact with Ling Xiao's fist, it was forcefully interrupted by Ling Xiao's fist. Gao Fei was so frightened that he quickly retreated. However, how could his speed compare to Ling Xiao's? Ling Xiao's fist mercilessly smashed on one of his arms. Crack! One of Gao Fei's arms was instantly broken by Ling Xiao, causing him to let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ling Xiao didn't stop there. His figure flashed nonstop as he punched out several times in succession. Gao Fei's other arm and both legs were directly smashed off. The blood-curdling screams caused the hair of the surrounding people to stand on end. Chapter 1197. Ling Xiao was still unwilling to give up. After all, it was only a matter of time before the Divine King recovered from his injuries. Ling Xiao fiercely kicked Gao Fei's trousers. He actually wanted to kick Gao Fei's penis until it exploded. At this moment, a Divine King from the Xiao family received Xiao Yuan's instructions and stopped Ling Xiao from continuing to cripple Gao Fei. Divine Master Ling, let's talk this out. He is after all a disciple of the Ice Blade Alliance. If we cripple him, this is not a good thing for our Xiao family. Xiao Yuan advised. Yes, if you dare to touch me again, our Ice Blade Alliance will not let you off. Gao Fei shouted in shock. He cast a stern look at Ling Xiao and secretly swore in his heart. I will definitely get back at you. When the time comes, I will definitely make you wish you were dead. Xiao family head, are you sure you want to protect him? Ling Xiao asked coldly. Xiao Yunhe felt Ling Xiao's dense killing intent and immediately said, Divine Master Ling, for the sake of our Xiao family, let it go. After all, Ling Heir did not suffer any losses. Haha, forget it. Could it be that after Ling Heir is hurt, you'll also consider the Ice Blade Alliance and let it go? Tui, letting Ling Heir return to your family was really the worst thing I did. Ling Xiao laughed wildly, then said sternly, I will definitely kill this person. In any case, I am not a member of the Xiao family. You can push the blame of his death onto me. After saying that, Ling Xiao once again attacked Gao Fei. However, the Divine King from the Xiao family blocked in front of Ling Xiao, making it impossible for him to kill him. Ling Xiao sneered, Do you think that you can stop me? As his voice fell, his soul power was drawn out at the critical moment, forming a powerful golden dragon spear that heavily attacked Gao Fei's sea of consciousness. The high-level God King seemed to sense something and shouted, Be careful. However, his warning came too late. Gao Fei and Ling Xiao weren't on the same level, and Ling Xiao's soul power was already at the pinnacle of the mid-level God King stage. His soul power attack was more than enough to kill Gao Fei. Gao Fei's soul was directly shattered by Ling Xiao's soul-powered golden dragon spear. He let out another blood-curdling scream and fell from the sky. Young master, Gao Fei's law protector elder cried out in alarm and immediately dragged his heavily injured body to catch Gao Fei. However, Ling Xiao didn't plan on letting the two of them off. His soul power attack killed them instantly. The people of the Xiao clan looked at the three people who were killed by Ling Xiao inexplicably. All of them felt a chill run down their spines, causing them to be extremely afraid. You actually killed them. Su Wei looked at Ling Xiao in horror. At this moment, she seemed to have forgotten the pain on her face as she stared at Ling Xiao. Although Gao Fei was only a distant cousin of hers, he was an elder of the Ice Blade Union. Ling Xiao actually killed him. This made her both shocked and angry. If you weren't Ling Er's mother, I wouldn't have let you off today. Ling Xiao glared at Su Wei and shouted. He then looked at Xiao Yunhe and Xiao Wei and said, If the people of the Ice Blade Union ask about this today, they can push the blame to me. I won't send my family to the tiger's mouth for my own safety. Xiao Yunhe felt a burning sensation on his face, as if Ling Xiao had slapped him in the face. Xiao Wei looked at Xiao Ling guiltily and said, Ling it's Daddy's fault. Please forgive Daddy. In fact, he also wanted to kill Gao Fei just now. However, he had to consider the power of the Ice Blade Union. Now that he saw Ling Xiao kill Gao Fei, he felt happy in his heart. At the same time, hearing Ling Xiao's words, he felt that he was really useless as a father. He was afraid of other people's power and didn't stand up for his daughter. He was really a failure. Xiao Ling cried and shook her head. Daddy, Ling, it doesn't blame you. It's just that he wanted to take advantage of Ling Heir. He's a bad person, so annoying. Mother always wants me to be close to him. I only want to be with brother Ling Xiao. I won't stay here anymore. Ling Xiao thought that after sending Xiao Ling back to the Xiao family, she would have a sense of belonging. But now it seemed that he was wrong. Ling Xiao hugged Xiao Ling and said softly, Linger, don't worry. In the future, you will stay by brother Ling Xiao's side. I won't let you suffer anymore. When brother Ling Xiao is done, we will go find your grandfather together, okay? Xiao Ling nodded repeatedly and said, okay. Brother and grandfather are the best to me. They won't let anyone bully me. When Xiao Wei heard these words, his heart ached. He was not qualified as a father. He didn't dare to say anything more. Instead, he cast a pleading look at Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan returned a look, indicating for him to be at ease. At this time, Xiao Yunhe couldn't help but say, Linger, don't be rash. Don't tell me that your father and grandfather don't care about you. This is your home. Xiao Ling had the ethereal body. He was their Xiao family's hope. How could they let him be taken away? Su Wei was even more emotional as she cried, Linger, don't leave us. I'm your mother. I won't force you to marry again. Okay? Don't leave. What a joke. If Ling didn't leave, would she be happy? What if the people from the Ice Blade Union came to interrogate you? Would you dare to offend them? I'm afraid that they would immediately send Ling to them to apologize. Ling Xiao said sarcastically. He was really disappointed in the Xiao family. His own granddaughter had been bullied to this extent. Yet, they didn't dare to cripple them and even spoke to them nicely. He really didn't dare to leave Xiaoling here. What does this have to do with you? If you didn't kill Gao Fei, we wouldn't have offended the Ice Blade Union. You have to take responsibility for this. Otherwise, our Xiao family will capture you and ask for forgiveness from the Ice Blade Union. Su Wei said resentfully to Ling Xiao. She stubbornly believed that everything was caused by Ling Xiao. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, she wouldn't have been forced to find a man for Xiao Ling bastard. I don't have a woman like you. If it wasn't for Divine Master Ling, wouldn't have returned. If it wasn't for Divine Master Ling, I, Xiao Wei, and the other elders would have already been killed by the people from the River Diagram sect. You actually dare to say such words? Don't you have any shame? Xiao Wei was too lazy to hit Su Wei. He had lost all his face because of Su Wei. He really didn't know how he had met such a woman. Ling Xiao didn't bother to argue with her. He prepared to leave with Xiao Ling. Sigh. Does the heavens really want to destroy our Xiao family? Today, the River Diagram sect is like a tiger watching its prey. You don't want to strengthen yourselves. Instead, you always want to rely on others to save you. The Xiao family will decline sooner or later. Xiao Yuanhe, you're such a failure as a chief. Then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. This person was old and clumsy. He was already in his grave. He looked like an old man next door. He didn't emit any aura, but his old eyes flashed with light from time to time. Greetings, ancestor. When the Xiao family members saw this person, they immediately knelt to greet the old man. Xiao Jingren was a low-level, incipient God realm expert of the Xiao family. He was more than 100,000 years old. He was an old monster that had gained sentience. Previously, when the River Diagram sect attacked him again, he had brought the ancient God artifact and killed many people from the River Diagram sect. He had forced them to retreat, and they didn't dare to act rashly. Rise, all of you, Xiao Jingren said softly. Then his eyes fell on Xiao Ling. His old eyes flashed with light. Child, come to Ancestor. Ancestor will protect you from now on. No one will dare to do anything to you. Xiao Jingren already knew that Xiao Ling had the ethereal body. However, he didn't have time to meet Xiao Ling. Now that the Xiao family was in such a mess, he had to stand up and stabilize the situation. He also had to keep this rare physique. As long as Xiao Ling could grow up safely, she could definitely become a supreme existence. She was the cornerstone of the Xiao family's future. He absolutely didn't want her to be taken away by others and become strangers to the Xiao family. Ling, why are you still not thanking Ancestor? Xiao Wei urged. He felt that as long as the Ancestor was willing to show up, he believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to take her away. At the same time, if Xiao Ling was taught by the Ancestor, Xiao Ling would definitely shine in the future. Xiao Ling hadn't met Xiao Jingren before, but she could feel his kindness. However, she still shook her head and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Ancestor. It's just that I want to be with Brother Ling Xiao." In her heart, only her grandfather Qiao Feng and Ling Xiao were worthy of her trust. They were people who could do anything for her. I know that you have a deep relationship with this child. However, you are still young and your strength is still weak. I feel that after you increase your strength, you will have enough strength to protect yourself. This way, things like today won't happen and you won't cause trouble for him. At the same time, as long as you want to be with him, you can leave at any time. No one can stop you. When the time comes, won't it be up to you to decide whether you want to go to the ends of the earth? Xiao Jingren said patiently. Old fox. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. Xiao Jingren spoke in such a dignified manner. Wasn't it because he wanted to keep Xiao Ling temporarily? As long as she didn't meet Ling Xiao in the future, she would naturally forget about Ling Xiao. At the same time, he also wanted to protect the family. Didn't she still obediently stay in the Xiao family? Ling Xiao instantly understood Xiao Jingren's words. Naturally, he was a little unhappy, but he also felt that this old fellow's words made sense. After all, Xiao Ling was a member of the Xiao family. If he received the guidance of this old fellow in front of him, Xiao Ling's achievements in the future would definitely be even greater. With the power to protect himself, he naturally wouldn't be controlled by others. Can I do this? Xiao Ling said in disbelief. She naturally hoped that she could become stronger and not be bullied by others. When she thought about how she was bullied by those roving bandits before she left the village and almost caused Ling Xiao to lose his life, and now her body was almost taken by someone else, if it wasn't for Ling Xiao saving her, she really didn't know what to do. She now understood that if she had enough strength, she wouldn't be afraid of anyone, and no one would dare to bully her. Chapter 1198. Of course you can. As long as you stay, the old ancestor will teach you all of his abilities. Xiao Jingren saw that Xiao Ling was tempted and struck while the iron was hot. Xiao Ling's heart was conflicted. She wanted to be with Ling Xiao, but she also wanted to become stronger. For a moment, she didn't know what to choose. Ling Heir, your ancestor is right. Staying behind is your best choice. I believe that no one will dare to force you to do anything else. Ling Xiao said as he caressed Xiao Ling's hair. Although Ling Xiao really wanted to keep Xiao Ling by his side, he couldn't always take care of her. If Xiao Jingren could wholeheartedly teach Xiao Ling, it would be a good thing. As long as Xiao Ling could grow up, Ling Xiao didn't care about anything else. This way, he wouldn't let down Xiao Feng's entrustment. Furthermore, he was too angry just now. He was too overbearing in the Xiao family's territory, not giving them any face at all. However, he didn't regret it. It was just that now that he had calmed down, he wasn't as excited as before. If the Xiao family's ancestor was tactful, he would properly nurture Xiao Ling otherwise. If he heard that something had happened to Xiao Ling in the future, he would definitely not let the Xiao family off. Don't think that just because he's a mere low-level god king, he doesn't have the qualifications to think that way. Anyone who underestimated Ling Xiao would pay a heavy price. Xiao Ling looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Brother Ling Xiao, do you really want me to stay?" Ling Xiao said gently, "If you want to stay, then stay. If you don't want to stay, no one will make things difficult for you. However, Brother Ling Xiao hopes that you can learn and grow up. In the future, you can stand on your own and don't need anyone else's help. Maybe in the future, Brother Ling Xiao and your Grandpa Xiao will need your help." "Really? Can Ling Er help Brother Ling Xiao and Grandpa in the future?" Xiao Ling blinked his big eyes and asked. Her beautiful eyes rippled with traces of residual mist, appearing delicate and lovely. Ling Xiao lightly scratched her nose and said, "Of course it's true. Ling Er is very suitable for cultivation. As long as you surpass Brother Ling Xiao and your grandfather in the future, you will naturally be able to help us." "All right, I must surpass Brother Ling Xiao and Grandpa as soon as possible. I want to help you beat up the bad guys. I won't allow anyone to bully you," Xiao Ling said very seriously. The people of the Xiao family were touched to see such an innocent and cute Xiao Ling. They were touched by the pure feelings between Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling. There were no impurities, no tricks. Even Su Wei felt ashamed to death. She realized that she did not understand her daughter at all. Now she knew that she was too selfish. She regretted it, but if she wanted to make up for her daughter's hatred towards her, it would be impossible to do so in a short period of time. In the end, Xiao Ling chose to stay in the Xiao family. No, to be exact, he stayed by Xiao Jingren's side and began to seriously cultivate. Ling Xiao originally wanted to leave with his people in a huff, but under Xiao Jinsai's persuasion, he reluctantly stayed. After all, he still needed Xiao Jinsai's help. Ling Xiao handed over a portion of the elixir pills to the Xiao family. Initially, he should have handed over a larger number of elixir pills. However, Ling Xiao was extremely displeased with the actions of the Xiao family and kept quite a number of elixir pills from them. In any case, these were all refined by him. Who would dare to say anything? The Xiao family was already deeply grateful to be able to obtain these divine pills. However, they were all worried about the ice blade alliance's revenge. If that was the case, their Xiao family would be surrounded by enemies. And wouldn't they be removed from the Profound Sky region? However, Ling Xiao told them that if that happened, they should push the blame to him. Anyway, he was a member of the Dragon Gate of the Sky Dragon region. He wasn't afraid of the Ice Blade Alliance. While the Xiao family was panic-stricken, the Dragon Gate's reinforcements finally arrived. The leader was Ling Fei of the Dragon Team. He brought 150 Flood Dragon Cavalry. The reason why it took them a long time to arrive was because the incipient God Realm experts guarding the territory entrance of the Profound Sky region had stopped them. Under normal circumstances, the forces of different regions couldn't attack the forces of the other region, unless it was a desperate situation where they had to send incipient God Realm experts. However, if such a situation occurred, it was equal to declaring war against all the forces of the other region. The reason why Ling Fei's team could get through the incipient God Realm experts was that they didn't want to attack any force. They just wanted to help the Xiao family. As long as they could prove that it was true, the incipient God Realm experts of the territory entrance couldn't stop them. It was because the forces of different regions could help each other as long as they didn't attack the other forces. The arrival of Ling Fei's team made the dark clouds of the Xiao family disappear. With such a new force, the people of the River Chart sect would have to think twice if they wanted to attack again. Of course, the people of the Dragon Gate couldn't stay here for a long time. The Xiao family had to seize the chance when the people of the Dragon Gate were here to negotiate with the River Chart sect. They had to make the latter retreat. After Ling Xiao and Ling Fei had talked for a whole night, Xianxia finally brought the news of the Lotus sect to Ling Xiao. "Brother Xiao, my sister is still in the Lotus sect. The people I sent have finally contacted her," Xianxia said excitedly. "Really? Then we can immediately set off for the Lotus sect?" Ling Xiao said in pleasant surprise. Xianxia nodded her head and said, "You've helped our Xiao family a lot. Tomorrow, I'll bring you to the Lotus sect to meet my friend. Then I'll have to trouble sister-in-law." Ling Xiao didn't argue and agreed. Ling Xiao had waited for this day for a long time. He only wanted to confirm whether Yun Mingqi was really in the Lotus sect. This could also be considered fulfilling one of his wishes. The next day, Xianxia and Ling Xiao brought Ling Gang and more than 20 people of the Kim people to the Lotus sect. The Lotus sect was a super force second only to the Black Tortoise sect. In the Profound Sky region, they were an illustrious existence. The place where they established their sect was in the Profound Sky North region, with the Lotus Snow Mountain as their base. There was the most famous sacred herb, the 10,000-year snow lotus, as well as the divine herb known as the Snow Lotus King. Not only did it have the effect of reviving the dead, it also had a great effect on martial artists who cultivated the ice and water attributes. Of course, other than the snow lotus, the most famous thing about the Lotus sect was their female disciples. Each and every one of them were as beautiful as flowers, and at the same time, they all had unique skills. They were definitely a beautiful scenery in the Profound Sky region. In the past few years, the Lotus sect had become more and more prosperous, faintly having the momentum to catch up to the Black Tortoise sect. Not only did they bring back the people who were sent to exile, they even gave them cultivation resources and let them manage the industry. This was undoubtedly a declaration that the Lotus sect already had more territory and resources to distribute, which was why they did this. Of course, there were also rumors that it was because they brought back a disciple with a divine body from exile, which was why they were pardoned by the headquarters. As for whether this was true or not, only the inner circle of the sect knew. Ling Xiao and Xianxia continued on their journey, and finally arrived at the city directly under the Lotus sect, Lotus City, after more than a month. This city was filled with a feminine beauty, as if the fragrance of lotus could be smelled everywhere. Among the martial artists coming and going, there were many beautiful women and men dressed in white. They were all external members of the Lotus sect. Ling Xiao, Xianxia, and the others first stayed in a restaurant. Xianxia then sent the prepared visiting card to the city lord's mansion, preparing to contact her former sister, Lu Fangyi. "Brother Xiao, I'm afraid it'll take a few days for them to reply. You can stroll around now and experience the local customs of Lotus City, Xianxia said. Ling Xiao lightly shook his head. I'm not in the mood for that right now. He was worried about Yin Mengqi, so how could he have the leisure to go sightseeing? It was better to wait here for news. Xianxia didn't force him and returned to her room. Ling Xiao also returned to his residence, and Yuro Fei naturally followed him in. Xiao, do you really want to see little sister Mengqi immediately? Yuro Fei softly asked as she hugged Ling Xiao from behind. She had followed Ling Xiao for many years, and Ling Xiao had already told her about Yun Mengqi, which was why she asked this question. Ling Xiao held her delicate jade arms and sighed. Yeah, I've been separated from her for 40 to 50 years. If it wasn't for my wrong decision back then, she wouldn't have lost contact with me. I've been looking for her all these years, but I couldn't find any trace of her. Sometimes I wonder if she's already. But no matter what, as long as there's a clue, I want to pursue it. I only hope that I can see her again this time. Decades of separation not only didn't make Ling Xiao forget that fairy-like figure, but instead turned that longing into a deep affection that he could never forget. Yin Mengqi had a place in his heart that no one else could replace. She was the first woman he had ever fallen in love with, the first woman he was willing to give up everything for. Yuro Fei gently rubbed Ling Xiao with her own body, giving him the most primitive comfort. Xiao, the heavens will not disappoint those who are willing. I believe that this time you will definitely find little sister Mengqi. Ling Xiao turned around and gently hugged Yuro Fei's full and delicate body, smelling her intoxicating fragrance. His heart was filled with satisfaction. What a considerate woman she was. Although Yuro Fei usually didn't speak much and was strong, her care for Ling Xiao had already surpassed her own. Ling Xiao emotionally said, "Ro Fei, you're so good to me." After saying that, he kissed Yuro Fei's jade lips. First, he gently kissed her, and then his salty hands lightly caressed her back. Separated by the thin silk, he could completely feel the elasticity and smoothness of her full and delicate body. Yuro Fei gradually became a little emotional. She tightly hooked her arms around Ling Xiao's neck and began to respond to Ling Xiao. Her delicate body slightly twisted, emitting waves of heat as if she was hinting at something. Ling Xiao threw away all his worries. His hands landed on her round buttocks. That wonderful feeling ignited the primitive raging fire in his body. Yuro Fei's sensitive spot was touched. She allowed a soft moan. This was simply the best fuse. Ling Xiao's movements became rough. His big hands ruthlessly tore her clothes. Hiss! A piercing sound of cloth tearing rang out. Her snow-white skin was exposed to the air, and it was extremely seductive. Ling Xiao's salty hands continuously roamed her delicate body, finally landing on the pair of tall and full jade peaks in front of her, forcefully kneading. Ha! This sound of lust lightly rippled, followed by the crisscrossing of the wind and rain. Chapter 1199. With a beauty in his arms, the beauty was as beautiful as jade. On a large bed, a delicate figure with sparkling skin was nestled against a strong, bronze-colored body. The two of them were facing each other, openly, without any barrier. Yuro Fei's face was flushed red as she breathed in the scent of the man who was right in front of her. Ling Xiao was also lightly hugging the beauty, smelling her alluring fragrance and pinching her full and soft breasts. Everything was so wonderful and comfortable. "Thank you, Ro Fei," Ling Xiao said gratefully to the woman in his arms. She was the one who made him relax, allowing him to calmly face the reality of what was about to happen. Regardless of whether he could find Yun Mengqi or not, his heart had become much more open. "What are you talking about? I am your wife. It is my duty to share your burdens," Yuro Fei said gently. After I find Mengqi, we will think of a way to return to the Xianling continent and bring the others to live in the heaven realm. At that time, we will find a place to hide from the world and no longer care about these conflicts. Ling Xiao replied softly. All of a sudden, he felt very tired. The days of fighting and killing all these years had made him feel a sense of weariness. He really missed the feeling of spending the days together with his family. "Do whatever you want. I will follow you anyway," Fei replied. "You said it yourself. I hope you don't regret it." Ling Xiao laughed lightly and buried his head in her full bosom and sucked to his heart's content. Fei couldn't resist Ling Xiao's teasing anymore and moaned softly. Her lower body once again flowed with crystal liquid. Before Ling Xiao could show his power again, Fei flipped over and rode on his body. Holding his golden dragon spear, she pointed it at the Jade Gate and sat down heavily. That warm and tight feeling almost made Ling Xiao cry out in pleasure. He lamented in his heart, I have been raped." 3 days after Ling Xiao and the others arrived at Lotus City, there was finally a response from the city lord's mansion. Xianxia's sister Lu Fangyi personally rushed out from the sect to meet Xianxia. After all, Xianxia is not only a member of the Xiao family, but also the wife of the leader of the Dragon Gate. With this identity, it was completely enough for the sect leader of the Lotus sect to come out and welcome him. It was just that Xianxia didn't want to make a big fuss and wanted to meet Lu Fangyi alone. Lu Fangyi was a beautiful middle-aged woman with the strength of a mid-level god king. There was a bewitching lotus flower on her forehead, representing her identity as a member of the Lotus sect. She was also an elder with some power in the Lotus sect. She and Xianxia were obviously very good friends. Having not seen each other for many years, the two of them were very happy to talk to each other. Ling Xiao was quite touched as he watched from the side. At the same time, he felt a little nervous. He kept praying in his heart, "I hope Mingqi is really here." After an hour or two of chatting, Xianxia finally remembered the purpose of this trip. She pulled Ling Xiao in front of Lu Fangyi and introduced him. "This is my uncle Ling Xiao. He is a friend who might be in your Lotus sect, so he specially asked me to find you to find out if there really is someone he's looking for." Lu Fangyi had long since noticed Ling Xiao. She could see Ling Xiao's age and strength, and was truly shocked in her heart. Now that she heard Xianxia's introduction and found out that the other party was a member of the number 1 ancient clan in the Sky Dragon region, Kim people, she couldn't help but sigh, as expected of the ancient clan to actually be able to nurture such a monster. "Greetings, Elder Lu." Ling Xiao greeted Lu Fangyi. Lu Fangyi had a straightforward personality. "No need to be so polite. Your sister-in-law and I are like sisters. You can just call me Sister Lu." After pausing for a moment, she asked, "May I know the name of the person you're looking for? When did she join my Lotus sect?" Ling Xiao immediately said, "I'm not sure when exactly she joined your Lotus sect, about 30 or 40 years ago, but she came from the Xianling continent. After she went missing, I found some clues, and they said that she was taken away by your Lotus sect. Her name is Yunmingqi, and she's about the same age as me. I think she must have some relationship with the people in your sect, but I don't know if she also joined your sect. I hope Sister Lu can help this little brother with this. This little brother will definitely thank you greatly." Lu Fangyi flashed a few traces of surprise. "I know about the Xianling continent, but my sect doesn't have any connection with that place. Perhaps it's as you said. She might have been taken away by our people in the stronghold. As for whether it's true or not, I still need to investigate. After all, there are hundreds of thousands of members in our Lotus sect, and I can't possibly know all of them." Ling Xiao was slightly disappointed. "Then I'll have to trouble Sister Lu." He thought that with Yun Mengqi's cultivation, Timbin should be somewhat famous in the Lotus sect, but judging from Lu Fangyi's reaction, she really didn't know about Yun Mengqi's existence. "That's nothing. I'll send someone to investigate right now, and I'll inform you as soon as there's any news," Lu Fangyi replied. Ling Xiao nodded lightly, then asked, "Sister Lu, what kind of attribute do you specialize in?" Lu Fangyi looked at Ling Xiao with a puzzled expression. She didn't understand what Ling Xiao meant by that. Ling Xiao knew that he was being a bit presumptuous, so he immediately explained, "I have some divine pills here. I just want to know what kind of attributes Sister Lu has, so I can give them to you as a reward." "There's no other meaning." Hee, I see. "There's no need for that. I also have divine pills here. Besides, you're Xianxia's uncle, so there's no need to be so polite." Lu Fangyi declined tactfully. She didn't think that Ling Xiao could take out any good divine pills, and, as an elder of the Lotus sect, she also had the right to have some ordinary healing divine pills, so she didn't care too much about Ling Xiao's divine pills. At this time, Xianxia saw that Lu Fangyi didn't care, so she immediately said with a smile, "Fangyi, don't look down on this uncle of mine. He's the youngest divine medicine master in the history of our dragon sect. The divine pills that he could take out to give you are naturally not ordinary. If you don't need them, then it's your loss." Lu Fangyi suddenly opened her mouth slightly, and her expression was very astonished. She somewhat stuttered, "He's a divine medicine master? No, that's impossible. I also thought so at first, but the truth is the truth. This can't be changed," Xianxia said with a smile. Lu Fangyi had no choice but to believe Xianxia's words. She revealed an extremely praising expression as she examined Ling Xiao and said, "SK, your dragon sect is really powerful to actually have such a treasure." Then she said to Ling Xiao, "Why don't you join our Lotus sect? We have many beauties who can serve you." Lu Fangyi's words were naturally a joke. She didn't think that she could poach a dragon sect's divine medicine master with just this. In the end, Lu Fangyi said that she specialized in the water attribute, so Ling Xiao took out a divine king pill and gave it to her as a reward for this matter. Lu Fangyi was overjoyed to receive this divine king pill. Although she had taken a divine king pill before, and this one might not be of much use to her, she could exchange it with other elders or give it to her own disciples in the future. After all, if she wanted to obtain a divine king pill, the value of contribution was not small. Ling Xiao still had to continue waiting for news. Meanwhile, Lu Fangyi and Xianxia reminisced about old times as they casually strolled around Lotus City. A few days later, someone finally sent news to Lu Fangyi. When Ling Xiao heard this news, his entire face collapsed. There was actually no woman called Yunmingqi in the Lotus sect. This was very hard for Ling Xiao to accept. Back then, he had heard from He that Yunmingqi was taken away by a woman with a lotus mark on her forehead. And he had also seen the lotus mark on Lu Fangyi's forehead. It was similar to He's description, so there shouldn't be any mistakes. Could it be that Mengqi really isn't here anymore? Ling Xiao tugged at his hair and asked softly. After so many years of searching, this was the result he got. This made him incomparably confused. He had originally thought that he could get over it, but when he faced it, it was still so painful. Ling Xiao really wanted to cry, but unfortunately, the state of mind he had cultivated for so many years prevented him from shedding a single tear. He said something to Euro Fei, Xin Yi, and the others, then went to another tavern to drink alone. He really wanted to completely let go of everything and get drunk. Because he had completely lost all traces of Yunmingqi, he didn't know where to go to find her whereabouts. In the vast sea of people, wanting to find a person was undoubtedly a fool's dream. Ling Xiao drank jug after jug of wine. He sorrowfully said to himself, "Mengqi, I've let you down. Where are you? Could it be that you haven't tried to find me all these years?" It turned out that he had been drinking in big bowls, but in the end, he had directly poured the wine into the jug. That spicy taste stimulated his pain even more. "Brother, it seems that you are also a person trapped by love. How about we have a drink together?" A man in white who looked somewhat weak sat next to Ling Xiao and said, looking at the distress on his handsome face, it was obvious that he was also quite depressed. "Brothers from all corners of the world, drink. Let's drink together." Ling Xiao completely indulged himself and didn't use his divine power to dissolve the wine, but his mood was very bad. It could be said that if the wine didn't drink, the person was already drunk. What a good brothers from all corners of the world. Just based on these words, I should give you a big bowl of wine. The man in white responded and filled a bowl of wine for himself. He lightly clinked it against Ling Xiao's jug and drank it. Ling Xiao seemed unwilling to fall behind, and raised the jug and drank a few more mouthfuls. The wine had already completely drenched his clothes. "Brother, you are a handsome man. I really don't know which girl tortured you like this." The man in white looked at the extraordinarily handsome Ling Xiao and sighed. Brother, you're also not bad. Which young miss hurt you? Ling Xiao replied in a daze. Sigh, I'm not afraid of brother laughing at me, but this is completely a one-sided love. I have never even spoken to her. She's like the king of that pure snow lotus, making people unable to help but blaspheme, making people feel ashamed of themselves. The man in white said with a look of infatuation. Chapter 1200. This white-clothed man only had the strength of a high-level holy emperor and was an inner disciple of the Lotus Order. The Lotus Order had always been dominated by women, with men as support. To be able to enter the Lotus Order and become an inner disciple, Timbin usually had to be relatively outstanding. And this man called Ho Langming was only around 180 years old. To have the aptitude of a high-level holy emperor, he definitely wasn't weak. Ling Xiao originally had no intention of listening to Ho Langming talk about his love history, but he acted as if he was very familiar with him and kept talking about how beautiful the women he met were, as if they were fairies that only existed in the heavens and were hard to find on earth. Ling Xiao listened until he was annoyed, because the women he missed were also fairies from the heavens. Ling Xiao, who was very annoyed with Ho Langming, gradually began to talk a few more drunken words with him. This made Ho Langming treat Ling Xiao even more like an old friend, and introduced himself to Ling Xiao, wanting to call a brother. Ling Xiao was already drunk, but he didn't care at all, and also responded to Ho Langming. I say, Brother Ling, we're also people who have fallen from grace. It's not that there aren't any women who like us. It's just that we can't get the women we want. That's why we're sad. But, as your brother, I can't watch you go on like this. There are quite a few beautiful senior and junior sisters in my sect. When the time comes, I'll introduce a few to you. I believe they won't be any worse than the one you lost. Ho Langming said as he put a hand on Ling Xiao's shoulder. Ling Xiao said with a face full of anger, Thank you, Brother Ho, for your kind intentions, but it's very hard to find a woman who can make me suffer like this in this lifetime. Ho Langming seemed to feel the same way. Yeah, that's right. It's very hard to find a woman who can make me suffer. The taste of yearning alone is really King uncomfortable. Ho Langming fiercely gulped down a mouthful of wine, and his expression was quite mournful. At this moment, a group of people walked in from outside the door. One of them glanced in this direction, signaled to the others, and walked over together. Ho Langming, you've really made it hard for me to find you. A cold voice came from the leader's mouth. That person emitted a strong, killing intent. It seemed like he was here to cause trouble for Ho Langming. These people were all relatively young, and the strongest was a peak holy emperor. There was also a high-level holy emperor and a few middle-level holy emperors. The one who spoke was the high-level holy emperor. He was the leader, and in his arms, he was still holding a woman with a swollen nose and a swollen face. He was holding her. Ho Langming. However, he didn't know why this person was beating her. When Ho Langming saw who it was, and the woman who had been beaten up miserably, he immediately said with a cold face, Senior Brother Zhou, quickly release Jia Dai. If you have something to say, you can come at me. How can you deal with a woman? Haha, you still know that I'm your senior. You even dare to steal my woman. How dare you? Zhou Tsang, the high-level holy emperor, laughed wildly. Langming, hurry up and leave. He won't let you go. The woman said. Slap. B*TCH, you still care about your lover. I've really misjudged you. Zhou Tsang slapped Jia Dai hard, and then said with a hideous smile, Since you've betrayed me, I won't let you die so easily. I'll send you to the Orchid Workshop and let those men CK you to death every night. You B*TCH. Ho Langming, what's so great about hitting a woman? Hurry up and let Jia Dai go. She didn't let you down. We're just friends. Ho Langming's eyes flashed with viciousness. He was no longer drunk. Ha, friends are friends. Ha, friendship comes from the heart. How King moving. Who doesn't know that your junior brother, Ho, is a famous Casanova in the church? How many senior and junior sisters have fallen in love with you? Which one of them can escape from the palm of your hand? Zhou Tsang laughed loudly, then said, Now, I will give you two choices. The first choice is to immediately kowtow to me and admit your wrongs, cutting off one of your arms. Then, I will let you go on account that we are from the same sect. The second choice is for us to capture you and cripple you, making you suffer a fate worse than death. I believe that even when we reach the church at that time, no one will think that I have done anything wrong. What if I don't choose either? Ho Langming said. Looks like you don't know what's good for you. Irrelevant people, please get out of the way. The Lotus Church is handling matters here. Zhou Tsang's eyes flashed with viciousness as he shouted. As his voice fell, a few people behind him surrounded Ho Langming. The customers in the restaurant had long sensed that the atmosphere was not right. One by one, they scattered like birds and beasts. Only Ling Xiao was still sitting in his original position, drinking alone. He looked completely like a drunkard, as if he had already lost consciousness. Senior brother Zhou, aren't you afraid of the church's punishment for causing trouble in the city? Ho Longming's eyes flickered as he searched for a way to escape. Although he wasn't afraid of Zhou Tsang, there were still a few people by his side. Among them was an existence with the strength of a peak holy emperor. He wouldn't be able to get away with it. How is dealing with you considered causing trouble in the city? Zhou Tsang snorted coldly and signaled to the peak holy emperor beside him. Then, he threw the woman in his arms to the person beside him. The two of them attacked Ho Langming at the same time. Ho Langming was already prepared. A white fan appeared in his hand. He pointed to the left and right, intending to block the two's claws at the same time. The three of them were intentionally suppressing their strength. They didn't dare to destroy the restaurant. If they did, they would definitely be punished by the church. Hence, they were competing in techniques and pure physical strength. 1 against 2, Ho Langming was instantly pushed back by the two. His body even knocked over the nearby tables and chairs. Crack! Crack! A series of tables, chairs, and wine glasses fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Only the table that Ling Xiao was not affected at all. He was still drinking his wine. Ho Langming was pushed back with one move. He didn't continue to fight the two. Instead, he actually retreated to the back of the restaurant. Trying to escape? No way. The peak holy emperor shouted coldly. His speed was much faster than Ho Langming's, and he instantly blocked Ho Langming's back. Zhou Tsang, on the other hand, roared die. He waved a series of punches. Every punch brought with it waves of icy cold air. It was extremely threatening. Ho Langming's reaction wasn't slow. Balls of blue light appeared on his body. The fan in his hand continuously pointed out, completely sealing off Zhou Tsang's punches. But he lost sight of the other. The peak holy emperor sneaked up on him from behind. A series of palm shadows that could topple mountains and overturn seas caused Ho Langming to spit up blood. I told you, you won't accept a toast and drink a forfeit. Zhou Tsang snorted coldly. He once again attacked Ho Langming, intending to completely suppress Ho Langming, who knew that Ho Langming had purposely left an opening. Just as Zhou Tsang's punches were about to land on his body suddenly twisted strangely and dodged Zhou Tsang's attack. The fan in his hand spun and hit Zhou Tsang's shoulder heavily. His other hand seized the opportunity to grab Zhou Tsang's neck. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Ho Langming quickly captured Zhou Tsang. The peak holy emperor didn't expect that Ho Langming was actually baiting him. He once again attacked Ho Langming, but Ho Langming grabbed Zhou Tsang and blocked in front of him. He said, "If anyone dares to come up again, I will kill him immediately." Zhou Tsang was pinched until he couldn't breathe. He secretly cursed himself for being careless. The peak holy emperor was an outer disciple of the Lotus Order. He also understood some of the rules of the Lotus Order. He immediately said, "You'd better let him go. Otherwise, if you kill him, his master won't let you go. At that time, there will be no place for you in the order." Haha, there's nothing between me and Jia Dai. You guys came to provoke me. Even if I kill him, I will only act in self-defense. I believe my master will stand on my side. Ho Langming sneered with certainty. He then said, "Release Jia Dai." When the time comes, I will naturally let him go. The matter between me and him will also come to an end. If you have the guts, kill me. This bitch definitely can't be let go. Zhou Tsang said with difficulty. His pulse was locked, and he didn't dare to resist. Otherwise, before he struggled free, Ho Langming would have enough time to kill him. Haha, is that so? Ho Langming sneered. He used one hand to forcefully break Zhou Tsang's other hand. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out. Zhou Tsang screamed in pain. If you have the guts, kill me, or else I won't let you go, Zhou Tsang said angrily. Let her go. Ho Langming roared. Fear flashed across the peak Holy Emperor's eyes. He was really afraid that Zhou Tsang would suffer again. Moreover, he felt that this woman was useless. Letting her go and then catching her again shouldn't be a difficult matter. Let her go, the peak Holy Emperor ordered. The Holy Emperor, who was holding Jia Dai, could only let her go. Ho Langming said to Jia Dai, Jia Dai, I'm really sorry. I've harmed you. You should leave this place quickly. Jia Dai shook her head with tears streaming down her face. No, I want to stay and be with you. Ho Langming scolded. You stupid woman, I'm just chatting with you. I didn't do anything to you. Hurry up and scram, or you'll die. He really didn't do anything to Jia Dai. It was just that when he saw Jia Dai, he was attracted by her beauty, so he couldn't help but hit on her. Jia Dai fell in love with Ho Langming at first sight. The two of them chatted very well, and they immediately became close friends. Originally, Ho Langming wanted to raise his spear and go into battle with Jia Dai. But when he heard that she was Zhou Tsang's woman, he kept quiet. It wasn't that he didn't dare to steal other people's women, nor was it that he was afraid of Zhou Tsang. It was just that there was a rule in the sect that one couldn't touch the wives and concubines of the same sect. Otherwise, it would be a capital offense. Even so, Jia Dai had already fallen in love with Ho Langming. It was just that she didn't know that the maid beside her had told this news to Zhou Tsang, which led to the subsequent events. Jia Dai was scolded away by Ho Langming. At this time, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the door. Following that, a group of city guards walked in. Who dares to cause trouble in the city? A demigod king martial artist shouted. At this time, Ho Langming had no choice but to let go of Zhou Tsang. He cupped his hands at the demigod king and said, Deacon Hai, I was just playing around with senior brother Zhou. Please forgive me. Deacon Hai, don't listen to him. I found out that he seduced my woman. That's why I'm here to reason with him. Deacon Hai, please take him down and hand him over to the sect, Zhou Tsang quickly said. Chapter 1201. As Zhou Tsang was speaking, he gave the demigod king a few glances. The demigod king said in a deep voice, Capture him and bring him back to the church to await trial. Ho Langming did not expect the outer court deacon to not give him face. He was an inner court disciple after all. He could become a true disciple with just one more step. Normally, the deacons would give him some face. Deacon Hai, you have to understand that this is only Zhou Tsang's side of the story. Wait until the church finds out who's right and who's wrong. Then you have a right to arrest me. Ho Langming shouted. He did not expect the demigod king to be an outer court deacon under Zhou Tsang's master. The demigod king would not offend Zhou Tsang for him. The church will deal with who's right and who's wrong. You're breaking the rules by causing trouble here. It's my duty to arrest you. The demigod king shouted. Ho Langming's face was gloomy. He was extremely depressed. He did not expect to get himself into trouble after spending so many years with women. I can go back with you guys, but please wait for me. I need to talk to my friend, Ho Langming said. The demigod king did not dare to push too hard. He did not stop Ho Langming. With his ability, Ho Langming could not escape at all. However, when he looked in the direction Ho Langming walked to, he saw a drunkard drinking there. He could not see through the drunkard's ability. Is there something strange about this kid? The demigod king and Zhou Tsang thought at the same time. Ho Langming walked over and drank a mouthful of wine. Brotherling, you and I are like old friends. I don't know when we'll meet again. I'll give you this fan. This is a painting of the most beautiful woman I've seen in my life. She's also a woman that I'll never be able to get my hands on. I believe you'll forget your original woman when you see her. Then, you'll be able to pull yourself together again." Then, he placed his fan in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao continued drinking. He did not take it, nor did he say anything. Ho Langming didn't say anything else, and turned around to leave with the deacon. However, Zhou Tsong suddenly made a move and snatched the fan from the table. He laughed coldly and said, "I want to see who exactly is the woman that you, Ho Casanova, can't forget. Let me have a taste of her beauty." Ho Langming angrily shouted, "Quickly put down the fan, or I'll kill you." Ho Langming was thoroughly enraged. It could be seen that he attached great importance to this fan. It's just a lousy fan. You want to kill me just by looking at it? Then I want to see if there are any unspeakable secrets. The more nervous Ho Langming was, the more curious Zhou Tsong was. Just as Zhou Tsong was about to open his fan, Ho Langming attacked Zhou Tsong again. This time, he used his full strength and did not suppress his elemental powers at all. Unfortunately, the demigod king Deacon instantly suppressed him. "If you dare to attack again, don't blame me for being impolite." Ho Langming could only watch helplessly as Zhou Tsong opened his fan. When Zhou Tsong saw the portrait in the fan, he was completely dumbfounded. He muttered to himself, It's the goddess, she's so beautiful." "Zhou Tsong, quickly put down my fan. Otherwise, I'll fight you to the death." Ho Langming roared. This was their Lotus cult's goddess. If people were to find out that he had secretly drawn her portrait, then there was only death awaiting him. "Ha! You'll fight me to the death? What a joke. You actually dared to draw the goddess portrait. Just this crime is enough for you to die 1,000 times." Zhou Tsong came back to his senses and laughed loudly. He and Ho Langming already had a grudge. If Ho Langming really didn't commit adultery with Jia Dai, then he really couldn't do anything to Ho Langming. But now it was different. The cult had always valued women over men, and inside the fan was their Lotus cult's #1 beauty. She was also the new generation's goddess and had a supreme position. Her portrait was secretly drawn by a disciple of the cult. If she found out about this, Ho Langming would definitely not be able to escape death. Ho Langming's expression instantly turned extremely pale. This was the crime of profaning the goddess. Even his master couldn't protect him. This was also the reason why Ho Langming had given this fan to Ling Xiao. He was afraid that one day it would be discovered by others. Then it would be big trouble. He had originally thought of destroying this fan, but he couldn't bear to do so. He didn't think that in the end, it would still cause him such big trouble. Forget it. I didn't think that I, Ho Langming, would wander among the flowers for 100 years. In the end, I would die because of a woman. Ho Langming revealed an expression of incomparable despair as he laughed. Zhou Tsong put away the fan and laughed complacently. It's good that you know. Quickly go back and await your punishment." Just as Ho Langming, Zhou Tsong, and the others were about to leave the restaurant, Ling Xiao, who was drinking, suddenly flipped his palm and instantly snatched the fan from Zhou Tsong's hand. "Where did this drunkard come from? He actually dares to snatch my fan." Zhou Tsong only felt a gust of wind blow over, and the fan in his hand flew into Ling Xiao's hand. He immediately shouted at Ling Xiao in shock. This Lotus City was the territory of the Lotus cult. Zhou Tsong wouldn't fear anyone outside of the cult. Ling Xiao pressed the fan in his hand and continued to drink wine. He didn't pay any attention to Zhou Tsong. Zhou Tsong's hand had just been twisted and broken by Ho Langming. Although he had recovered, his heart was still in a knot. Now, there was another insensible young man who dared to offend him. This made him extremely angry. "I suspect that you are a spy from another faction. Wait for me to capture you and bring you back to my cult to await your punishment." Zhou Tsong casually found an excuse and went to capture Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't seem to care about Zhou Tsong at all. He tilted his body and dodged Zhou Tsong's capture. "This is a gift from Brother Ho. You better not provoke me," Ling Xiao said in a daze. Ling Xiao didn't want to bother with the internal affairs of other people's cult. However, he was already very drunk. He only knew that someone gave him a fan, so he naturally couldn't let others take it away. Acting mysterious, Zhou Tsong didn't expect Ling Xiao to actually be able to dodge his capture. He immediately attacked again. His speed was several times faster than before. He went straight for Ling Xiao's neck. From the looks of it, he wanted to kill Ling Xiao right away. "Brother Ling, be careful," Ho Langming warned. He wanted to help Ling Xiao, but unfortunately, he was being suppressed by the demigod king deacon. There was nothing he could do at all. Ling Xiao was drunk, but his cultivation was still there. His reflexes were still there. Zhou was only a high-level holy emperor. To normal people, he was a very powerful existence. However, to Ling Xiao, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Just as Zhou claw was about to pinch Ling Xiao's throat, his arm was firmly pinched by Ling Xiao. "I already told you not to provoke me," Ling Xiao said angrily. Having lost all the clues about Yun Mengqi, he felt extremely disappointed and uncomfortable. Zhou kept forcing him, so why would he give in again and again? Crack! Zhou arm that had just been repaired was crushed again. He let out an even more painful cry. Ling Xiao flung Zhou away. He drank another mouthful of wine and shouted, "Don't disturb me while I'm drinking. Get out, all of you." How insolent! This is the Lotus cult's territory. How dare you injure our cult's disciple? You cannot be forgiven. The pinnacle holy emperor that Zhou brought with him shouted. A holy weapon appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Ling Xiao with all his might. He knew that Ling Xiao's strength might be extraordinary. Therefore, he did not hold back at all. He had to cut down Ling Xiao. The holy weapon was about to land in front of Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao did not seem to notice it at all. However, when the holy weapon slashed Ling Xiao in half, everyone was stunned. Because the holy weapon had been clamped between two of Ling Xiao's fingers at some point in time. This was a high-level holy weapon. Even a demigod king would not dare to block it like this. However, the truth was right in front of their eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. Ding! Following that, the holy sword was directly broken by the strength of two of Ling Xiao's fingers. Everyone watched this scene with their mouths wide open. They all knew that this young drunkard in front of them was definitely a hidden expert. He might even be a real divine king. Ho Langming looked at Ling Xiao with an urgent gaze. He really did not expect that he would call such a powerful person brother just now. The pinnacle holy emperor was forced back a few steps. His expression became extremely ugly. At the same time, he was extremely worried. It was also at this time that Ling Xiao flung the broken sword in his hand. Puffed. A bloody hole immediately appeared on the shoulder of the pinnacle holy emperor. He was in so much pain that he clenched his teeth. "Don't provoke me again. Otherwise, all of you can die," Ling Xiao shouted coldly. A divine king's aura was emitted without any concealment. A faintly discernible golden dragon kept circling behind him. Everyone present was shocked. They were all pressured to the point that they could not breathe. All of them were sweating profusely. Ling Xiao ignored them. He waved in the direction of the wine cabinet. Another few jars of wine landed in front of him. He slapped open the jars and drank to his heart's content again. Zhou and the pinnacle holy emperor did not dare to provoke him anymore. They only looked at Ling Xiao with resentment. The demigod king deacon finally spoke. "Sir, how should I address you? We are still members of the Lotus Order. Even if you are a divine king, you cannot bully the members of the Lotus Order like this." Ling Xiao did not even want to speak to the deacon. He continued to drink. The deacon felt his face burning from being ignored. He had guarded Lotus City for many years. Even divine kings had to give him some face. But now, it seemed like it had no effect in front of this drunkard. "Deacon Hai, I think we should take Ho Langming back first. When the time comes, we'll ask the elders for help. Let's see if he still dares to put on airs here." Zhou tugged at the deacon. He was afraid that the deacon would provoke him again. If he went crazy and killed all of them, it would be troublesome. The deacon hesitated for a moment. He nodded and said, "Yes, let's go back first. We'll teach him a lesson later." The group of people took Ho Langming and left. At this time, Ling Xiao casually opened his fan. Suddenly, two balls of light shot out from his dazed eyes. He shouted at the same time, "Wait!" Chapter 1202. Those people from the Lotus Order all jumped in fright from Ling Xiao's roar. They didn't understand why that drunkard suddenly changed his mind. That deacon turned around and said worriedly, "Is there anything else, sire? Don't tell me you still want to kill us? This is our Lotus Order's territory. Even if you kill us now, you won't be able to escape." Zhou also hurriedly said, "That's right. We have no intention of taking risks, sire. Please don't make things difficult for us." He was really afraid that this drunkard in front of him would really go crazy from drinking and kill them. Then even if their order took revenge for them, they would have died for nothing. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. His figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of them. Each and every one of them were scared pale. They really thought that Ling Xiao was going to kill them. Each and every one of them fell back and sat down. Even that demigod deacon wasn't spared. "Why you can't kill us? Even if you kill us, you won't be able to escape," that deacon said fearfully. However, Ling Xiao didn't pay attention to him and walked towards Ho Langming. "Ling! Ling!" Ho Langming felt Ling Xiao's thick, killing intent. He couldn't even speak fluently. At the same time, he didn't know how to address Ling Xiao anymore. When they were drinking, he only treated Ling Xiao as a chance acquaintance. But now that he knew that Ling Xiao was a genuine divine king, how could he have the qualifications to speak on equal footing with him? Ling Xiao held the fan and asked Ho Langming anxiously, "Where's the woman in the fan?" She's in the order." Ho Langming didn't understand why Ling Xiao had such a big reaction. He could only answer, "What order? Tell me clearly." Ling Xiao grabbed Ho Langming's clothes and shouted. Ho Langming was a little dumbfounded. Although he knew that the divine lady was very beautiful, it shouldn't be to the extent of making people want to know her whereabouts so urgently. She's in our Lotus Order. She's our divine lady." Ho Langming could only answer truthfully. "Lotus Order's divine lady? But why did Sister Lu say that she did not know of her existence? Don't tell me she lied to me. That's impossible. There must be some other reason." Ling Xiao mumbled at a loss. "Could it be that Lord Ling also knows of our goddess?" Ho Langming asked softly. Ling Xiao took a deep look at Ho Langming. He circulated the divine art in his body and completely dispelled all the alcohol in his body. His dragon eyes flashed with the light of wisdom as he said, "Tell me about your goddess's situation first." Ling Xiao ignored the others and pulled Ho Langming back to the table. When the others were ignored by Ling Xiao, they all heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were unhappy that Ling Xiao treated them like this. That Zhou Tsong gave that deacon a look and wanted to sneak away before saying anything else. The warden also knew that he couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao for the time being, so he could only nod his head lightly and quickly leave the restaurant with Zhou Tsong and the others. Ho Langming looked at Ling Xiao apprehensively and said, I don't know much about the goddess's situation either. I've only seen her from afar 2 or 3 times. Then tell me everything you know. For example, when did she join your Lotus Order? What's her name? Tell me everything you know about her." Ling Xiao said in a tone that did not allow for refusal. The reason why Ling Xiao was so excited was because the woman in the fan was actually the portrait of Yun Mingqi that he couldn't find no matter how hard he tried. He really didn't expect that after searching for thousands of times, she would only be right in front of his eyes. This made him feel like he was dreaming. However, he was also doubting whether there really was a woman with the same appearance in this world. Therefore, he had to understand her situation first in order to determine if Lu Fangyi was lying to him. Ho Langming thought for a moment and said, "She is the latest disciple that our old sect leader has accepted in the past 10,000 years. I remember that the first time she appeared in the sect was about 30 years ago. At this point, Ling Xiao was sure that this woman was undoubtedly Yun Mingqi. He couldn't help but interrupt. Is she called Yun Mingqi? Ho Langming revealed a puzzled expression and said, Yun Mingqi? No, although I don't know the goddess, I have heard from the senior sisters in the sect that she is not called Yun Mingqi, but Meng Ran. Meng Ran? How could it be Meng Ran? Did she change her name? Ling Xiao revealed a look of disbelief. Ho Langming revealed an infatuated expression and continued. Meng Ran is the old sect leader's direct disciple, and even our sect leader calls her senior sister and junior sister. The people in the sect also know that Meng Ran has a rare god body, so we all privately call her the goddess. Her cultivation is also extremely shocking, and last year she even broke through to the Divine King realm. She's not even 100 years old yet, and is definitely the first person in our Lotus sect to become a Divine King in 10,000 years. I have only seen her from afar 2 or 3 times, but I have long been attracted by her peerless charm. I know that in this life, it will be very difficult to meet a woman that I fall in love with at first sight. Although I am called the love saint by my fellow disciples, in the end, I am still trapped by love. After listening to Ho Longming's words, Ling Xiao sank into deep thought. He felt that this woman was undoubtedly Yun Mingqi, but why did she change her name? Why did she never think of looking for him? Perhaps she had some difficulties that others couldn't understand, or perhaps she had already forgotten him. At this time, a commotion came from outside the restaurant again. Right after, Zhou Cong and the others who had just retreated returned once more, and at the same time, there were a dozen or so women in white following behind them. Each and every one of these women were elegant and moving, and there was a lotus tattoo on their foreheads. Needless to say, they were all people of the Lotus sect. The middle-aged woman in the lead had the strength of a low-level divine king, and there was another divine king and a few demigod divine kings beside her. They were all at the strength of the Holy Emperor. This middle-aged woman was the outer sect elder who stayed behind to guard the city lord, and her name was Li Li. She was famous for being shrewd, and she would be abnormally sharp and unkind to anyone she didn't like, and her actions were extremely ruthless. Elderly, it's him who injured us, and junior brother Ho profaned the goddess by drawing her portrait on that fan. Zhou Cong pointed at Ling Xiao and Ho Langming. How dare you? Where are you from to actually dare to injure an inner sect disciple of our Lotus sect in our Lotus city? Lily seemed to have reached menopause, and she glared at Ling Xiao with her almond-shaped eyes as she shouted. Ling Xiao had already regained consciousness, and he felt that Ming Gran might be Yun Mingqi, so he didn't really want to offend the Lotus sect. He stood up and clasped his hands at Li Li. I'm Ling Xiao from the Dragon Gate. Please forgive me if I've offended you just now. However, I'm acquainted with an elder of your sect, so please be magnanimous, big sister. Ling Xiao said very politely. He didn't want to have a bad relationship with them. Who's your big sister? Don't call me that. Since you know someone from my sect, why did you injure my disciple? You're clearly just making excuses. Just give yourself up, lest you dirty my hands, Lily said in disbelief. At the same time, she gave a meaningful glance to the God King beside her, indicating that she should go over and take down Ling Xiao. This Annie, I'm telling the truth. I know your elder Lu Fengyi. Ling Xiao changed the way he addressed her as he explained. Bastard, you're the mother ** King Andy. Take him down. If he resists, kill him. Lily shrieked as if her tail had been stepped on. Her gaze was filled with raging flames of anger towards Ling Xiao. Many women in the Lotus sect were eternally youthful, but because she was a late bloomer, she could only maintain the appearance of a middle-aged man. What she hated the most was people calling her old. A god-binding rope appeared in the hands of the other low-level god king. This was a low-level divine artifact. Even a god king wouldn't be able to easily break free if they were tied up. Ling Xiao said with a cold expression, "Don't be so shameless when I give you face. I said it was a misunderstanding earlier, and I've already apologized. If you continue to be so overbearing, don't blame me for being impolite." How impudent! Lily shouted as she trembled in anger. That low-level god king attacked Ling Xiao, and the god-binding rope flew towards Ling Xiao. You guys aren't qualified to take me down. Ling Xiao snorted coldly, and his figure flickered. He appeared next to the low-level god monarch and snatched the god-binding rope from her hand. How dare you? Lily shouted in surprise. A divine sword appeared in her hand, and she shot it towards Ling Xiao. She had already used her divine power, and the power turned all the tables and chairs in the vicinity into powder. Ling Xiao felt Li Li's killing intent. If he dodged, Ho Langming who was behind him, would definitely die. Stinking bitch, you really think I'm afraid of you? Ling Xiao cursed in his heart and directly met Li Li's divine sword with his bare hands. You're overestimating yourself. Li Li sneered. When the others saw Ling Xiao's response, they all felt that Ling Xiao's hands would definitely be crippled. Only Deacon Hai and Zhou Tsang suspected that Ling Xiao might be able to receive this divine sword. As expected, Li Li's attack was completely blocked by Ling Xiao, and her divine sword was directly held in Ling Xiao's hand. If you dare to make a move again, I'll have a sword like this. Ling Xiao roared angrily and exerted force with his wrist. Pa! A divine weapon forged with divine materials was forcibly snapped in half, and a powerful rebound force sent Li Li flying backward. Uffed! Li Li knocked over many tables and chairs and spat out a mouthful of blood. The low-level God King beside Ling Xiao wanted to make a move, but when he saw Ling Xiao suddenly snap the divine weapon, he was immediately stunned and didn't dare to act rashly. Everyone present was also stunned. They had seen many experts, but this was the first time they had seen an expert who could snap a divine weapon. This made them all realize that they had provoked someone they shouldn't have provoked. They looked at Ling Xiao, and his handsome face suddenly had a somewhat infatuated look. Such a handsome man, such a powerful man. Any woman would like him. What are you all still standing there for? Hurry. Hurry up and kill him. Li Li crawled up from the ground and said angrily out of humiliation. She couldn't remember how many years it had been since she had been humiliated like this, and it was in her own territory. She hated Ling Xiao to the core. At this moment, a voice came in, and a delicate voice shouted, I'll see who dares to touch Divine Master Ling. I'll immediately make him die a horrible death. Chapter 1203. Everyone looked towards the entrance of the restaurant. Two beautiful, noble women walked in, and behind them were a few other women. They were Lu Fangyi, Xianxia, and the others, and the one who shouted was Lu Fangyi. She and Xianxia had been catching up for many days, and she still had some lingering feelings. Moreover, Xianxia planned to return to the Xiao clan in a few days, and then return to the Dragon Gate. At that time, she didn't know when they would meet again. Therefore, the two chatted for a few more days. However, the two suddenly sensed that something was wrong here. As an inner elder of the Lotus Order, Lu Fangyi had the obligation to see what was going on. Unexpectedly, she saw her own people making a move against Ling Xiao. If it was any other divine king, Lu Fangyi would naturally help her own people against the enemy, but this person was Ling Xiao. She definitely wouldn't rashly deal with him. After all, Ling Xiao was a respected divine medicine master. She also believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't offend her Lotus Order, so there must be some misunderstanding. The followers of the Lotus cult in the restaurant all quivered. They looked at Lu Fangyi and immediately bowed to her, saying, Greetings, Elder Lu. Lu Fangyi was an inner elder of the order, and her status was much higher than Li Li and the others. Lu Fangyi and Xianxia walked in together, and Xianxia asked Ling Xiao, Brother Xiao, what's going on? Ling Xiao had an apologetic look on his face as he said, This is just a misunderstanding. Divine Teacher Ling, I'm really sorry. They didn't hurt you, right? Lu Fangyi said very politely. Li Li saw Lu Fangyi being so polite and warm to Ling Xiao, and she even wanted to die. She didn't wait for Ling Xiao to reply, and immediately said, This is just a misunderstanding. I didn't know this was Elder Lu's friend. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Lu Fangyi saw Li Li's reaction, and then saw the broken sword in her hand, and immediately shouted coldly, Li Li, how dare you? Divine Teacher Ling is an honorable guest I invited. Is this how you treat my guest? Li Li panicked and quickly explained, I really didn't know he was your friend. Then she pointed at Zhou Tsang and the other Peak Saint Emperor and said, It was the two of them who said that someone had injured them in the city, so that's why I brought people over to take a look. Zhou Tsang and the Peak Holy Emperor both seemed to be panicking. It seems that some people really think this is their home and can bully others as they please. Zhou Tsang and that Peak Stage Sacred Emperor hurriedly knelt down and begged for mercy. Although Zhou Tsong was an inner court disciple, and his master was also an inner court elder, the Lotus Flower Order was where women were superior to men. He did not dare to offend Lu Fangyi. "Forget it, Sister Lu. I must have done something wrong as well. Let them go." Ling Xiao waved his hand. He wasn't in the mood to bother with these small fries. He was just anxious to know if Yun Mengqi was Meng Ran. Lu Fangyi saw that Ling Xiao was so magnanimous and felt comfortable in her heart. After all, she didn't want to deal with her own sex people for outsiders. "All of you scram. If you bully people in the future, I'll teach you a lesson," Lu Fangyi scolded. After the group of people repeatedly thanked her, they all left the restaurant. At this time, Ling Xiao opened the fan and handed it to Lu Fangyi. "Sister Lu, do you know this woman? This is Meng Ran's junior martial uncle, Divine Teacher Ling. Where did you get this fan?" Lu Fangyi asked softly. Ho Lang Ming, who was behind Ling Xiao, shivered. He was afraid that Ling Xiao would expose him, and then he wouldn't be able to escape the sin of blasphemy. "Don't ask about this for now. This Meng Ran looks exactly the same as the Yun Mengqi I'm looking for, and she should be from the Heavenly Domain Stronghold. I think she's the friend I'm looking for," Ling Xiao said with certainty. From several aspects, Ling Xiao felt that Meng Ran was Yun Mengqi. He believed that there were people who looked exactly the same in the world, but he didn't believe that they had all appeared in the Heavenly Domain Stronghold. Lu Fangyi never thought that the youngest disciple of the old sect leader would be the person Ling Xiao was looking for. She said worriedly, "As far as I know, Meng Ran was brought to the sect by someone from the place of exile more than 30 years ago. Later on, the old sect leader coincidentally met Meng Ran and knew that she had the water god body, so he took her in as a direct disciple. Her status is the same as the sect leaders, and even I have to call her junior martial aunt when I see her. I didn't know she was the person you were looking for." Meng Ran's status was extremely respected in the sect. Even as an inner sect elder, she didn't dare to be disrespectful to her. "I completely understand this. I don't know why she changed her name, but I hope that Elder Lu can let me see her. Maybe then everything will be clear," Ling Xiao said with a pleading tone. He really wanted to know about Yun Mengqi's situation. "I'm afraid that won't be easy." Lu Fangyi revealed a difficult expression. Xianxia, on the other hand, said, "Fangyi, please help little brother Xiao. This is a friend he has been looking for decades. It's good to let them meet, but it's a pity. This shouldn't be too difficult for you, right?" Ling Xiao anxiously said, "Sister Lu, please help me this time. Ling Xiao owes you a favor." Lu Fangyi hesitated for a moment and said, "I don't dare to guarantee this. I can only say that I will do my best. After all, Junior Martial Uncle has always been cultivating by the old sect leader's side, and it's very difficult for me to see her in a year." "Thank you, Sister Lu," Ling Xiao said gratefully. "We have to plan this well," Lu Fangyi said. It wasn't difficult to get Ling Xiao to join their Lotus sect, but it was difficult to get Ling Xiao to see Meng Ran like this. When Ling Xiao was about to follow Lu Fangyi and Xianxia back, Xiao didn't forget to say a few good words about Ho Langming to Lu Fangyi. This could also be considered a way to repay Ho Langming. Presumably, with Lu Fangyi's guarantee, Ho Langming wouldn't have any trouble. Ho Langming was naturally extremely grateful to Ling Xiao. He really didn't expect that he would actually make a brother of a godly apothecary. It was a pity that the fate between them seemed to be a little shallow. After some discussion, Lu Fangyi decided to invite Xianxia and Ling Xiao to the Lotus sect as guests in her name. At that time, he would find an opportunity to let Ling Xiao and Meng Ran meet. After making the decision, Ling Xiao left Euro Fei, Xin Yuyi, and the others in the city, while he followed Xianxia into the Lotus sect. The Lotus sect was built in the Snow Lotus mountain range. It was surrounded by mountains, and among these mountains, there were many icebergs that hadn't melted for tens of thousands of years. Furthermore, the women walking among the ice mountains and flowers were even more beautiful and alluring, causing people to feel overwhelmed just by looking at them. Lu Fangyi first brought Ling Xiao and Xianxia to her lone peak to receive them. Afterwards, she went to meet the sect leader, preparing to introduce Ling Xiao and Xianxia to her sect leader. After all, Ling Xiao's identity as a godly apothecary and Xianxia's status as the eldest daughter of the Xiao clan, as well as the wife of the Dragon Gate sect leader, were enough to attract the sect leader's attention. Sure enough, when Lu Fangyi told the sect leader about Ling Xiao and Xianxia's identities, the sect leader agreed to meet them. Bai Yiluo had the strength of a high-level god king, and she was as noble and beautiful as the queen of Snow Lotus. Time had not left a single trace on her delicate face, and the white muslin she wore accentuated her graceful figure to the fullest extent. This was Ling Xiao's initial impression of Bai Yiluo. Ling Xiao, Xianxia greets sect leader Bai. Ling Xiao and Xianxia greeted. They were guests, so this was just out of respect and not a greeting of a superior. Bai Yiluo's gaze first fell on Xianxia. She stood up and smiled. It is our honor that the wife of the Dragon Gate's sect leader has graced our sect with your presence. Please give the two of you a seat. The Dragon Gate was an illustrious existence in the Heaven region. As the wife of the sect leader, Xianxia naturally had the qualifications to sit on equal footing with Bai Yiluo, and Ling Xiao was a godly apothecary, so his status wasn't low either. Sect leader Bai is too courteous. I originally just wanted to catch up with Sister Fangyi, but I felt that it would be impolite if I didn't pay you a visit. Please forgive me if I have disturbed you. Xianxia spoke appropriately. Bai Yiluo smiled. Since you are Elder Lu's sister, you are also my sister. Our sect welcomes Madam at any time. Then, her gaze finally fell on Ling Xiao, and she said, Is this divine teacher Ling? When Elder Lu mentioned you, I thought you were around the same age as me. I didn't expect you to be so young. Heroes really come from the youth. Bai Yiluo's words were pleasant to hear, but in reality, there was a hint of disbelief in her words. Sect leader Bai is too kind. If sect leader Bai needs to refine a divine pill, please let me know. Ling Xiao isn't good at other things, but I have some experience in the art of alchemy. Ling Xiao said proudly. He didn't want others to look down on him. He wanted to attract people's attention in order to gain Bai Yiluo's attention. This would give him more confidence in getting close to Mengran. It seems that this sect leader will have to trouble Divine Teacher Ling. I just don't know if it will take up Divine Teacher Ling's time. Bai Yiluo smiled. That's not a problem. I came with the madam this time to make friends. If sect leader Bai really needs it, Ling Xiao will definitely not delay it. Ling Xiao replied calmly. Bai Yiluo couldn't help but look at Ling Xiao in a higher light. She thought to herself, I don't know if this brat is strong or if he really has the ability. I'll find a chance to test him. A divine alchemist less than 100 years old. I'm afraid you won't be able to find one in the entire heaven realm. Then it's settled. Bai Yiluo smiled at Ling Xiao. Then, the few of them chatted for a bit. Bai Yiluo intentionally or unintentionally mentioned the matter between the Xiao clan and the River Diagram sect. She wanted to know if Xianxia had come to ask for help from the Lotus sect. However, she didn't see the slightest bit of worry for the Xiao clan from Xianxia, so she wondered if she was worrying too much. Afterward, Bai Yiluo arranged a banquet for the two of them. At the same time, she jokingly asked Ling Xiao to refine some divine pills for them. Chapter 1204. Originally, Bai Yiluo just wanted Ling Xiao to back off and not act cool. However, Ling Xiao followed her words and said, Since sect leader Bai is interested, then I'll show off my skills so that others won't think I'm a swindler. Bai Yiluo didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so arrogant. She thought to herself, could he really be a divine alchemist? That's impossible. Lu Fangyi also wanted to know if Ling Xiao was a real alchemist. So she said, Sect leader, since Divine Master Ling is so interested, why don't we trouble him to refine some divine pills for us? In any case, just relying on Elder Jiang and Elder Gong isn't enough. Moreover, Elder Gong hasn't returned for many years, so a portion of our divine pills have to be bought from outside. Lu Fengyi's words were undoubtedly giving Bai Yiluo a way out and helping Ling Xiao along the way. However, what Lu Fengyi said was the truth. Their Lotus Order had two divine alchemists. One was nurtured by their own order, and the other was a consecrator. However, the consecrator's whereabouts were unknown, and he had not returned for many years. A divine alchemist was in charge of all the divine pills of the sect, so there was no doubt that the supply couldn't meet the demand. All right, it just so happens that my sect is lacking a batch of divine pills, so we'll have to trouble Divine Masterling. After this is done, we won't mistreat Divine Masterling. Bai Yiluo replied, all right, as long as you have enough materials, I'll help you refine pills for a month. Moreover, it'll be a public pill refinement that can be seen by everyone in your sect, lest sect leader Bai doesn't believe me. Ling Xiao revealed an arrogant expression as he spoke. This was a completely arrogant and complacent appearance that made people feel very uncomfortable. However, Ling Xiao had no choice but to use this method. He believed that as long as he refined the divine pills and caused a heavenly phenomenon, he would be able to attract the attention of everyone in the Lotus sect. Perhaps this could lure Meng Ran out. At that time, everything would be revealed. Xianxia could guess Ling Xiao's intentions. She looked at Ling Xiao deeply and thought to herself, could it be that this friend of his has a special relationship with him? Is he worthy of his attention? Bai Yiluo satisfied Ling Xiao's request, but she didn't know why Ling Xiao was so confident. Didn't he know that when he was concocting alchemy, he couldn't stand being mocked by others? After all, the chances of concocting a divine pill were only around 30% for an ordinary alchemist. A slightly weaker alchemist would probably only have a 20% chance. Under such circumstances, he was still refining pills in public. If this wasn't bragging and showing off, what was? Ling Xiao did what he said he would do. He did not want to delay for even a moment. He requested Bai Yiluo to immediately arrange a place for him to refine pills. Bai Yiluo and Lu Fengyi were confused. It was their first time seeing such an impatient divine apothecary. They really didn't know where Ling Xiao's confidence came from. Had he never thought that he would fail? Even though Bai Yiluo didn't believe him, she still prepared a place and divine materials for him according to Ling Xiao's request. At the same time, she also arranged for many elders to watch, including their sect's divine apothecary, Xianxia. Sect leader, tell me honestly what's going on. Could it be that we have invited another divine apothecary back? Xianxia asked Bai Yiluo. Xianxia looked like an old woman. She was at the peak of the middle-level God King and was also a divine apothecary. Bai Yiluo revealed a faint smile and said, it's a brat from Dragon Gate who thinks he's good. I don't know what his intentions are, but he's actually in a hurry to refine a divine pill for us. Xianxia frowned and said, Dragon Gate? My sect doesn't have any dealings with them. Could it be that they're here to swindle us? This is what I don't understand. Furthermore, he requested to refine pills in public, as if he was afraid that others wouldn't know that he's a divine apothecary. That's why I wanted Elder Jiang to come and supervise him. Once we find out that he's a fake, don't blame us for being merciless. Although Ling Xiao requested to refine pills in public, the place that Bai Yiluo had arranged for him was not a place that anyone could come to. Only a few elders and deacons were here to watch. These people only wanted to watch the show. Was this so-called Dragon Gate's divine apothecary real or fake? It was just that when they saw Ling Xiao's young and handsome appearance, they all suspected that their eyes were playing tricks on them. In their impression, those who could reach the divine apothecary realm were all old monsters, but the one in front of them was an excessively young brat. It was truly hard for them to believe. Any alchemist would first have to ensure that they had a certain level of success in cultivation. As their strength increased, they would have more power to refine pills. It could be said that cultivation would take a lot of time, and learning alchemy would also take a lot of time. One had to reach the God King realm in order to have the qualifications to aspire to the divine apothecary realm. Therefore, Anyone would think that cultivating and learning alchemy at the same time would definitely take up twice the amount of time compared to others. Xianxia had a deep understanding of this point. This was also why she was tens of thousands of years old, but only had the strength of a mid-level god king. Moreover, at this realm, if she didn't have a great opportunity, it would be impossible for her to advance any further. What is the sect master doing? Look at him. He looks like he's still wet behind the ears. How could he be a divine apothecary? Could he be the reincarnation of some primordial elder? Senior sister, look, he's already at the strength of a low-level god king. Who knows? I hope he really has some skills. Otherwise, it'll be a waste of divine materials. He's so bold to refine pills in public. Isn't he afraid of being humiliated? How laughable. Amidst the doubtful discussions, Xianxia had already begun to refine pills. He moved like the wind, and his form was like a pine tree. His skillful movements were elegant yet steady, giving people a feeling that he was a part of nature. Just the first impression he gave them was enough to dispel all their previous doubts. His movements became faster and faster, and his handsome face revealed a strong sense of confidence. It was as if refining pills was a piece of cake for him. By Iluo, Lu Fangyi, and Jiang Liajian couldn't help but be a little dazed. As for Xianxia, she revealed a faint, complacent smile. Because Xianxia was a member of her Dragon Gate, she could also bask in his glory. The medicinal fragrance spread for thousands of miles, and the phenomenon shocked the world. When the divine pill was refined, a shocking phenomenon appeared in the sky above the Lotus sect, shocking everyone in the sect. It wasn't that the Lotus sect didn't have people who could refine divine pills, but Jiang Liajian's alchemy room had already been set up with layers of restrictions that could isolate any phenomenon. So, normally the people in the Lotus sect wouldn't have the chance to see the phenomenon. Now that something like this had suddenly happened, they couldn't help but be surprised. Moreover, this kind of phenomenon would appear every other day, and each time it appeared, the scene would be different. They finally realized that something was happening in the church. After asking around, they found out that someone was teaching them how to refine divine pills, and he was refining them publicly in a martial arts arena. The place where Xianxia was refining pills gradually increased from the original dozen people. Now, there were already several hundred people watching. 2/3 of them were women, and only 1/3 were men. Among these women, some were elders, some were deacons, and some were direct disciples. They could all maintain their youthful looks forever, and every one of them looked so gorgeous and charming. However, when they looked at the dignified, confident, and handsome man in the arena, their beautiful eyes rippled with respect and infatuation. Who is he? He's so young and so powerful. Could he be a new male disciple of my sect? What are you talking about? Can't you see that he's refining divine pills? How could he be a disciple of my sect? He might be a new consecrated elder. He looks so handsome and has such a personality. He's the type I like. You're infatuated. With your conditions, how could he like you? Didn't you see the sect leader and Elder Jiang watching over there? I think this person's background is not small. That's true. For such a big figure, there aren't many sisters in our sect that are worthy of him. That's not necessarily true. Don't forget that we still have a junior martial uncle. In the forbidden area of the Lotus sect, this was the place where their old sect leader lived alone. Tens of thousands of years ago, their old sect leader retreated behind the scenes and no longer cared about worldly affairs. For tens of thousands of years, he hadn't accepted any disciples. However, a few decades ago, this old sect leader personally announced that he would accept another disciple. And this disciple of hers was Meng Ran, who had the water god body. Because of this, Meng Ran's position in the Lotus sect was quite high. Adding on her cold and elegant temperament, she was called the goddess by the people in the sect. A year ago, she stepped into the divine king realm, so the goddess title was even more appropriate. She was the fastest disciple to step into the divine king realm in the past 10,000 years, making her name even more famous in the sect. She became the goddess in the hearts of all the male disciples and the idol in the hearts of all the female disciples. Even the strange phenomenon had long been noticed by all parts of the sect, and even this forbidden area was no exception. A woman stood at the peak of the snowy mountain. She wore light blue clothes, and her entire body seemed to have merged with the world. Just her back gave people the ethereal charm of a fairy that had descended to the world. The thousands of black willows fluttered in the wind, giving off an otherworldly feeling. Every part of that exquisite figure was matched perfectly, not adding or subtracting a bit. It was just like the saying, fat but not greasy, never tired of looking at her. It really made people unable to find fault with her. Her face that was as beautiful as a fairy's could even make hundreds of flowers lose their color. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating, so beautiful that it made people feel ashamed of themselves. She was like the snow lotus flower queen of the snow lotus mountain range. She had a sense of arrogance, as if she was looking down on all the flowers. She also had a cold elegance that was as cold as ice. That feeling of being alone could easily make people fall for her. It was just that her autumn eyes contained a coldness that kept people 1,000 miles away. It really made people not dare to get close to her easily. She was the goddess that everyone in the Lotus sect called Meng Ran. She had the strength of a low-level divine king, and she was only a little over 60 years old. She had the face and body of a 20-year-old. Chapter 1205. A pair of eyes like the bright moon looked at the vast splendor not far away, flickering with an indescribable color. Heaven and earth phenomenon. Who dares to make such a big commotion in the sect? Meng Ran murmured. Ever since she joined the Lotus sect, she spent most of her time cultivating and rarely paid attention to worldly matters. If it wasn't for the commotion caused by the heaven and earth phenomenon being too big and interrupting her cultivation, she wouldn't have come out to see what was going on. She stood at the peak of the snowy mountain and watched for a while, feeling a bit restless and restless. She opened her red lips and said, "What happened over at Elder Song's side?" As her voice fell, a ghost-like figure appeared behind her and said, "Young miss, there's a divine alchemist who claims to be from Dragon Gate over there. He's refining a divine pill for the sect and causing this heaven and earth phenomenon." Dragon Gate? Aren't they the biggest power in the Sky Dragon domain? Why would they come to our Lotus sect and refine pills for us? Meng Ran asked with a puzzled expression. He's a friend that Lu Fangyi brought over. According to reports, this divine alchemist isn't even 100 years old. Maybe he's proud of his abilities and wants to show off in our Lotus sect. The person replied. Another arrogant guy? Meng Ran murmured and waved her hand to signal the person to leave. However, the person then said, "Young miss, it'll be time to go to Evil Horizon Valley in half a month. Should we leave a bit earlier?" "No need. We'll leave in half a month," Meng Ran replied. Just as the person was about to retreat, Meng Ran said, "Elder Song, it was those people who strongly invited us to go to Evil Horizon Valley, right?" The person hesitated for a moment and said, "Yes. All right, I got it. You can leave," Meng Ran said indifferently. After the person disappeared, a trace of unwillingness flashed through her autumn eyes. Ling Xiao had been continuously refining pills for a month, and who knew how many heaven and earth phenomena had already appeared. However, he didn't have to worry about anything, because these heaven and earth phenomena were all blocked by the elders of the Lotus sect. Every time he finished refining a divine pill, he would not forget to look at the surrounding followers of the Lotus Order, waiting for the figure he was waiting for to appear. However, as beautiful figures appeared one after another, the one he was looking for was nowhere to be found. He could not help but feel a little disappointed. From the commotion he had caused, everyone in the Lotus cult knew about the situation here, and there were even more divine kings who had come to the scene. Why was she not here? Could she be in seclusion? Ling Xiao couldn't help but wonder. When Ling Xiao was concocting the last divine pill, he used the soul-controlling art to release his soul power to divide the beast pill's power, as usual. As he used his soul power for a long period of time, when his soul power was exhausted, he would generate new soul power, and this cycle would never end. This was the effect of increasing one's soul power while refining pills, and it was also the best way to cultivate the soul-controlling art. This was the secret of how Ling Xiao was able to increase his soul force while refining pills. And now, his soul, which had already reached the peak of mid-level Divine King, actually showed signs of loosening, as if it was about to advance to high-level Divine King. Ling Xiao had no choice but to do his best to suppress it and speed up the refinement of the last divine pill. All of them looked at the somewhat anxious Ling Xiao. They all knew that Ling Xiao's situation was not too good. "Divine Teacher Ling, what's going on?" Bai Yilua asked Jiang Liezhen worriedly. Jiang Liezhen looked at Ling Xiao with deep reverence and said, "He might be too tired. I've tried concocting pills for a month, but I've never seen someone like him who didn't stop, and his success rate is more than 90%. This is simply shocking. I really don't know who trained him as a disciple. Compared to him, I feel inferior." "Too tired?" Xianxia said with some heartache. This was her clan brother, and he must not harm his body for the sake of refining pills. Otherwise, she would not be able to explain it to the clan when she returned. The love-struck fools of the Lotus Order all looked at Ling Xiao's expression of enduring pain. No one mocked him, but instead revealed expressions of worry. "What's wrong with him? Is he too tired? Hurry up and stop and rest. You've already persisted for a month." "Yeah, I don't know why, but seeing him like this makes my heart ache. I'd rather waste the ingredients of this divine pill than let anything happen to him." "That's right. Why don't you stop and rest? Let Big Sister dote on you. You'll definitely get better soon. I've decided. I must pursue him and make him my cultivation partner." "In your dreams. You want to pursue him? Have you asked your senior sister?" "I've already decided on him, so don't fight with me." On the practice field, Ling Xiao raised his hands high and roared. The origin energy in the surroundings was drawn by him and rushed over. "Condense." Ling Xiao pressed his palms down on the medicine cauldron, and countless forces rushed into it. Bang! A shocking explosion rang out, and a brilliant light began to surge above the clouds. A phenomenon of heaven and earth began to descend. Ling Xiao did not have time to wait for the phenomenon to pass. He shouted at Bai Yilua in shock. "Sect leader Bai, please arrange a seclusion room for me." Bai Yilua did not expect Ling Xiao to make such a request. She was puzzled. "Isn't he tired? It's not good to rest here." "What does he need a seclusion room for?" Just as she was in a daze, Lu Fangyi called out, "Divine Master Ling, follow me." Lu Fangyi's figure flashed, and Ling Xiao put away the medicine cauldron and chased after her. Lu Fangyi brought Ling Xiao to her mountain peak and let him enter a seclusion cave. Ling Xiao did not hesitate and immediately entered. He began to mobilize all his soul power, intending to break through the spiritual barrier and reach a higher level. Ling Xiao did not expect this breakthrough to come so suddenly, and he had specially condensed the last god elixir, causing his soul power to be a little unstable. Ling Xiao did not think, and a golden dragon fruit appeared in his hand. The golden dragon fruit could allow any god king to reach the peak of the same level. The reason why Ling Xiao wanted to consume it at this moment was to increase his strength. As long as his strength increased, his soul power would increase, and he could use this opportunity to reverse his unstable soul power, allowing his spiritual soul to break through to the high-level God King realm. After he consumed the golden dragon fruit, a majestic force rushed into his abdomen, as if a golden dragon had entered his dantian, and all the muscles in his body were in unbearable pain. Although the golden dragon fruit could allow people to reach the peak of the same level, they had to bear the consequences of being devoured by the dragon. If they could not endure it, they might even die from chi deviation. Ling Xiao had a firm heart, and he circulated the ancient sovereign divine technique. His whole body emitted a dazzling light, and a golden dragon roared and soared into the sky. After the sudden appearance of this golden dragon, another golden dragon that was exactly the same as the first one appeared. The two dragons actually fought with each other, and the sound of dragon roars shook the cave to the point that it almost destroyed all the restrictions in the abode. After an unknown period of time, one of the golden dragon was forcefully devoured by the other golden dragon, and that golden dragon became a lot more realistic than before. Its dragon eyes emitted a dazzling light, and no one dared to look at it directly. Ling Xiao's strength instantly rose after the golden dragon was devoured. At the same time, there was a lot of source energy that surged in from outside the cave, and Ling Xiao absorbed it all. His entire body seemed to have swelled up a little, forcibly tearing apart the clothes he wore, revealing his smooth golden skin. Roar! After Ling Xiao's aura surged to the extreme, he roared into the sky, and the earth-shattering sound wave destroyed all the restrictions and defenses that Lu Fangyi, a mid-level god king, had set up. A peerless true dragon seemed to have broken through the sky, and it was extremely mighty. Lu Fangyi, who was guarding outside the cave, was so frightened by this terrifying aura that she kept retreating. Her face turned pale, and her heart seemed to be suffocated by an indescribable divine pressure. What a powerful aura! Is he breaking through to the mid-level? That's impossible. Lu Fangyi mumbled to herself. At this moment, Xianxia also rushed over to see if anything had happened to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, who was inside the cave, kept compressing and stabilizing his power. At the same time, he used this power in his sea of consciousness to make his soul power go haywire, and he broke through to the power of a high-level god king in one go. When the power of his soul returned to his dantian, a lot of power also rushed out of his dantian. The two converged on the divine bridge, and they condensed into droplets of five-colored, crystalline divine power. One golden dragon fruit was enough for any metal-type god king to reach the peak of the same rank. However, it was still not enough for Ling Xiao. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had already reached the mid-level, low-level god king realm. Now, with the power of his soul's advancement, he was able to reach the peak of low-level god king in one fell swoop with the power of the golden dragon fruit. Ling Xiao didn't want to take the golden dragon fruit so soon. He was afraid that taking the golden dragon fruit too early wouldn't be able to achieve the desired effect. Now that his soul was advancing, it was the best time to take the fruit, and it allowed him to reach his ideal realm without worrying about his god base being shaken. Ling Xiao's body gradually returned to its original state, and his aura also gradually receded. His clothes were torn, so he forced a smile and tore them off. Suddenly, he looked at the golden runes on his chest and exclaimed, Could this be a dragon rune? There were faintly discernible runes on his chest. It was as if they were innate, and they faintly resembled the shadow of a true dragon. The ancient king's divine art had a total of 7 transformations. The last transformation was the spirit refinement realm. The most important sign of entering this realm was the formation of dragon runes. Ling Xiao had unknowingly reached this level. When the dragon tattoo on his chest became more and more real, it meant that his realm was deeper, and his defensive and regenerative abilities would become even more monstrous. Chapter 1206. When Ling Xiao walked out of the cave, Xianxia immediately went to his side and asked, "Brother Xiao, are you all right?" Ling Xiao shook his head lightly and said, "I'm fine. It's just that my realm became unstable while I was refining, so I had to find a place to adjust it." Only then did Xianxia examine Ling Xiao. Her beautiful eyes instantly flashed with astonishment as she said, "Brother Xiao, you've reached the peak of the low level. How is this possible?" This was the first time she had heard that one could advance their strength while refining pills. She was suspecting whether Ling Xiao was really cultivating the ancient Emperor Divine art of the clan. Otherwise, how could there be such a miraculous effect? Ling Xiao smiled and said, "I took the golden dragon fruit. Otherwise, how could I advance so quickly? If it was inexplicably advancing in strength, it would indeed be too shocking. However, it was different after taking a divine pill or divine grass." Xianxia said in relief, So that's how it is. I thought you could cultivate while refining pills. At this time, Lu Fangyi also walked over and said with a smile, Divine Master Ling, are you all right? Thanks to you, there was just a little problem. Sister Lu, please forgive me. Ling Xiao replied. Hee, it should be Sister Lu who is indebted to you. Lu Fangyi laughed and then said, Our sect leader invites you over to thank Divine Master Ling for refining so many divine pills for us. Lu Fangyi really didn't expect that when she met Xianxia again, she would accidentally get to know such a genius in alchemy. Even Divine Master Jiang from her sect admired Ling Xiao to the point of prostrating himself. Just based on the fact that Ling Xiao was brought by her, her position in the sect would definitely rise further in the future. Naturally, the resources she would enjoy would also increase by a lot. Ling Xiao and Xianxia followed Lu Fangyi to the Lotus Sect's sect leaders' hall. Bai Yiluo and a few other elders with high status and power were already waiting for Ling Xiao. When they saw Ling Xiao, they all stood up. Bai Yiluo took the initiative to welcome them with a smile. Welcome, Divine Master Ling, madam. Her attitude this time was different from the first time she met Ling Xiao and Xianxia. Ling Xiao's title was undoubtedly at the forefront, which meant that in Bai Yiluo's eyes, Ling Xiao's status was undoubtedly higher than Xianxia's. Cult leader Bai, there's no need to be so polite. I'm really sorry for bringing you trouble. Ling Xiao changed his attitude and said humbly. He had already tried his best to attract attention, and almost everyone in the Lotus Order knew of his existence. It was just that he hadn't seen the person he wanted to see. If Divine Teacher Ling bothers us like this every day, I definitely won't mind. Bai Yiluo smiled. She really didn't think that Ling Xiao was really a divine alchemist, and that his success rate was so high. Even the divine alchemists of her sect were ashamed of their inferiority. She had no choice but to put down her pride and befriend Ling Xiao. Now, she found that Ling Xiao's strength seemed to have improved again, which made her even more astonished. She remembered that a few days ago, Ling Xiao hadn't reached the peak of low-level Divine King. What an abnormal monster. I must find a way to make him stay. Bai Yiluo thought to herself. At this time, Ling Xiao gave the divine pill he had refined to Bai Yiluo, which was considered fulfilling his promise to refine pills for the Lotus Order for free for a month. Cult Leader Bai, Ling Xiao has a request. I hope Cult Leader Bai can agree. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to say. Xianxia and Lu Fangyi were looking forward to it. They both felt that Ling Xiao might ask to see Mingran. Oh, I don't know what Divine Teacher Ling needs our help with. As long as we can do it, we will definitely do our best to satisfy Divine Teacher Ling. Bai Yiluo said very generously. She wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao asking them to do something. She was just afraid that Ling Xiao wouldn't ask for anything. Ling Xiao said, You should know that she is the wife of our Dragon Gate's leader, and the Xiao family is also our leader's family. I believe that your sect has heard about the recent war between the River Diagram sect and the Xiao family, right? Bai Yiluo nodded lightly and said, Of course I know about such a big matter. Ling Xiao then said, That's good. Now that the River Diagram sect has been intimidated by us, they don't dare to act rashly. But our Dragon Gate can't stay in the Profound Sky region for a long time. So Ling Xiao hopes that your sect can announce an alliance with the Xiao family. I wonder if Cult Leader Bai can agree to this request? If Cult Leader Bai is willing to agree, then Ling Xiao will be a good friend of your sect in the future, and if you need anything in the future, Ling Xiao will naturally not refuse. Ling Xiao did this as a way of repaying Xianxia for bringing him to the Lotus sect. After all, without the relationship between Xianxia and Lu Fangyi, he definitely wouldn't have known that Yin Mengqi would be here. Although he couldn't see Yin Mengqi right now, he knew that she was here, and he would have plenty of time to create opportunities to meet her in the future. Therefore, he might as well take advantage of this opportunity to help the Xiao family solve their worries. He believed that as long as the Lotus sect announced an alliance with the Xiao family, the River Diagram sect wouldn't dare to touch the Xiao family even if they had 10 times the guts, and the Ice Blade Alliance wouldn't easily make a move against the Xiao family. I didn't think that Divine Teacher Ling would be such a righteous man. All right, my Lotus sect is willing to help the Xiao family. In the future, Divine Teacher Ling will be a friend of my sect. Bai Iluo displayed the magnanimity of sect leader and agreed without even thinking. The reason why Bai Iluo agreed so straightforwardly was naturally because she had her own thoughts. The Xiao family and their Lotus sect both belong to the category of superpowers. Although the Xiao family was a bit weaker than their sect, it wasn't too far off. Allying with them wouldn't be a disgrace to the name of the Lotus sect. Although the Xiao family lost many divine kings, they made the River Diagram sect return empty-handed. This was enough to prove that they had a certain level of foundation, and with the aid of the Dragon Gate, the Xiao family definitely wouldn't have an accident easily. The alliance between the Lotus sect and the Xiao family could also use this relationship to form some relations with the Dragon Gate. When their people go to the Sky Dragon domain in the future, it could be considered as looking after each other. Who would dare to say that they would only live in one domain? Of course, the most important point was that she was very optimistic about Ling Xiao's potential. A divine king who hadn't even reached 100 years old. A divine alchemist who hadn't even reached 100 years old. This was enough to prove how limitless his future was. Bai Iluo felt that it was very worth it to be able to make friends with such a monster. Ling Xiao didn't think that Bai Iluo would agree so straightforwardly. He originally thought that she would say that she would consider it. Then many thanks, sect leader Bai. He paused for a moment, then said to Xianxia, Madam, are you willing to represent the Xiao family and form an alliance with the Lotus sect? Xianxia obviously couldn't wait and nodded. That would naturally be the best. She really didn't think that Ling Xiao would actually make such a request for the Xiao family. She was very grateful towards Ling Xiao. Although the Lotus sect was quite a bit inferior to the Dragon Gate, the Dragon Gate was not in the profound sky continent after all. Once something happened, water from afar wouldn't be able to put out a nearby fire. To be able to form an alliance with the Lotus sect, the Xiao family naturally couldn't ask for more. Bai Iluo then said, But I still have a small condition. Ling Xiao replied, Bai Jiaozhu, please say it. I feel that the alliance between the Lotus sect and the Xiao family can't just be based on words. There also needs to be some actual actions. For example, Divine Teacher Ling getting married to an outstanding disciple of our sect. This way, the alliance between the two sides would be within reason. What do you think? Bai Iluo's beautiful eyes flashed with craftiness. After a pause, she then emphasized, Our Lotus sect is a large sect famous for gathering beauties. I believe that we won't disgrace your identity as Divine Teacher Ling. Ling Xiao was instantly stunned. He didn't think that Bai Iluo would actually make such a request. At this time, Lu Fangyi took the opportunity to say, Sect leader, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for ordinary disciples to enter Divine Teacher Ling's discerning eyes. There are so many women in our sect, and they don't necessarily have to be disciples. Even if they are deacons or elders, they all have eternal youth. I'm sure they are all very interested in Divine Teacher Ling. I just don't know what Divine Teacher Ling thinks. Bai Iluo laughed. That's what you say. I think that since the two of them are about the same age, I'm afraid that it would be more to Divine Teacher Ling's liking. Divine Teacher Ling, what do you think? Lu Fangyi said to Ling Xiao with a hint of warning. Ling Xiao understood Lu Fangyi's words. She was creating an opportunity for him to meet Meng Ran. Sect leader Bai, if you must add this condition, Ling Xiao naturally won't refuse. After all, to be able to marry a fairy from your sect is Ling Xiao's honor. However, as Elder Lu said, it really isn't easy for ordinary people to match up to me, Ling Xiao. I believe that sect leader Bai can see my current strength. In addition to my identity as an alchemist, I dare say that there aren't many people as outstanding as me at my age. So, if sect leader Bai must do this, unless your sect has a fairy that is less than 100 years old, otherwise, I really can't agree to it. Ling Xiao once again revealed his insufferably arrogant appearance. He was arrogant, but he had the capital. Bai Yiluo revealed an astonished expression. She didn't think that the previously refined and courteous Ling Xiao would instantly become as conceited as when they first met. However, she also felt that Ling Xiao's words were very reasonable. If it was her, she was afraid that she would have made the same request, or even higher. There aren't many divine kings that are less than 100 years old in the entire heaven region. Bai Yiluo sighed softly, then shook her head. It seems that I can't fulfill this small condition of mine. Ling Xiao said in a slightly joking tone, that can't be right. For a sect as powerful as your sect, how can you not find a divine king that is less than 100 years old? Is sect leader by hiding them? Or do you not want them to marry me? There really isn't. It's really rare to find a Tenbin like divine teacher Ling. Bai Yiluo hesitated for a moment. Sect leader, don't you still have junior martial uncle? Lu Fangyi took the opportunity to say, who knew that Bai Yiluo would just glare at Lu Fangyi but didn't reply. Lu Fangyi quickly shut her mouth, not daring to say anything else. Ling Xiao was rather disappointed. He thought to himself, it seems that the other party still hides her. In the following time, Ling Xiao wasn't interested in talking to Bai Yiluo anymore. Instead, he let Xianxia discuss the issue of the alliance between the two sections. In the end, Bai Yiluo and Xianxia reached an agreement, and all that was left was to announce it to the outside world. Because of this, the Xiao clan's disaster was resolved because of Ling Xiao. Chapter 12:07. After the initial verbal agreement, Bai Yiluo asked Lu Fangyi to stay. Lu Fangyi couldn't help but worry. Leader, do you have any orders? She spoke up for Ling Xiao a bit too bluntly. Tell me honestly, what is your relationship with Xianxia and Ling Xiao? Bai Yiluo stared into Lu Fangyi's eyes. Lu Fangyi immediately replied, I've known Xianxia for a long time, and we've always called each other sisters. Ling Xiao is Xiaoxia's uncle, and I've only just met him. Leader wouldn't think that I have some shameful relationship with him, right? She admitted that she was a bit selfish towards Ling Xiao and wanted Ling Xiao to meet Meng Ran. However, she didn't do anything wrong to the sect, so she wasn't worried about Bai Yiluo's suspicions. Bai Yiluo's eyes seemed to be able to see through Lu Fangyi's thoughts and immediately said, I didn't mean that. I'm just a bit curious why you spoke up for Divine Medicine Ling. Don't you know that being together with Divine Medicine Ling is a great thing for our sect? That's for sure. I agree with Leader's actions, but I think that a young genius like Divine Teacher Ling isn't someone ordinary people can match up with. If we use ordinary disciples or other people to get together with Divine Teacher Ling, I don't think it will reflect the importance our sect places on Divine Teacher Ling. Instead, it will make Divine Teacher Ling hate us. Lu Fangyi replied. Bai Yiluo thought for a moment and said, You're right. Since that's the case, you should continue to be friends with Divine Teacher Ling and the Dragon Gate's wife. If they need anything, do your best to satisfy them. I'll also get someone to send a reward to Divine Teacher Ling. Let them play in the sect for a few more days. If they can stay forever, that would be the best. Lu Fangyi nodded. Leader, don't worry. I'll definitely let them live to their heart's content. However, I think Leader should consider the person I mentioned. As long as she appears, Divine Teacher Ling will definitely be enchanted by her. Bai Yiluo glanced at Lu Fangyi and said, Don't you know that she is old cult master's flesh and blood? What's more, the old sect master wants her to marry the young sect master of the Black Tortoise sect. Otherwise, I would definitely consider your suggestion. After all, a monster like Divine Master Ling is definitely not inferior to the successors of those top clans. So that's how it is. Then, this subordinate has been presumptuous. Lu Fangyi suddenly understood. The Black Tortoise sect was the strongest power in the profound sky region. If their goddess could unite with the Black Tortoise sect, then to their Lotus sect, it would indeed be considered a strong alliance. In the future, they would definitely be able to sit firmly on the second seat. The Ice Blade Alliance would not dare to challenge their authority. A few days ago, Your junior uncle brought some people to Evil Horizon Valley to help the Black Tortoise sect. This is the old sect master's order, so you don't need to mention anything about her in front of Divine Master Ling. If he thinks that I'm lying to him, it'll be a big loss. Bai Ilua said, Yes, this subordinate understands. A strange light flashed in Lu Fengyi's eyes. After Ling Xiao came out of the sect master's palace, he received invitations from many women of the Lotus sect. Each of them were as beautiful as flowers, with alluring figures. Their frequent flirtatious glances were enough to make many men go crazy. However, Ling Xiao's heart was as straight as water, and he was not moved at all. His heart now only belonged to one person, and that was Yun Mingqi. In the end, Ling Xiao rejected the majority of the invitations, but he accepted the invitation of the only divine alchemist of the Lotus sect, Jiang Liezhen. He would go to her peak to discuss alchemy with her. Ling Xiao had already received the inheritance of the alchemist god, so his knowledge of alchemy was much richer than any other divine alchemist. He was not stingy in discussing some matters with Jiang Liezhen. Of course, Ling Xiao had the intention of befriending the people of the Lotus sect. His goal was still to see Meng Ran as soon as possible to confirm whether she was Yun Mingqi or not. Jiang Liezhen had seen Ling Xiao's alchemy skills and his terrifying success rate, so she admired Ling Xiao from the bottom of her heart. In all of the discussions, she was more inspired by Ling Xiao. She was so excited that she repeatedly expressed her thanks. If it wasn't for her face, she would have probably knelt down in front of Ling Xiao to acknowledge him as her master. After listening to Divine Alchemist Ling's words today, Liezhen felt as if she had seen the bright moon. I was suddenly enlightened. Jiang Liezhen sighed. Ling Xiao modestly said, Divine Alchemist Jiang, you also have many unique insights that have enlightened Ling Xiao. We have both gained something. Jiang Liezhen's overall alchemy skills couldn't compare to his, but she had been alchemy for tens of thousands of years. She had a good grasp of many details, and this allowed Ling Xiao to gain something. Haha, Divine Alchemist Ling is truly a modest gentleman. No wonder you have such accomplishments at such a young age. It really isn't a coincidence. Jiang Liezhen praised. She then continued, Previously, my sect leader suggested that any member of our sect could be chosen as a partner by Divine Alchemist Ling. However, there aren't many people in our sect who are worthy of Divine Alchemist Ling, fortunately. I have an adopted daughter named Jiang Min. Although she isn't as young as Divine Alchemist Ling, she isn't too old either. She's only a little over 200 years old. She's already at the peak of the Holy Emperor and is also a great Saint Master. Her looks are also quite outstanding, so I let her come in and see if Divine Alchemist Ling is interested. With that, she clapped her hands and called out, Min Min, come in for a moment. Then, a woman dressed in gorgeous clothes walked in with graceful steps. Although this woman was over 200 years old, she only looked to be in her 20s. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and her skin was fair and rosy. Her pair of eyes carried a hint of charm, and her figure was full of charm. She was indeed a rare beauty. She was Jiang Liezhen's adopted daughter, Jiang Min. She looked at Ling Xiao with a scorching and straightforward gaze, not concealing her deep affection for him at all. Ling Xiao's 1 month of alchemy had long been deeply imprinted in the hearts of all the women in the Lotus sect. Even the arrogant Jiang Min had been deeply subdued by him. Greetings, Mother, Divine Alchemist Ling. Jiang Min greeted. Jiang Liezhen had always been very satisfied with this adopted daughter of hers. Whether it was in cultivation or alchemy, she was always able to understand everything with just a hint. She had poured all of her resources into her daughter, and she believed that Jiang Min would quickly surpass her. Therefore, there had always been many people who came to propose marriage to Jiang Min, but they were all rejected by her. But now that they had seen Ling Xiao, they didn't have any reason to be picky. Instead, they were afraid of entering his eyes. Divine Alchemist Ling, look, Min Min is definitely a good girl. If you can become good with her and give her some pointers, I believe that it won't be long before she becomes a divine alchemist. At that time, the two of you will definitely become a great story in the Heaven region. What do you think? Jiang Liezhen said with great confidence in Jiang Min. From all aspects, Jiang Min was indeed very outstanding. If it was the Ling Xiao of the past, he would also be moved by her. But now, how could Ling Xiao have the leisure to take in women? One had to know that Yun Mengqi was in the Lotus sect. If she knew, it would only cause more trouble between her and him. Jiang Min revealed a blush as she looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Divine Alchemist Ling, this little girl admires you very much. I just don't know if Divine Alchemist Ling will give this little girl the chance to serve you." Her eyes seemed to be able to speak as they blinked incessantly, giving off a lovely and moving feeling. Ling Xiao took a light breath and said, "Divine Alchemist Jiang, Miss Jiang, I appreciate your good intentions. Actually, Ling Xiao, already have someone I like. She has a strong personality and won't allow me to have more than one wife and 3 concubines." Ling Xiao said a little lie, which could be considered as tactfully rejecting their good intentions. Jiang Liezhen and Jiang Min's expression stiffened. They both knew that this was just an excuse for Ling Xiao. Jiang Liezhen was too embarrassed to force her, so she could only let Jiang Min go first and force her to take another blow. Ling Xiao and Jiang Liezhen exchanged a few more words before saying goodbye and returning to Lu Fengyi's mountain peak. As soon as he returned to the mountain peak, Xianxia came up to Ling Xiao and said, "Little brother Xiao, I will remember everything you have done for my Xiao family." Xianxia's words were extremely solemn, showing how grateful she was to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "We're family. There's no need to say 2 words. Sister-in-law, you don't have to take it to heart. Besides, if you hadn't brought me here, I might not have been able to find my friend. But you still haven't seen your friend. Are you going to keep waiting?" Xianxia asked. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Why don't you directly ask sect leader Bai to meet your friend? I believe she will understand your intentions and let you meet." Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "I also thought of doing that, but didn't Sister Lu say that she is the direct disciple of their old sect leader? I don't think sect leader Bai will be able to let me see her so easily. Instead, she will think that I have designs on their goddess. This matter can't be rushed." Xianxia thought about it, and also felt that what Ling Xiao said made sense. "How about you bring some people back to the Xiao family first, and tell them about the alliance with the Lotus sect, in case they don't know what's going on. I still want to stay here for a while," Ling Xiao suggested. It had been a long time since Xianxia came to the Profound Sky region from Dragon Gate, so Ling Xiao was too embarrassed to let her accompany him any longer. Now that he knew that Yun Mengqi was here, he could only slowly plan the rest of the matter. Xianxia replied, "That's fine too. In any case, sect leader Bai values you so much, and Fengyi will also help you. I am relieved, but you should go back early. Don't let us worry." "I know what I'm doing," Ling Xiao replied. At this moment, Lu Fengyi appeared in front of the 2 of them. Lu Fengyi sent a sound transmission to Ling Xiao. "Divine Master Ling, Junior Martial Uncle is no longer in the sect. She went to the Evil Cliff Valley a few days ago. This is what the sect leader told me just now." "Really?" Ling Xiao exclaimed. Lu Fengyi looked a little flustered as she said, "Don't shout randomly. The sect leader won't let me tell anyone else. It's fine if you know." Ling Xiao looked at Lu Fengyi gratefully and said, "Thank you so much, Sister Lu. I'll go find her right now." Chapter 1208. Evil Cliff Valley was a dangerous place in the Tianxian region. There were many holy beasts there, and normal warriors did not dare to enter. Rumor had it that there was some unknown divine beast living in the depths of the valley. That was why it commanded the holy beast to guard the place and not let humans enter. This place was surrounded by mountains that stretched on for tens of thousands of miles. At the center of these mountains was a coiled land that formed a coiled valley. There was a lot of evil and cold qi coming out from it, as if it had formed an ancient ferocious beast, giving off a feeling that no one should approach it. There were many ancient trees that covered the sky. Spiritual beasts roared and growled. Spiritual herbs that gave off a strong medicinal fragrance flashed resplendently. Even though the evil Cliff Valley was filled with dangers, there would always be adventurous mercenaries roaming around here. One reason was to make a living, the other was because they hoped to run into some good luck and obtain some sacred or divine materials so that they could cultivate better. Of course, when they were hunting spiritual beasts and looking for spiritual herbs, they had already disregarded life and death. After all, they had been walking in dangerous places for years and had seen many deaths. They were numb to it. The mercenary teams that often hunted spirit beasts in the evil Cliff Valley looked as though they had encountered something terrifying. One by one, they flew out of the evil Cliff Valley in fear. Their faces were filled with fear. They ran as fast as they could, afraid that their lives would be in danger if they were any slower. Among these people, only the divine kings could escape the fastest. Naturally, there was a gap between the demigod kings and saint emperors. Seeing that they were about to rush out of the valley, a black storm suddenly appeared and engulfed them with terrifying sucking energy. The demigod kings and holy emperors were all sucked back. Each and every one of them revealed an extremely panicked expression as they cried out incessantly, hoping that someone would come and help them escape. Unfortunately, no matter how they screamed, it was useless. In the end, it entered a direction and all sound stopped. There was no more movement. The divine kings did not even have the guts to look back. They ran as far as they could. Only when they were far away from evil Cliff Valley did they stop to recover their divine power. The few god kings who managed to escape all had pale looks of relief on their faces. Did you see what that thing was just now? How could it have such a strong suction force? It was as if it could devour anything. It was too terrifying. A middle-stage divine king, wearing a black robe, said with lingering fear. The other frowned and said, "Maybe it's the mythological beasts inside. Don't they only move around inside? Why do they suddenly come out? How unlucky." What kind of divine beast is it? If that's the case, let's call for others to come together. If we can capture it alive, that would be great. You have guts. Go do it yourself. Don't drag me down with you. No matter what, let's spread the news first to prevent more people from suffering. After a few god kings escaped from evil Horizon Valley, some of them spread the news that a mysterious divine beast had appeared in the outskirts of evil Horizon Valley. It possessed a powerful sucking power and was a terrifying existence that could devour everything. The mercenaries that went in and out the evil valley all year round did not dare to enter again. However, the great powers near the evil Cliff Valley all moved when they heard the news. They all wanted to capture this mysterious divine beast. If they could subdue it and use it as a protective spirit beast, it would definitely be a very honorable thing. At the same time, through various methods, they guessed that the mysterious divine beast might be a chaos divine beast. Chaos divine beasts were the strangest existences among all the divine beasts. They possessed the most terrifying devouring power and could devour all living things. When they found out that it was such a terrifying divine beast, ordinary small powers immediately gave up on the idea of participating in the hunt. If they did not have absolute confidence, then no matter how many people went, it would be useless. They would only be throwing their lives away. This was because chaos was a type of divine beast that was least afraid of group battles. The people who dared to make a move against the divine beasts at the periphery of the evil Cliff Valley were the people from the Iceblade Alliance, because they were the closest to the evil Cliff Valley and received the news the earliest. There were also 2 or 3 other great powers that were second only to the Iceblade Alliance, although they could not directly challenge the Iceblade Alliance. If they joined forces, they would not be afraid of them. After all, everything in the evil Cliff Valley had no owner, including the divine beast. Whoever captured it would belong to them. Just as these powers were gathering and heading toward the evil Cliff Valley, another shocking news came out. In another part of the evil Cliff Valley, a high-level origin flame was discovered. When this news came out, all the warriors were in an uproar, especially those who were alchemists and refiners. A type of origin flame was undoubtedly as important as a second life to them. Compared to divine beasts, this origin flame was even more tempting and easier to obtain. Thus, Many of the powers that did not dare to set their eyes on the divine beast started to place their thoughts on the origin flame. But unfortunately, the first batch of divine kings who went to capture the divine beasts in search for the origin flame did not return alive. All of them died in the evil cliff valley. In an instant, everyone began to panic. They never thought that this would be the result. This was too terrifying. Just as many of the powers were hesitating on whether or not to send a second batch of people, a group of more than 100 people was quietly approaching the evil cliff valley. There were men and women in this group. All of them were dressed in fresh clothes and looked extraordinary. All of them were riding on stage 9 or stage 10 holy beasts, looking especially majestic. If someone were to see these people, they would definitely be extremely shocked, because they could tell from these people's characteristics that they were actually people from one of the top superpowers in the Profound Sky region. The person wearing the robe embroidered with a black tortoise divine beast was a member of the current Profound Sky region's number 1 hegemon force, the Black Tortoise sect, and the people with lotus patterns on their foreheads were people from the Lotus cult. Did these two superpowers actually form an alliance? If this news were spread, it would probably cause a huge uproar. The man and woman in the lead were the representatives of their two forces. The man was extraordinarily handsome, with a demonic aura. He wore a blue robe, and his beautiful hair was somewhat untidy, giving off a wanton and unrestrained feeling. This kind of man was definitely the type that could instantly kill any young girl. The woman next to him was like a proud and aloof snow lotus flower, making people only dare to look at her from afar, not daring to blaspheme her. She was like a fairy descending to the mortal world, beautiful beyond compare. The top-grade beauties following behind her were all ashamed of themselves in front of her, unable to compete with her. When the man and woman stood together, they looked like a perfect match, like the sun and the moon, giving people a feeling that they were a perfect match. This young man was one of the most popular candidates for the Black Tortoise sect's young sect master. His name was Xianxia, and he was as handsome as his name suggested. He was a low-level divine king, and was only a little over 120 years old. He was definitely a peak monstrous genius in the heaven region. And that woman was the Lotus sect's new generation goddess, Meng Ran, who possessed the water god's body. She was a low-level divine king who wasn't even 70 years old, and the speed at which she broke through was enough to be recorded in the annals of history. The goal of their trip was precisely the evil Horizon Valley that was currently causing an uproar. We'll reach the evil Horizon Valley in another half a day. Little sister Meng Ran, you can help Big Brother at that time. Xianxia said as he looked at Meng Ran with an infatuated expression. He didn't know how many times he had said to Meng Ran along the way, but the other party acted as if she hadn't heard anything, causing him to feel depressed. However, he had patience. He believed that the goddess of the Lotus sect would eventually be his woman, and only such a peerless beauty was worthy of him, Xianxia. Indeed, the heavens did not disappoint those who were willing. Goddess Meng Ran finally replied, "I will naturally do what I promised." Xianxia was startled for a moment, then laughed out loud. "Ha! Meng Ran, you're finally willing to speak. I knew you would be moved by me." Meng Ran rolled her eyes at Xianxia and no longer paid any attention to him. She closed her eyes and allowed the holy bird to bring her forward. She knew that this Xianxia was the marriage partner that her master had arranged for her. From all aspects, Xianxia was undoubtedly very outstanding, but for some reason, she felt especially disgusted with this kind of marriage. However, she didn't go against her master's wishes and agreed to this trip. She felt that she needed to talk to her master after this trip. She would rather spend the rest of her life in the Lotus sect than marry out through marriage. At that time, we must be careful not to be devoured by it. This report says that many people have discovered its existence and are currently surrounding it, but those people overestimated themselves and have all died. Another interesting thing has happened, and that is that the chaos divine beast that was rumored to be extinct has reappeared, and it has also devoured a lot of people who have their eyes on it. Just like the heavenly fire, it is also in the evil Horizon Valley, and the evil Horizon Valley is becoming more and more lively. Primal chaos, divine beast? Is there any basis for this? Meng Ran's curiosity was finally piqued. Xianxia smiled and said, "Quite a few people have already been devoured. This is the evidence, so this trip will become even more interesting." Is that so? Then you mean you have the ability to deal with the strangest chaos divine beast? Or do you really have the help of the black tortoise? Disdain flashed across her eyes. She didn't think that with Xianxia's strength, he would be able to do anything to that divine beast. Even if everyone behind them attacked together, they wouldn't be able to. This was because she knew that although the battle power of the chaos divine beast wasn't as strong as that of the true dragon and the white tiger, the ability to devour Tenbin was definitely the most terrifying ability in the world. Without the help of an ancient divine artifact or a divine beast, she didn't have the qualifications to fight against it. Therefore, she didn't want to think too highly of herself like Xianxia. Hee, you don't have to worry about that. When the time comes, I will let you experience my power. In the eyes of others, the chaos divine beast might be terrifying, but to me, it's really nothing. Xianxia laughed confidently. Chapter 1209. The area occupied by the evil Horizon Valley was rather vast. Mountains and ridges stretched endlessly. Towering ancient trees covered the sky, and many holy beasts roamed the wilderness. Originally, there would be many mercenaries hunting for food outside the evil Horizon Valley. But now, there was not a single soul in sight, and it was unusually quiet. Tens of thousands of miles away from the evil Horizon Valley, there were already many troops stationed everywhere. Among them, the Iceblade Alliance was the strongest, followed by the Snow Bull Gang and their allies. The rest were just some low-level forces or rogue cultivators, but every single one of them had the strength of a divine king. There was not a single demigod king or holy emperor. These people did not dare to act rashly now, because the first batch of people who went into Scout had been completely wiped out. They could only wait for their forces to send strong reinforcements, or even their sect guarding ancient divine weapons. Otherwise, they would not dare to enter again. As the leader of the Iceblade Alliance's reinforcements, Bing Wuji was a middle-aged man. He was handsome and angular, and his brows were filled with a chilly, killing intent. He had the strength of a peak divine king, and was one of the Sinjin of Goguryeo of the Profound Sky region. He was ranked in the top 100 and was definitely a top-notch powerhouse. He had brought dozens of mutant Snow Eagle troops from the Iceblade Alliance, and even brought out the Iceblade Alliance's top-notch divine weapon, the Divine Iceblade, to capture the divine beast Chaos. When they arrived, the people of the Iceblade Alliance immediately greeted them. "Greetings, Elder Wuji." Everyone greeted him respectfully. Bing Wuji glanced at them arrogantly, then asked one of the high-level divine kings, "What's Lanwen's situation now?" The old man called Lanwen stepped forward and said, "Elder Wuji, a few days ago, I sent people to investigate, but none of them survived. We only heard Elder Fu's screams, and finally confirmed that it was the divine beast Chaos." "It really is chaos, huh? All right, let's go now. This divine beast will definitely be in the bag for the Iceblade Alliance." Bing Wuji did not show any signs of fear, and instead laughed loudly. With the divine Iceblade, he was undoubtedly very confident, unless that chaos was a transcendent 10th level existence. "Elder Wuji, I don't think this matter should be rushed," Lanwen suggested. Bing Wuji furrowed his brows slightly and said, "Do you want to wait for others to make a move first? I know that the old leader of the Snow Bull Gang is already here. Rumor has it that they have an incomplete ancient divine weapon. If we let them capture Hundun first, then our losses will outweigh our gains." "What? No wonder the Snow Bull Gang rushed in not long after. We can't wait any longer," Lanwen exclaimed. Bing Wuji nodded and said, "For safety's sake, those with low levels of strength will not be able to enter." Lanwen responded with a yes, and turned around to give the order. Then, with Bing Wuji in the lead, They flew towards the evil Horizon Valley with a total of 49 godly kings whose strength was above mid-rank. The mutated snow eagles let out loud cries of alarm, causing the weaker spirit beasts to freeze in fear. As the people of the Ice Blade Union rushed in, those forces and rogue cultivators who were hesitating also rushed in. They all planned to fish in troubled waters and pick up the ready-made ping-yi. In the outermost area of the evil Horizon Valley, close to 100 godly kings from the allied army had already arrived. The leader was a middle-aged man. He was the old leader of the Snow Bull Gang, Inyo. He had the strength of a peak godly king and was also a Sun Jin of Goguryeo. He rode on a stage 10 triangular snow bull and carried a simple and unadorned longbow on his back. The longbow did not look special, but for Inyo to carry it at all times, it was definitely not an ordinary item. At the same time, he wore a piece of divine armor that emitted a strong elemental energy. There were also several high-level godly kings beside him, all of them full of vigor. They were all riding stage 10 saint beasts, and their expressions were very cautious. Such a group of godly kings was an existence that could destroy everything. However, they were in such a state in the evil Horizon Valley. It was obvious what kind of terrifying existence they were about to face. Why haven't we seen that guy yet? Inyo growled impatiently. A high-level godly king beside him said, "This place is very strange. Our divine can't search a large area, and we don't know if it has already returned inside." "Impossible. Since it came out, how could it go back so easily?" "Keep looking," Inyo said. He had brought the ancient god artifact that he had obtained from a secret realm many years ago. He had to take down the primal chaos, and he definitely did not want it to return to the depths. Suddenly, at this time, there was a commotion in front of them. Inyo and the others all became nervous. They all took out their divine artifacts and entered a state of vigilance. Roar! A series of roars rang out as a number of sacred beasts began to appear around Inyo and the others. Lion, tiger, leopard, wolf. A group of mutated holy beasts. There were stage 9 and stage 10 existences in total. There were hundreds of them, causing their scalps to go numb. They immediately attacked Inyo and the others. "These might just be the vanguard. We have to end this battle quickly," Inyo shouted softly, holding a trident divine artifact in his hand. He took the lead and charged forward. Although there were a lot of holy beasts, not many of them had reached the middle stage of the 10th Order, and there were even fewer at the high stage of the 10th Order. Therefore, Inyo and the others didn't feel too much pressure dealing with them. The godly kings all used their terrifying divine powers, raised their divine artifacts, and began to kill crazily. However, these were the allied forces of several forces, and some of them had the strength of a low-level god king. If they wanted to deal with these holy beasts, they would still suffer greatly, or even die. While Inyo and the others were trying their best to kill these holy beasts, there was a figure sitting on a fallen, withered tree not far from here. This figure was round like a ball, and the fat on its body was no less than a few hundred kilograms. It looked very disgusting. This lump of meat was still naked, without anything to cover it. Its head was also very big, but its facial features were very small. It looked very ugly. There were many human skeletons in front of it, and it was also holding an arm in its hand and chewing on it. It was obviously eating human flesh, and its bloody mouth looked extremely hideous and disgusting. Its slender eyes kept darting around as it looked at the battle in front of it, revealing an incomparably cold expression. Humans are delicious," it said in an extremely unpleasant voice. After swallowing the arm and the bones, it slowly walked toward the direction of the battle. When the energy that was flying toward it got close to it, it was immediately shaken into nothingness by a terrifying aura. On the battlefield, Inyo and the others were in high spirits. Even if they didn't find Hundun, they could still kill these holy beasts and sell their corpses to make a fortune. Therefore, they didn't think that killing these holy beasts was a waste of energy. Not too far away, Bing Wuji and the others had finally arrived with a few dozen steeds at top speed. Did they find Hundun? Let's hurry up. We can't let them beat us to it. Bing Wuji cried out in surprise. He urged the mutated Snow Eagle King beneath him to fly even faster. Just as the people from the Ice Blade Alliance were rushing over, Bing Wuji called out, "Don't be hasty. They don't look like they're fighting Hun Dun." Lan Wen also looked in that direction and immediately sneered. "Haha, they're fighting the holy beasts here. Let them exhaust themselves. We won't participate," Bing Wuji said. To them, there was no need to waste time on these holy beasts. On the contrary, these holy beasts were exhausting Imo Inyo and the others' divine energy, which was beneficial to them. Just as Bing Wuji and the others were enjoying the show, Bing Wuji glanced in a certain direction from the corner of his eye. His eyelid twitched slightly as he muttered, "What's that?" He focused his gaze and looked toward the forest, only to see a pile of meat rolling slowly. Bing Wuji didn't feel like vomiting at all. On the contrary, he frowned deeply as a rare sense of danger began to fill his entire body. Suddenly, two beams of light shot out from the pile of meat in his direction. Bing Wuji's body trembled, and his expression changed as he shouted, "The divine beast of chaos is over there." Along with his voice, Hun Dun sneered at him. Then, its huge mouth instantly became incomparably huge, and a terrifying sucking force attacked in the direction of the battle. The divine kings were fighting with the holy beasts had just heard Bing Wuji's roar, but they still didn't know where Hun Dun was. All of a sudden, a terrifying sucking force pulled towards them, causing their bodies to involuntarily fly in one direction. Everyone's expression changed. Imo Inyo sat tightly on his three-horned snow ox. He began to unleash all of his strength and stabilized his body. Then, he looked in the direction of Hun Dun and shouted, "Everyone, don't panic. Attack it with me." Imo Inyo was indeed the leader of a gang. He was the first to attack, and a large amount of ice divine energy rushed toward Hun Dun. The divine kings also forcefully stabilized their bodies and attacked with the divine weapons in their hands. The multicolored divine power rushed towards the direction of the primal chaos. The gods attacked, and all the trees and mountains in the area were destroyed. Many spatial cracks and turbulence appeared, and all kinds of different energies carried with them the power to destroy heaven and earth, shocking everyone. The surrounding holy beasts took advantage of this opportunity to escape as far as they could. It seemed like they didn't dare to stay for even a second longer. Unfortunately, they couldn't organize an attack as a group like humans. At the same time, they were afraid of Hun Dun's divine might, so they couldn't even muster the will to resist. All they could do was let out terrified roars. Their huge bodies were also pulled backward by the terrifying sucking force. The ninth-grade holy beasts were directly sucked into the black mouth along with the attacks. Chapter 12:10. Primal Chaos, Tenbin Divine Might, Devour All Things. Primal Chaos relied on its huge mouth to feed itself and kill its enemies. Its huge mouth seemed to be able to contain a whole world. It actually swallowed all the god kings and those ninth-rank holy beasts. At this moment, Primal Chaos transformed back into its true form. A chubby, mountain-like divine beast appeared in front of everyone. It didn't have a single strand of hair on its body, only skin and flesh. It also had a pair of extremely thin wings and clawless feet. The most peculiar thing about it was its huge mouth. Rows of cold fangs were filled with bloodlust. Streams of saliva flowed continuously from its mouth as if it hadn't eaten for 10 days to half a month and was extremely hungry. It didn't have a mighty body like the true dragon, white tiger, or other divine beasts. Instead, it looked more like a poisonous beast. Its appearance was strangely ugly and disgusting. However, it was indeed a divine beast of chaos. According to the records, the first divine beast to be born at the beginning of the world was Primal Chaos. It possessed the 5 elements body. It was born from the condensation of the 5 source energies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Primal Chaos completely absorbed the divine power attacks of several ninth-rank holy beasts and low-level god kings into its stomach. Its body expanded by a few times. Then it burped a few times, and its body gradually shrunk back to its original size. When everyone saw this, they were all extremely shocked. They knew from the records that Primal Chaos could devour the heavens and the earth. However, they were still terrified when they saw it using this Tenbin divine ability for the first time. Don't just stand there. Continue attacking. I don't believe that it could devour everything without getting hurt. Mayan Ox roared again. As soon as he said that, his three-horned snow ox also launched a powerful elemental attack. The other god kings and their protective holy beasts also launched their attacks. However, this time, Primal Chaos didn't devour them head-on. It was true that it could devour everything. However, it was only an advanced 10th rank. It hadn't surpassed the 10th rank yet. It hadn't reached the stage where it could ignore all attacks. After devouring so much just now, it didn't want to continue devouring useless energy. It wanted to devour the humans in front of it. Its speed was very fast. With just a light step, it swept past many attacks and headed for the nearest god king. One of the godly kings had discovered this earlier. He used all of his strength and the divine spear in his hand to block the barrage of attacks. However, his numerous attacks seemed to be in vain. A powerful force forcefully sucked his body over. He was so scared that his face turned pale. He kept using his great power to stop himself from moving forward. At the same time, he used his divine power to fly backward. It was a pity that the power of the sucking was too strong, so strong that it could even split open the spatial cracks. He had no way of escaping and could only watch helplessly as he fell into the bottomless black hole. Primal Chaos swallowed that mid-level god king in a single gulp. All the god kings felt like they had fallen into an ice house at the same time. A chill extended from the bottom of their feet to the top of their heads. Too scary. If this goes on, we'll all be devoured. Let's escape. It's immune to the power of the 5 elements. Whoever cultivates an attribute other than the 5 elements can attack it with all their might. It definitely won't be able to devour them. That's right, especially lightning attacks. They can definitely injure it. Hurry up and attack. Not good. It's coming over to devour us. Hurry up and escape. Those god kings were all scared out of their wits. The more cowardly god kings immediately ran away. However, they were extremely fast, and Primal Chaos was even faster. Several black holes appeared in front of them and sucked them in. They all let out incomparably terrified screams. Then, they were twisted into pools of blood by the terrifying killing light produced by the black hole's power. This black hole devouring was a common attack method used by Primal Chaos. It was impossible to defend against. Everyone's morale was gone. None of the god kings had the courage to continue fighting against Primal Chaos. Damn it, it wasn't human at all. It was one of the 9 great divine beasts, Primal Chaos. Very good, very powerful, but you must belong to me. Imo didn't escape. He had already taken down the ancient bow on his back. This bow looked ordinary as it was made of wood. However, no one knew that this wood was made from a branch of the Bodhi divine tree, the leader of the 9 great divine trees. Imo had experienced many dangers in a secret domain to obtain it. Unfortunately, he only had this divine bow and no divine arrow feathers. Thus, this Bodhi divine bow was just an ancient remnant divine weapon. If he had the divine bow and the divine arrow feathers, it would be the strongest divine bow in this world. It could kill anything, including the sun, the moon, and the stars. Because of this Bodhi divine bow, Imo had the courage to fight the Primal Chaos divine beasts. Without the divine arrow feathers, Imo had asked someone to make divine arrow feathers. Although it couldn't match with the Bodhi divine bow, it could still be used. Moreover, its power wasn't less than a top-grade divine weapon. It might even be 1 level stronger. Even a half-incipient God Realm expert had to avoid its sharp tip. Imo sat on the bull's back and pulled the bow, aiming at primal chaos. His spirit, soul, and chi had been pushed to the extreme. "Go for me," he roared, gathering all of his energy on the wooden bow. The wooden bow was pulled back a little, but the arrow feathers shot out like meteors. Swoosh! The arrow brought with it a cold air, drawing a bright shadow in the air. In a flash, it had already arrived in front of the target. The primal chaos divine beast devouring power was amazing, and so was its reflexes. However, after the arrow feathers aimed at it, it couldn't react in time. The arrow pierced through its fleshy body. Roar! It was the first time the primal chaos divine beast got hit. It screeched in pain as the spear-like arrow pierced deep into its fleshy body. Strange liquid oozed out of its body. As it roared, a massive black hole appeared, sucking all the flowers, grass, and trees around it. It didn't die because of this arrow. Its eyes fell on Imoinho, who had shot it. Human, damn it! It stormed towards Imoinho. Its speed was so fast that Imoinho couldn't catch its existence. Imoinho didn't expect that its arrow couldn't hurt the primal chaos divine beast. Quite the contrary, it enraged it. Imoinho cried out, "Damn it, Xianxia, let's go." Since he couldn't aim at the primal chaos divine beast, he couldn't shoot it a second time. He could only use the 36 stratagem, which was to escape. The direction in which Imoinho fled was coincidentally the direction in which the people of the Ice Blade Alliance were. The expressions of the Ice Blade Union members changed drastically. They had the urge to retreat immediately. They all knew how terrifying the primal chaos divine beast was. Bing Wuji ordered, "Get into formation." The 49 people behind him immediately spread out and stood in different positions. They wielded god weapons and rode on saint beasts. All of their energy burst forth at the same time and gathered together. This was the heaven-sealing godly formation. It was formed by 49 divine kings. They attacked from different directions at the same time, and it had the power to freeze the heavens and freeze the earth. Just as Imoinho rushed over, Bing Wuji smiled coldly and said, "Attack." The 49 divine kings who were mid-tier and above attacked at the same time. All of the cold energy instantly spread in the area. Ice crystals formed in the surroundings and surged forward. Imoinho's expression changed drastically. He had indeed thought of making the primal chaos divine beast fight the Ice Blade Union members while he took the opportunity to escape. However, he didn't expect the Ice Blade Union members to get into formation and attack him as well. If he continued to advance, he would immediately be sealed in ice. If he retreated, he would definitely be devoured by the primal chaos divine beast. No matter which option he chose, he would definitely die. At the critical moment, Imoinho knocked his bow and shot another arrow. He used up all of his god power. The feather of the arrow shot towards the layers of ice that were already very close. Rumble. Crack. The layer of ice formed by the 49 divine kings was blasted into a hole that only one person could pass through. At this moment, Imoinho gave up on the three-horned snow bull and passed through the hole. Behind him, the three-horned snow bull also crashed into the hole. However, it could only leave a hole in the thick layer of ice. It couldn't force its way through. In the end, it was completely sealed by the ice crystals. The primal chaos divine beast that was chasing after him stopped in its tracks. It realized how powerful the layers of ice were. They were all heading towards it, and a look of fear flashed across its eyes. The reason why it could devour so many god power attacks was because the attacks of the divine kings were uneven and not concentrated together. At the same time, its power couldn't compare to that of the mid-tier and above divine kings. It kept retreating, but its body was still firmly frozen by the layers of ice. In the end, it was completely sealed in ice. In its original position, a huge ice mountain was formed. This ice mountain was so thick that even a divine king couldn't shatter it. The primal chaos divine beast was completely sealed in ice. Imoinho, who was lucky enough to escape, looked back and couldn't help but say, Did the Ice Blade Alliance capture the primal chaos divine beast just like that? It was undeniable that the Ice Blade Alliance's heaven-sealing divine formation was very powerful. However, Imoinho was unwilling to let the primal chaos divine beast fall into the hands of the Ice Blade Alliance. However, regardless of whether he was willing or not, the truth seemed to be right in front of him. The primal chaos divine beast can devour anything, but it was still sealed alive by us. Bing Wuji laughed unscrupulously. However, as soon as he finished laughing, the huge ice mountain started to emit spots of black light. The black light grew larger and larger until it formed a bottomless black hole. Under the powerful sucking power of this bottomless black hole, the huge ice mountain instantly shattered. Many ice crystals were sucked into the bottomless black hole and turned into icy water, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 12:11. The expressions of Bing Wuji and the others changed drastically. They did not expect that the Chaos Divine Beast could still break the ice with the help of Tenbin's divine power. Quick, hurry up and continue to increase the power. We definitely can't let it come out. Bing Wuji yelled in shock and ordered. The 49 God Kings attacked together once again. Layer after layer of ice crystals fell again, turning the surrounding several tens of thousand kilometers into an iceberg. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. It was quite a grand sight. However, no matter how many layers of ice there were, it was useless. Hence, the bottomless black hole continued to expand, shredding the layers of ice into pieces. A round figure rushed out from the layers of ice. Roar! With a furious roar from the chaotic divine beast, another 3 black holes appeared before the God Kings of the Ice Blade Alliance. The powerful sucking immediately sucked in several panicking God Kings. Then, a series of screams rang out, leaving only a lot of blood blooming in the sky. Damn it! All of you, scatter and retreat. Let me kill it. Bing Wuji was furious. He had already overestimated the divine beast of chaos. However, it seemed that it was still not enough. He had to kill it personally. Otherwise, all of them would have to die. An ice-sealing divine saber appeared in his hand. This was a divine saber that was infinitely close to an ancient god artifact. Ice cleaves in all directions. Right from the start, Bing Wuji used all his strength and slashed in the direction of the divine beast of chaos. When the blade descended, it split into 8, then 8 into 16, then 16 into 32. In total, there were 72 blades of ice force. The ice force was catalyzed to the extreme by the ice-sealing divine saber, and its power was increased by 30 times. All the ice force slashed towards the divine beast of chaos from all directions. Devouring was the divine beast of chaos's Tenbin divine ability. It was also its attacking method. Facing the 72 saber strikes of a peak divine king, it used the same move. It opened its mouth wide and sucked in all of the saber strikes of the 72 saber strikes. Its body was like a bottomless pit, as if any ability or item that fell into its stomach would be completely digested. Bing Wuji did not look anxious or worried. His attack was just an appetizer, and what followed was the most powerful attack. The reason why the ice-sealing godly blade had such a name was because it possessed the godly ability to seal ice. Icebound world. Bing Wuji's figure flashed, and his blade slashed down from the sky. It was as if hail and snow were raining down on this part of the world. The air in the area instantly dropped to absolute zero, and everything in the air was completely frozen. It was just a single strike. It was no less powerful than when the 49 God Kings struck out at the same time. The icy force was extremely cold, enough to freeze everything to death. It was not that Bing Wuji's power had surpassed the power of the 49 Divine Kings. It was that the 49 Divine Kings had combined their powers to attack, and were unable to achieve the perfect balance of power. However, the ice-sealing Divine Blade had this effect, and it was able to produce the coldest ice force, which was why it was able to achieve such an effect. The divine beast of chaos couldn't swallow everything in its surroundings at the same time. The ice-cold energy froze it once again. The extremely cold energy finally made it feel numb. It roared and struggled continuously. What are you waiting for, Mainox? Let's capture it first. Bing Wuji roared at Mainox, who was hiding nearby. Imoinyo, who was far away, hesitated for a while. Then, he drew his bow and shot at the divine beast of chaos again. Xiao! Roar! The divine beast of chaos was shot again, and it roared again. A large amount of strange liquid flowed out from its side. This time, it used all of its strength. It opened its mouth wide and produced a massive devouring force that absorbed most of the ice crystal, allowing its body to regain its freedom. It no longer dared to charge at Bing Wuji and the Mainox. Instead, it dragged its injured body and fled into the valley. Go after it. Don't let it get away. Bing Wuji's confidence soared. He called out to Mainox and chased after the divine beast of chaos. Imoinyo hesitated for a while, but he also sprang up and chased after it. Just as Imoinyo, Bing Wuji, and the others were fighting the divine beast of chaos, many god kings were also fighting an equally intense battle against many divine beasts in the other direction of Evil Horizon Valley. However, although there were many god kings, their abilities could not compare to Imoinyo, Bing Wuji, and the others. At the same time, they had many demigod kings and the Holy Emperor's followers with them. Their main goal was to capture the origin of heavenly fire, and the ones leading them were the alchemists and craftsmen. The alchemists and craftsmen were the closest to Evil Horizon Valley, the Fun family, and the craftsman sect, the craftsman sect. They were led by Fan Quanzhong of the Fun family, a low-level god king and a great saint master. He seemed to be only one step away from becoming a divine alchemist, but he'd been stuck at this step for 10,000 years. The other person was a peak-level divine alchemist from the craftsman sect, Tong Xiaobian, a low-level god king. Both of them were leading a group of god kings and the Holy Emperor's men to search for the high-level heavenly fire. They thought that as long as they could obtain the origin of heavenly fire, they would be qualified to become a divine alchemist or a divine craftsman. However, they did not find the heavenly fire. Instead, they were attacked by the Holy Emperor, which caused them to suffer heavy casualties. In the end, the two groups of people, as well as some smaller forces and rogue cultivators who were chasing after them, gathered together to avoid being killed. Damn it, Evil Horizon Valley has a lot of holy beasts. I heard about it a long time ago, but I didn't expect there to be so many. How can we kill them all? Fan Quanzhong said with a face full of bad luck. Fortunately, he had 2 high-level god kings and several middle-level god kings on his side, which was why he was safe and sound. Otherwise, with his low-level strength, he would have died a long time ago. On the other side, Tong Xiaobian also said, that's right. If this continues, I'm afraid we won't be able to find the heavenly fire and we'll all be left here. The main reason is that the ancient trees here are too dense, producing a lot of condensed auras. We can't use our spiritual will to sense them, otherwise it wouldn't be difficult to find the heavenly fire. A high-level god king said, cut the crap, let's kill our way out first. Another person shouted in shock. Many god kings and the Holy Emperor used all their strength to kill the holy beasts that were surrounding them. Humans and holy beasts had also suffered casualties before. The power of the battle between them had completely destroyed the hundreds of mountains in the vicinity. Multicolored energy continuously exploded in this direction. At this time, the Black Tortoise sect and the Lotus Sect's team had already arrived in the sky nearby. Xianxia grinned and said, there are 2 places where intense battles have taken place. One should be looking for the Chaos Divine Beast, and the other should be looking for the Heavenly Fire. It seems like we need to hurry up in case someone else gets there first. Meng Ran lightly nodded her head and said, let's take a look here first. I can feel a scorching and explosive power over there. Although it's well hidden, I can still sense it. If the people on the other side heard Meng Ran say this, they would definitely be shocked. This was because they were unable to see through the seal of these ancient trees and were unable to further explore the existence of the heavenly fire. However, Meng Ran was able to ignore these ancient trees and still find the approximate location of the heavenly fire. Just based on this, they could not compare to Meng Ran. Haha, looks like I was right to let you come, Meng Ran. Then let's immediately go and get it. When the time comes, we'll think of a way to capture that chaos divine beast. Xianxia laughed. Immediately afterwards, a group of people rushed in the direction Meng Ran had pointed. At the bottom of a huge mountain, there was a very well-hidden cave entrance. The cave entrance extended tens of thousands of meters below the ground, making it difficult for people to detect what was inside. At the bottom of this tens of thousands of meters, there was an extremely violent wave of fire. These flames were like dragons that constantly churned, and the fire bubbles kept exploding. If any holy emperor were to be touched by them, they would probably be burnt to ashes by these dense flames. These fire liquids were impressively already at the initial stage of origin energy. To any fire attribute God King, this was the best energy to absorb. Similarly, if they could refine the origin flames here, they could greatly increase their fighting strength. To alchemists and weapon refiners, this was also a rare source of fire for them, allowing them to improve their alchemy or artifact forging standards. However, there was something strange about these flames. They kept spreading and shrinking, not tiring at all, as if they were floating in some sort of rhythm. It looked like the lava of a volcano was about to erupt, but it was more like it was being controlled by something. In the end, the flames that originally occupied a large area all shrank in one place and no longer spread out. From afar, it seemed to have taken the form of an unknown spirit beast, which was extremely mighty. In front of the flames, there was a pair of blood-red eyes. They were very vivid and had a very strong demonic nature. They stared upwards, filled with a strong sense of vigilance. I feel that it's nearby, Meng Ran said, pointing at a few nearby mountains. Then what are we waiting for? Destroy them all immediately. I don't believe that it won't come out. Xianxia sneered. Immediately afterwards, a high-level god king behind him flipped his palms, and two giant palms filled with divine power slammed down on the mountains. Rumble! The mountains were destroyed, and all the trees were destroyed as well. Many stone fragments flew everywhere. Roar! As the trees were destroyed, an earth-shattering roar of a beast soared into the sky, and a thick flame rushed up from the ground. This flame actually rushed directly towards the people of Black Tortoise Sect and Lotus Cult, and waves of raging fire rushed towards them. The people of Black Tortoise Sect and Lotus Cult slightly changed their expressions at the same time, and then they slammed towards the flame together. The divine power of ice and water elements forcibly blocked the flames. Fun Quanzheng, Tong Xiubian, and the others who were fighting with the holy beast not far away finally sensed the situation over there. The fire source in Fun Quanzheng's body jumped, and he looked towards the sky, then exclaimed, "The heavenly fire is over there. Let's go there immediately." After saying that, he was the first to fly in that direction. Tong Xiubian was not willing to fall behind, and immediately led his people to shake off the holy beasts and chase after them. Chapter 12:12. After the sound of the explosion, many of the flames were dispersed. However, the original flame continued to rush towards the people of the Black Turtle Sect and the Lotus Sect. It was abnormally fast, as if it had a mind of its own. It chose the weaker divine kings, and the boundless flames had great destructive power. They split into several forces and charged towards them. Bang bang! The fire attack was ferocious, and its power was extremely overbearing. It was definitely not weaker than the power of any peak mid-level divine king. Those who were weaker than high-level divine kings fought with all their might. They were all in a difficult situation, afraid of being touched by the heavenly fire. Even though they were divine kings, it was not easy for them to get rid of it instantly. However, there were 2 to 3 peak godly kings and several high-level godly kings in their group. They managed to disperse the flames in a timely manner. However, the fire source was extremely fast. It actually dodged those attacks and pounced towards the three divine kings. "Watch out, Dodge!" One of the peak divine kings wanted to help, but found that it was too late. He could only warn them. However, those people did not have time to react. The fierce fire immediately destroyed their protective light, and their divine bodies were quickly burned by the raging high-rank heavenly fire. The three divine kings immediately let out miserable screams when they came in contact with the high-rank heavenly fire. Regular god kings could still forcefully expel regular origin heavenly flames from their bodies without causing too much damage. However, this high-rank heavenly fire had already reached the stage of taking shape. It had already developed intelligence, and its power was terrifying. Even a divine body could be completely incinerated. Their divine power could not force it out at all. "Damn it!" Elder Xianming, quickly suppress it. Xianxia cursed. Among the three people who died just now, two of them were from the Black Tortoise sect. However, when he gave the order, Fen Quanzheng and Tong Xiu had already arrived with their people. "The heavenly fire is mine." Fen Quanzheng showed a greedy look. He cried out in surprise. His palms kept forming hand seals, and he struck towards the heavenly fire. This was a palm technique that was specially used to capture heavenly fire. There was a pair of mid-grade god artifacts in his palms, and what he unleashed was a type of earth and fire. The power that he forced out had a special allure to heavenly fire. The blazing fire palm slammed onto the origin heavenly flame, trying to seal it completely. "Hee, don't be in such a rush, Master Fun. Tong Xiu Bian, also need it for refining." Tong Xiu Bian sneered, and a strange bottle appeared in his hand. He threw the bottle that emitted divine power out. At the same time, his hands kept moving, controlling the bottle with his divine power to cover the origin of heavenly flames. "Collect!" Tong Xiu Bian cried out in shock. The bottle became much larger, and a powerful cold suction force appeared, enveloping the heavenly fire essence, wanting to absorb it completely. Roar! Just as Fen Quanzheng and Tong Xiubian were using various methods to subdue the origin of heavenly flames, the origin of heavenly flames let out a roar of shock. The flames instantly burst out in all directions, and the power of heavenly flames swept towards them like dragons. The power of this origin was extremely dense, and even a divine king would die if they came into contact with it. Fen Quanzheng's fire palms were all assimilated by the origin of heavenly flames, and Tong Xiubian's bottle was directly burned into fine powder by the flames. The nearby divine kings quickly retreated one by one. Just what level of heavenly fire has this reached? It's actually this terrifying. Why does it feel like it's a fire-type holy beast? Fen Quanzheng cried out in surprise and joy. Tong Xiubian shook his head and said, "My bottle is a mid-grade god artifact. The origin of heavenly flames on one side can't possibly burn it instantly. It looks like it has already reached the level of a top-grade fire source. It won't be easy to subdue it." Many divine kings continuously attacked the origin of heavenly flames. They wanted to exhaust its power first, and then subdue it shouldn't be difficult at all. However, this also resulted in many casualties. The origin of heavenly flames very consciously chose to attack the divine kings below the high-level level, burning them to death one by one. The people brought by Fen Quanzheng and Tong Xiubian were all so frightened that they hurriedly retreated, no longer daring to fight against the origin of heavenly flames. The high-level divine kings worked together to use their divine power to completely seal it, but unfortunately, the origin of heavenly flames' speed of shuttling back and forth was too fast. They were completely helpless. The people of the Black Tortoise sect and the Lotus cult, however, became existences that watched from the sidelines. Not a single one of them made a move, and they were waiting for the moment to reap the benefits. Unfortunately, the people of the Fun family and the weapon creation sect were not good enough. After losing a dozen or so divine kings, they knew that the origin of heavenly flames was definitely not something they could touch, so they could only retreat. Meng Ran, it's time for us to act, right? Xianxia said to Meng Ran with a faint smile. Are we really going to act? It might not be the origin of heavenly flames. Meng Ran said very indifferently. Xianxia raised his eyebrows and said, It's not the origin of heavenly flames. That's right. If I'm not wrong, it's a fire-chilling divine beast. Meng Ran said with a slightly certain tone. The expressions of Xianxia and the people behind him all changed. They all knew that there were divine beasts in the evil cliff valley, but they only heard that there was a chaos divine beast. Now, a fire-chilling divine beast had appeared. This could not help but make them feel shocked. Haha, good. It's even better that it's not the origin of heavenly flames. A Chilan divine beast is even rarer than it. It's said that a Chilan divine beast assistant is a generation's supreme emperor, an envoy sent by the heavens. If I can obtain it, then I'll be the new generation's supreme emperor in the heaven domain. Xianxia laughed wildly. Then he shouted to the people behind him, Everyone, get into formation and seal this place with all your strength. We definitely can't let it escape. Xianxia looked at the roaring flames. He gathered all his power in his eyes and saw through all obstructions. As expected, he finally saw the scene at the very center of the flames. It was a Chilan divine beast with a dragon's head, deer's antlers, a lion's body, eagle's claws, a ponytail, and fish scales. Its entire body was suffused with raging flames, and all its fur seemed to be burning. It looked extremely mighty and extraordinary, and its aura was even more explosive like a rainbow. Its blood-red eyes were filled with a heavy bloodlust. It was extremely fast as it charged towards the weaker god kings. However, a large amount of hailstones and waves of water began to form an ice prison, firmly imprisoning it in this part of the world, preventing it from harming others. Moreover, the scorching heat brought by its raging flames was greatly reduced. Soon afterwards, a wave of hail and water surged towards the fire Chilan. Rumble. The attacks from dozens of god kings in a formation were extremely terrifying. They smashed down large swathes of space, causing many spatial cracks to appear. It was extremely frightening. The ice bubbles and water waves were all created by the god kings. They were condensed from divine water and extinguished most of the raging flames. The fire Chilan was also smashed to pieces. After a round of attacks, the origin of fire around the fire Chilan decreased by a lot. It actually allowed the others to vaguely see its true appearance. All the god kings were surprised as they cried out, Is this what the origin of heavenly fire looks like? Why does it look so similar to the legendary Chilan divine beast? It's said that it's already reached the realm of transformation. It's not strange for it to look like a fire Chilan. It looks like the origin of heavenly fire is really of a high level. No. Do you feel its life force? It's not the origin of heavenly fire. It's a real Chilan divine beast. Is this evil Horizon Valley the territory of a Chilan divine beast? Didn't I hear that a chaotic divine beast appeared on the other side a few days ago? Why has a Chilan divine beast appeared now? Are there too many divine beasts now? They all stared at the Chilan divine beast as their eyes began to burn with desire. However, the people from the Fun family and the crafting sect nearby were the happiest. This was because they specialized in the fire attribute, so the fire Chilan suited their tastes. As for the people from the Black Tortoise sect and the Lotus cult, most of them were water attributed. Even if they captured the fire Chilan, they would not be able to use it. However, there was an exception, and that was Xianxia. Everyone knew that the successors of the Black Tortoise sect would all specialize in the water attribute. Xianxia was no exception. He did indeed specialize in the water attribute. However, not a lot of people knew that he also practiced the fire attribute. He was a dual cultivator of fire and water, and he possessed the legendary Yin-Yang body. It was no weaker than Mengran's water god body. In terms of pure battle prowess, Xianxia would definitely be stronger. This kind of physique was one in a million, like Xiao Ling's empty body. It was only second to the chaotic body. Otherwise, he would not have been chosen as the young master of the Black Tortoise sect so early on. However, he did not seem to be interested in this position. He was not too interested in managing those mundane matters. Therefore, the fire Qilin in front of him was very suitable as a divine beast to protect him. However, the prerequisite was that he could subdue it. Currently, the Qilin divine beast was like a trapped beast. Although the flames on its body were temporarily extinguished, they immediately grew again. It continuously charged at the sealed space, attempting to break through and escape. Unfortunately, the hailstones and waves formed by dozens of divine kings blocked it layer by layer. It was only at the peak of the 10th order intermediate stage, unlike the chaotic divine beasts that were already at the 10th order advanced stage. Moreover, its attacks were not as unpredictable as the chaotic divine beasts. However, this did not mean that it was captured just like that. The horn on its forehead began to ripple with circles of dark flames. The flames gathered bit by bit, and a terrifying aura rose to the peak. Whoosh! Song Yin charged out from the horn, and a brilliant light flashed across the sky like a meteor. It heavily collided with the hailstones and waves. Chapter 12-13. Boom Boom Boom. True Dragon Pearl, White Tiger Fong, Vermilion Bird Feather, Black Tortoise Shell, Qilin Horn, all of these represented the source of the divine beast's greatest power. The Fire Qilin's horn attack was undoubtedly its most powerful attack. The divine fire condensed from the origin flames was like a dazzling light that heavily bombarded the barrier that blocked its path. The blockade formed by several dozen god kings was forcefully broken through by the great power. The Fire Qilin seized this opportunity and quickly rushed out. However, just as it was about to charge out, Xianxia shouted, "Elder Xianming, quickly stop it. We can't let it escape." As soon as Xianxia's voice fell, the pinnacle god king called Xianming beside him made a move. Xianming's long spear danced as spear radiance pierced towards the Qilin. Ding dang ding dang. When his spear light struck the body of the Qilin mythical beast, it produced a series of ear-piercing collisions. The Fire Qilin's scales forcefully took on many spear lights, and its body was sent flying far away. The Fire Qilin knew that it couldn't get any better, so it roared and quickly fled in one direction. Mengran, use your power to help me. Xianxia shouted at Mengran. He raised his speed to the extreme and rushed towards the Qilin. At the same time, a pair of swords appeared in his hands, one water and one fire, one long and one short. The water and fire divine swords were top-grade divine weapons, and the power they could unleash was definitely not inferior to Bing Wuji's divine ice blade. The two swords swung out in unison, and two different powers, one yin and one yang, began to fuse together to form an attack that resembled a Tai Chi diagram, which pressed down on the Fire Qirin. The power of each Tai Chi diagram sword light was not inferior to a peak mid-level God King's attack. Moreover, the laws they formed were extremely targeted. Boom boom boom. A series of explosive sounds rang out. The Fire Qilin kept on dodging and wanted to escape, but it was blocked by the peak God Kings. At this time, the goddess of the Lotus sect, Meng Ran, finally moved. The divine physique had an unimaginable cultivation speed, but there weren't many who were as abnormal as Meng Ran. Of course, in addition to speed, she also possessed exceptional opportunities that no one else could replace. Because she had obtained the inheritance of the Lotus sect's first-generation leader who had already died. That generation's sect master was an existence that had become a supreme being. However, she had died in an accident. However, her inheritance had been preserved forever, and a portion of her remnant soul had also been preserved, waiting to be reincarnated. The first sect leader's name was Meng Ran. The remnant soul had already assimilated with Meng Ran's original soul. Not many people knew about this secret. Only a few people in the Lotus sect knew about it. Because of this, the old sect master of the Lotus sect accepted Mingran as her direct disciple. In reality, she wanted to train Mingran as the next generation successor. No one knew if Mingran had obtained the inheritance or if she had been reincarnated. In addition, she had once obtained the Lotus Order's guardian divine artifact, the Lotus Throne. This Lotus Throne was a complete ancient divine artifact, and only the fated could obtain it. It was the weapon of the first leader of the Lotus sect, Meng Ran, as well as all of her cultivation treasures. Because Meng Ran had obtained her inheritance, she was able to summon this ancient divine artifact. At the same time, other than possessing powerful divine energy, this ancient divine artifact could also gather origin energy to speed up its master's cultivation. This was also the reason why Meng Ran could reach God King at such a young age. Of course, she did not immediately use that ancient divine artifact. Instead, she used another peak-level divine artifact. This was a water god tower. She held it in her hand, and waves of blue light constantly radiated from it. The powerful ripples of energy were no weaker than Xianxia's water and fire divine sword. Under the activation of Meng Ran's divine power, the water god tower shone with resplendent light. It gradually enlarged, and in a few blinks of an eye, it had become the size of a mountain. When the surrounding people saw the sudden appearance of the water god tower, they were all amazed. Their eyes were filled with envy. "Go!" Meng Ran's cold voice rang out. Her water god tower pressed towards the fire Qilin. The fire Qilin was first constantly attacked by the peak god king, while Xianxia continuously used the power of yin and yang to attack it. Even with its astonishing defense, many scales on its body were blasted off, and streaks of blood began to spurt out. However, it still resisted very tenaciously. Just as the water god pagoda was about to suppress it, its horn once again unleashed a powerful attack. The dark flames heavily smashed against the water god pagoda, causing it to deviate from its path. At the same time, the fire Qilin used Meng Ran's direction as a breakthrough point. It charged towards her, and its roaring flames burst forth once again. Its blood-red eyes were filled with killing intent. However, when its gaze came into contact with Meng Ran, it smelled a familiar yet unfamiliar scent. It felt as if it had seen her before, and the violent power in its body seemed to be restored at this moment. Just as it was about to pounce on her, she once again controlled the water god tower and slammed it towards the fire Qilin. While the fire Qilin was distracted, the water god tower slammed into it. Bang! The fire Qilin fell from the sky, and its body directly smashed several mountains into smithereens. Meng Ran, you're still the best. Quickly imprison it, Xianxia said excitedly. Meng Ran's brows flashed with confusion. She clearly felt that with the fire Qilin's speed, it could have completely dodged, but it saw her stop, which was why it was struck by her. She did not understand what was going on. At the same time, she also felt a familiar feeling in her mind. She felt like she knew the fire Qilin. Meng Ran, what are you daydreaming about? Xianxia exclaimed again. Meng Ran returned to her senses, and once again urged the water god tower to suppress the fire Qilin. However, this time, the fire Qilin no longer emitted any origin flames. Its violent power had completely disappeared, and its blood-red eyes had also regained clarity. It hurriedly fled towards the water god tower, which was pressing down on it. It had suffered a series of injuries, and its speed was greatly reduced. Fortunately, it was still able to barely evade. However, the Black Tortoise sect and the Lotus sect's divine kings had completely surrounded it, sealing off all its escape routes. The fire Qilin's eyes kept turning, as if it was thinking about something. Then, it raised its head to the sky and roared. Roar! Roar! A mighty roar that carried the majesty of an emperor spread in all directions. It seemed to be sending a distress signal for help. When the many holy beasts in the evil Horizon Valley heard the roar, they all came out from their hiding places. Their eyes were filled with a strong bloodlust, and they rushed towards the fire Qilin. Bestial roars resounded in the wilderness, and different holy beasts formed a beast tide. Their imposing manner was like the arrival of a magnificent army, causing the sky and earth to tremble. The pinnacle divine, King Xianming, immediately sensed the strange situation. He shouted, "Quick, capture it! There are many holy beasts coming this way." He took the lead and launched another attack at the fire Qilin. This time, he didn't hold back anymore. He stabbed at the fire Qilin's body, intending to injure it and take it away quickly. Xianxia shouted at his men, "You guys block the holy beasts that are charging over." The Black Tortoise sect and the Lotus sect's divine kings immediately split up to block the incoming holy beasts. Xianxia exerted all his strength to suppress the fire Qilin. At the same time, he said to Meng Ran again, "Meng Ran, quickly capture it. Otherwise, we won't be able to escape." Meng Ran nodded lightly. All her divine power started to burst forth, and streams of water energy burst forth from the Water God Pagoda. The Water God Pagoda pressed down heavily on the trapped fire Qilin. The fire Qilin was restricted in 3 directions, so it was impossible for it to resist. Furthermore, its body was injured, so its reaction was not as fast as before. It shouted at Meng Ran, "Sister-in-law Meng Qi, I'm Zizai." That's right. This fire Qilin was the wastrel that Ling Xiao had been separated from for many years. As for why it appeared here, that was a story for another time. Meng Ran's heart trembled. She only felt that the fire Qilin's voice carried a feeling that she hadn't felt for a long time. Fragments of memories kept flashing in her mind. However, the Water God Pagoda still pressed down on the fire Qilin mercilessly. Rumble. The fire Qilin was heavily pressed down by the Water God Pagoda, and it let out a painful cry. "Meng, sister-in-law Meng Qi, I'm Zizai. Don't you remember me? I'm Boss Ling Zhao's sworn brother." The fire Qilin roared at Meng Ran. She's not called Meng Qi, but Meng Ran. She's my future woman." Xianxia smiled proudly, then rushed in the fire Qilin's direction. The 2 yin-yang divine swords instantly stabbed into the fire Qilin's 2 front claws, pinning it to the ground. Roar! The fire Qilin was first pressed down by the Water God Pagoda. Then its feet were stabbed by the 2 divine swords. It let out an earth-shattering roar, and the flames on its horn once again shot towards Xianxia. Xianxia had no way of dodging this terrifying attack. However, a circular shield with strange patterns on it appeared in his hand. It forcibly blocked the fire Qilin's attack, and he was only forced back a few dozen steps. The fire Qilin's attack was already comparable to the attack of a high-level divine king, but it was still blocked by the opponent. It was clear just how astonishing the defense of the shield was. "Qilin divine beast, submit to me, Xianxia. I will be your greatest master, and I will lead you to become the greatest divine beast." Xianxia used some kind of beast-taming power to speak to the Qilin. Just as the fire Qilin was about to lose its composure, an angry roar rang out from another direction. "Submit to your mother. Hurry up and release my brother, or all of you will die." Chapter 12:14. Xianxia was the future young sect master of the Black Tortoise sect. He possessed the yin-yang physique and had reached the low-level God King realm at the age of 100. Not only was his battle prowess on par with a mid-level God King, he was also a beast tamer. It was just that his rank wasn't too high. The fire Qilin was already heavily injured. It was pinned down by the Water God Pagoda and nailed to its feet by the fire and water swords. It couldn't struggle free, and its body was riddled with bloody wounds. It could be said that the fire Qilin was in a terrible state. Xianxia's demonic voice attacked its pride and dignity. At the same time, it emitted a wisp of fire essence, trying to get closer to it. He didn't think the fire Qilin would directly subdue it, but it was enough if it could coexist peacefully with him. As long as he sincerely befriended it, it would unconditionally do everything for him. He understood the habits of spirit beasts. Unfortunately, the fire Qilin was a true mythological beast. It wasn't tempted by Xianxia at all. It was just that it had lost too much blood and looked extremely dispirited. It looked at Meng Ran. It didn't understand why Meng Ran wanted to capture it. Wasn't she his woman? When Meng Ran saw the fire Qilint's sorrowful eyes, the soul in her mind underwent a shocking change. Pieces of memories that had long been obliterated gradually flashed through her mind. However, there was another strange force that was preventing the memory from recovering, forcefully sealing and erasing these memory fragments. But at this moment, a furious roar containing Supreme Dragon might rang out. "Submit to your mother. Hurry up and release my brother, or all of you can die." Suddenly, an abnormally domineering figure shot over from the distance. The restless sacred beasts quieted down one after another. The nearby god kings shivered. They all felt a vast power assailing their hearts. They couldn't help but feel a little nervous. A huge golden dragon surged over from the distance, causing the air to ripple. The perfect and domineering dragon's head and body made all the god kings sigh in admiration. This was the first time they'd seen a true dragon mythological beast. On top of this golden dragon, there was an extraordinary figure. He had a handsome and elegant face, a pair of sparkling dragon eyes, a slender and well-built physique, and the domineering aura of an emperor, giving off an urge to submit. He stood on top of the golden true dragon, further accentuating his disdainful aura. The suppressed fire Qilin let out a joyful roar. "Roar! Oh, boss, you're here!" Meng Ran, who was in a daze, suddenly heard this roar. Her body quivered, and the memories in her sea of consciousness instantly surged like a tide. The mysterious power could no longer stop it, and it directly broke through all the obstacles, and finally, she regained her clarity. "If you really like me, then use your actions to prove your ability. If you can surpass me one day, maybe I'll really consider being with you." Purple Sky Sect? "I'll go. Meng Qi, marry me. Who wants to marry a heartless man like you? You have to marry even if you don't want to. If any man dares to have any thoughts about you, I'll kill him." "Xiao, how can you agree to her? Don't you want to be with me? Since this senior wants to take you as a disciple, you should agree to take this opportunity to go to the central region to understand the situation. In the future, I'll definitely go find you, and then we won't be separated. But how long will it be before we meet again? It won't be long. If it's fast, it'll be 3 years. If it's slow, it'll be 5 years. We have to look further." Scenes of the oaths and promises of the past flashed through her mind. Her beautiful eyes overflowed with tears. She looked at the silhouette and murmured, Ling Xiao, my husband." Ling Xiao didn't notice Yun Mingqi at the moment. He was angrily staring at Xianxia and then at the fire Qilin, which was being pressed down by Ling Xiao. It was without a doubt the fire Qilin was the black sheep of the family. They had gone through thick and thin together and shared a sky fire orb together. Ling Xiao and the fire Qilin were connected by flesh and blood. If the fire Qilin was injured, it meant that he was injured too. It was the most important brother in his life. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Ling Xiao rode the 13th prince over. The 13th prince's tail swept out, wanting to smash the water god tower away. Seeing that the tail was about to reach the water god tower, Ling Xiao seemed to think of something and immediately shouted, "Wait!" The 13th prince stopped. At that moment, Ling Xiao looked around and finally saw the familiar figure he had been looking for many years. His face was filled with excitement and joy as he exclaimed, Meng Qi, is that you?" Looking back, he felt as if he had been separated from her for thousands of years. It was as if he had returned to the first time they had met. It was so vivid in his mind, as if it had only happened yesterday. That pure, beautiful, and perfect jade-like face was still as refined and beautiful as before. The only difference was that there was a hint of heroic spirit between her eyebrows, and her figure had become more perfect and mature. Every part of her body exuded an alluring fragrance, causing people to easily fall for her. Originally, they had promised to meet again in 3 to 5 years, but In the blink of an eye, 30 to 50 years had passed. He missed her so much that he was about to go crazy. The heavens had pity on him. The heavens did not disappoint those who waited. He had finally found her. That familiar aura made him sure that she was Meng Qi and not some Mingran. He forgot about the fire Qilin that was being suppressed. His figure swept down from the golden true dragon like the wind and directly headed in Yun Meng Qi's direction. However, before he could reach Yun Meng Qi, the elders of the Lotus cult instantly blocked in front of her. One of the peak divine kings shouted in shock, "Who are you? Tell me your name." Ling Xiao was blocked, but a token appeared in his hand. There was a snow lotus pattern on the token, and it shone brightly. "You are a member of my cult?" That peak divine king asked in astonishment. Ling Xiao didn't have time to explain to her. Taking advantage of her daze, he raised his speed to the extreme, directly avoiding her obstruction, and arrived in front of Yun Meng Qi. He stared straight at her, and his thick palm slowly lifted up, gently wiping away the tears on her delicate face. "Meng Qi, you have become even more beautiful," Ling Xiao said emotionally. This fairy-like woman in front of him was the first woman that had moved his heart, and the most important woman in his heart forever. Let go of the goddess. The peak divine king behind him was Yun Meng Qi's protector elder. She cried out in shock and attacked Ling Xiao. "Elder Song, step back. He is my husband," Yun Meng Qi said softly. Then, she threw herself into Ling Xiao's embrace and cried bitterly. "Woo woo." She cried until her heart broke, until the heavens and earth dimmed, until all living things were filled with endless sorrow. All these years, she actually didn't know that she had a man that she loved the most. She actually forgot about him, forgot about the agreement with him, forgot about the oath with her. Although this wasn't her fault, she felt extremely guilty and uncomfortable in her heart. She caused him to reunite with her today. She felt that she deserved to die. She would rather not have this cultivation in her life, but she also hoped that she could be with him one day earlier and live that kind of loving and nourishing life. The surrounding divine kings all felt somewhat sad and sad. All these years, they had only cared about cultivating and only knew how to constantly strengthen themselves. It seemed that they had completely forgotten many feelings. The fire Qilin, who was being pressed down, had its entire face collapse. It lamented, "Men value friends, making friends without care." And in front of it, Xianxia's handsome face lacked that demonic smile. Instead, it was filled with a cold and evil aura. Waves of alternating yin and yang energy rose steadily, as if he really wanted to kill the man above. Now, Ling Xiao only felt very comfortable in his heart. It was very warm, and the feeling of hugging his wife was very satisfying. She hadn't changed. She was still his woman. He could understand her helplessness and grievance, but he didn't blame her. Ling Xiao gently cupped her face and said softly, "There are so many people watching, so you better not cry. Otherwise, they will think that I have abandoned you." Yun Meng Qi's eyes flashed with tears as she looked at Ling Xiao and said, "I want to cry. I want to cry because you've abandoned me. You said that we'd meet again in 3 to 5 years. But how long has it been? Tell me, have you abandoned me?" Ling Xiao felt wronged. He really couldn't explain everything that had happened in a few words, so he might as well not explain it. Using actions to prove it was the best choice. He lowered his head and domineeringly sealed her jade lips, sucking in the fragrance in her mouth to his heart's content. As he continued to probe deeper, Yun Meng Qi also forgot where she was. She hooked her arms around his neck and responded to Ling Xiao's actions in the most passionate way. A kiss of forgetfulness, a kiss of passion, a kiss that melted like 1,000 years. Everyone was stunned. They quietly watched this scene and wailed in their hearts. This is too open. Xianxia finally couldn't bear it anymore. The goddess that he had set his eyes on had become food in someone else's mouth. Uncle can bear it. Aunt can't bear it anymore. He forcefully withdrew the water and fire divine sword that were nailed to the fire Qilin's legs. His entire body soared into the sky like an eagle spreading its wings. He coldly stared at the man and woman who were kissing passionately and shouted, "Quickly let go of Mengran." The man and woman who were immersed in love didn't seem to hear his words. Everything continued. "Bastard, how dare you ignore me?" Xianxia shouted angrily. At the same time, the water and fire divine swords rushed towards that damned man. However, the elder of the Lotus sect intercepted him one step ahead and said, "Young Master Xianxia, it's better if you wait. I believe that Miss will give you a satisfactory explanation." Xianxia gripped the hilt of his sword tightly and ignored the elder of the Lotus sect. He shouted at Ling Xiao again, "Quickly release Mengran, or else I'll make you die without a complete corpse." Chapter 12:15. This was the first time Xianxia had been ignored like this since he was born. Yes, he was a disciple of the Black Turtle sect, but he was also the son of the current sect master. Moreover, his potential was astonishing, and he was already known as the young sect master. It could be said that he was a man who grew up with many halos. He absolutely couldn't stand being ignored by others, and he couldn't stand the woman he liked being taken by someone else. Ling Xiao let go of Yunmingqi and said, "Wait until I get rid of these flies, then we can have a good talk." Xianxia had the urge to vomit blood when he heard this guy's words. He really wanted to shout, "This young master is the young sect master of the #1 sect in the Xianxia region, and you actually use flies as an analogy? Are your eyes blocked?" Who knew that at this time, Yunmingqi pulled Ling Xiao behind her and said to Xianxia, "Xianxia, he is my husband." This simple and clear sentence was enough to explain everything. Xianxia found it hard to accept. He had already heard that Mengran had never been in contact with any man. "Mengran, you're lying to me. Since when did you have a husband? Do you think I, Xianxia, am easy to deceive?" Xianxia didn't believe it. Although he said he didn't believe it, after seeing the scene just now, he already believed it. It was just that he didn't want to face the truth. He felt that only he, Xianxia, was worthy of such a beautiful woman. But now, there suddenly appeared a man who didn't seem to be any worse than him. This made his heart feel abnormally unbalanced. He thought, who is this guy? He can actually have a true dragon divine beast. Could it be he is from the Dragon Gate? In the Heaven region, the most famous people who could have a true dragon divine beast as a mount were from the Dragon Gate. Otherwise, he couldn't think of anyone else who could have a true dragon divine beast as a mount. However, he didn't understand why someone from the Sky Dragon region would suddenly appear in the Xianxia region. The name Mengran has already become a thing of the past. My original name is Yunmingqi from the Xianling continent. He and I are already husband and wife. Please conduct yourself with dignity." Yunmingqi said coldly. If it wasn't for the fact that Xianxia was the successor of the Black Tortoise sect, the strongest power in the profound sky region, she would not have wasted her breath trying to explain. "Mengqi, move the pagoda away first. The prodigal can't take it anymore." Just then, Ling Xiao thought of the prodigal who was bleeding profusely below and said, this water god pagoda was something that Ling Xiao had obtained by chance at the bottom of the Longtao River. At that time, he had thought that it was a sane artifact at most. He had not expected it to be a genuine top-notch divine artifact. Only then did Yunmingqi remember that the fire Qilin was still under her water god tower. She immediately cried out, "I'm so sorry, Zai Zai." Then, she made a hand seal and withdrew the water god pagoda. The fire Qilin broke free. It roared and soared into the air again. This time, the surrounding god kings became cautious once again. At the same time, they completely sealed off its path. "Mengranu, how can you let it go? It's mine." Xianxia said solemnly. "Hee, it's yours? Open your eyes wide and take a look." Ling Xiao laughed coldly. Then, he called out to the fire Qilin, "Prodigal, come here." As Ling Xiao spoke, a fire attribute holy elixir pill appeared in his hand, and he threw it towards the fire Qilin. The fire Qilin flew up shakily and swallowed the fire attribute holy elixir pill. A strong flame burst out from its body. Its injuries started to heal, and its strength also recovered quite a bit. Then it rushed to Ling Xiao's side as fast as it could and exclaimed, Boss, I finally see you again. This is great." The prodigal intimately rubbed its forehead against Ling Xiao's body. Anyone could see how much it depended on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao felt a sense of excitement and joy that he had not felt in a long time. He had not expected to see the prodigal again. He gently stroked the prodigal's fur and said, "We brothers finally meet again. From now on, Boss will protect you. If anyone dares to bully you, I will kill them." As he spoke, Ling Xiao cast a cold and murderous look at Xianxia. It was as if in Ling Xiao's eyes, Xianxia was already half dead. Xianxia only felt that the world was in chaos. He looked at the man in front of him. Not only did he snatch his woman, but he also snatched the divine beast that he had just captured. Moreover, they seemed to have a soft spot for this man, and there was also a peerless true dragon that belonged to him. What kind of man was this? How could he be so domineering and unreasonable? Not only did Xianxia feel that it was unreasonable, even the surrounding god kings felt the same way. They all exclaimed in their hearts, "How unfair the heavens are!" The prodigal roared excitedly and changed back to his human form. A handsome young man appeared in front of everyone. However, his body was full of wounds, and he looked very distressed. "Boss, these people all want to capture me and hurt me like this. Let's eat them all together." The prodigal glared at Xianxia and the people around him and said, "The prodigal had been beaten up badly by them, so of course, he hated them very much." Ling Xiao looked around and said guiltily, "F***, there are so many god kings. I'm afraid that they will kill us before we can even make a move." Although Ling Xiao felt angry for the prodigal, he did not have the courage to kill all these people. It should be known that when he came to the Lotus sect from the Xiao family, he and Xiao Jinsai had only brought 20 protector elders. Now that he had received Yin Mingqi's message, he had hurried to the Evil Horizon Valley and asked the 20 protector elders to escort Xiao Jinsai back to the Xiao family. At that time, Ling Gang had wanted to follow Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao had directly refused because he had the 13th prince. Unless an incipient god realm expert took action, no one could do anything to him. Moreover, his power had reached the peak of a low-level god king, and he had a high-level god soul. With his many trump cards, he was not afraid of any danger. That was why he had refused Ling Gang's escort. It could be said that besides Euro Fei and Xin Yu Yi in the cauldron, he had no other helpers. Ling Xiao wanted to say something, but Yin Mengqi said to the prodigal with guilt, "Zizi, I'm sorry. Sister-in-law was confused and didn't recognize you. You can beat me to vent your anger." The prodigal was indeed angry at Yin Mengqi. He also had human emotions. When he was beaten by his own family, he was also very sad. However, seeing Yin Mengqi apologize to him, his open-minded heart made him not angry at her anymore. "It's okay, sister-in-law. My skin is thick. I'll be fine soon." At the same time, the prodigal took out 2 or 3 high-level beast cores and swallowed them. Seeing the prodigal eat the beast cores as if they were candy, Ling Xiao recalled the first time he had met him. At that time, he and Yun Mingqi were in danger and fell into the ravine of the mountain. Later, he found the prodigal. It was also a glutton for beast cores, so he called it Prodigal. Now that he thought about it, he felt it was funny and warm at the same time. At that time, the 3 of them had just met. Today, they could meet again in the heaven domain. Perhaps this was the arrangement of fate. Perhaps the heavens had already decided it. "Thank you, Zizai. If you don't forgive me, I'll feel guilty for the rest of my life," Yin Mingqi said very sincerely. Then, she said, "Don't blame them. They all thought you were the heavenly fire, so they came to capture you. Now that you're fine, I believe they won't dare to touch you again. Otherwise, sister-in-law will definitely stand on your side and seek justice for you." Ling Xiao really wanted to hug Yin Mengqi and say, "Wife, you know your husband too well." However, there's one guy I can't let go. Sister-in-law, just do what you say. The prodigal looked at Xianxia with some reluctance. Ling Xiao looked at the furious Xianxia and said, I don't care about the others, but I have to settle the score with you. You stabbed my brother's hands. Since you didn't know, you can't be blamed. I'll let you off with your own arms. After reaching the divine king realm, he already had the ability to heal himself. Ling Xiao said that he would cripple his arms because he wanted revenge. He could still heal himself. Ha! Mingran, do you think the same as him? Xianxia asked Yun Mingqi while laughing wildly. Yun Mingqi looked at Xianxia with a complicated expression. She knew that Xianxia was from the Black Tortoise sect and had the title of young sect leader. If she really hurt him, he would definitely hold a grudge. Moreover, the overall strength of the people behind him was above the Lotus sect. She was afraid that not only would they not be able to hurt him, they would also be attacked by him. Ling Xiao seemed to see through Yun Mengqi's worries. He said to Xianxia, Today, even if the heavenly king comes, your hands will definitely be crippled. Then, he sent a hint to the 13th prince and the prodigal. Although the 13th prince and the prodigal didn't sign a contract with Ling Xiao, they both left a trace of their original intent for Ling Xiao. This allowed Ling Xiao to sense their existence and send them messages. They understood tacitly and roared at the sky at the same time. Roar, roar. The roars of the two divine beasts shook the heaven and earth, as if they were sending some kind of message. The holy beasts that had arrived earlier all quietened down because of the 13th prince's arrival. Now, they became restless again. They roared in response, and one holy beast after another quickly appeared in the sky. Lions, tigers, wolves, eagles. There were all kinds of 9th to 10th rank holy beasts. There were thousands of them, and there were many that had rushed over from the depths. This huge lineup made all the God King's expressions change. All of them became nervous. They were all worried that if these holy beasts attacked together, it would be difficult for them to break out of the encirclement. This number was simply frightening. I'll give you a choice. Either cripple your own arms or let them serve you. It's up to you. Ling Xiao said with a raised eyebrow. With such an army of holy beasts, Ling Xiao suddenly felt very heroic. A domineering aura of, I'm the only one in the world was born. Chapter 12:16. Ling Xiao already knew that divine beasts had the divine might to command all the spirit beasts in the world, not to mention the summoning of 2 top divine beasts. Even mutated spirit beasts had to lower their heads in front of them. How could they not listen to their summons? In this evil Horizon Valley, there was no lack of holy beasts. With their help, it was better than a magnificent army. Ling Xiao was overjoyed that he had thought of such a brilliant plan. Xianxia's arrogant smile disappeared and was replaced with a gloomy expression. Brat, you have to understand that my young sect master is a member of the Black Turtle sect. If you offend him, there will be no place for you in the profound sky region. I think we should just forget about this matter. The peak divine King Xianming shouted at Ling Xiao. Then he said to Yun Mingqi, Your Lotus sect better think about your position. Behind Yun Mingqi, the peak divine King Song Chui rushed to say, Elder Xianming, our Lotus sect will definitely not participate in this matter. Song Chui did not want to offend the Black Turtle sect. Otherwise, even if their Lotus sect was the second largest power in the Profound Sky region, it was still possible that they would disappear from the Profound Sky region. Then why aren't you telling him to quickly withdraw these holy beasts? Xianming shouted coldly. Song Chui secretly exclaimed, You think I don't want to, but they have to listen to me. She cast her gaze at Yun Mengqi, hoping that she could consider from the standpoint of the sect, or else she would really become a sinner of the sect. Yun Mingqi looked at Ling Xiao with difficulty. Although she had recovered all of her original memories, she still had the experiences of the past few decades. She had a strong sense of belonging to the Lotus sect because she had already completely fused with that Meng Ran. In her heart, she did not want to offend the Black Turtle sect, but she also did not want to make things difficult for her man. Mengqi, you don't need to make things difficult for him. He injured my brother, so it is reasonable for my brother to summon his people to take revenge for him. Of course, if the Black Turtle sect dares to make things difficult for your Lotus sect in the future, I will definitely lead the Beast Race army to destroy their Black Turtle sect. I do not believe that a mere sect can withstand 1,000,000 holy beasts, not to mention, I am a member of the Dragon Gate. Ling Xiao said with certainty. It didn't matter if it was the people of the Black Turtle sect or the others. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They looked at the many saint beasts around them. They definitely did not dare to doubt that Ling Xiao had the ability to do this. He, who had a divine beast to rely on, had a rallying power that even a tamed lion couldn't compare to. The Black Turtle sect members had reason to believe that Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of them. Moreover, Ling Xiao had revealed his other identity, which was that he was a member of the Dragon Gate. As Black Tortoise sect's people, they understood that the only people in the Heavenly Dragon sect who could possess a true dragon divine beast were the direct descendants of the Jin clan behind the scenes. The Kim people were from a famous ancient family in the Qinyu region. Even the Black Tortoise sect could not compare to them. Although they didn't believe that the Kim people or the Dragon Gate would start a war with the Black Turtle sect, who knew if they would dare to kill them on the spot. Fun Quanzhong, who wasn't far away, finally couldn't bear the pressure anymore. He said to Ling Xiao weakly, "Young master, we're just passing by. I wonder if you can let us leave first." Tong Xiu also immediately said, "That's right. We sense that there is some movement over here, so we just came to join in the fun. Please let us leave." What a joke. If they were implicated because of someone else's battle, then they would have died in vain. After all, no matter which side they were facing, they didn't dare to offend them. Ling Xiao glanced at them and said faintly, "It's fine if you want to leave, but without any sincerity in your apology, do you think I'll believe your words?" The people of the Fun family and the Weapon Creation sect were all worried. Then what does this young master want in order to let us go?" Fan Quanjing asked. Tong Xiu also said, "That's right. As long as we can do it, we'll definitely promise you." In order to save their lives, they had no choice but to lower their stance. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Since you're so sincere, then just do it according to your own circumstances." As Ling Xiao spoke, he continuously rubbed his fingers together, looking like a scheming businessman. They couldn't understand what Ling Xiao meant by rubbing his fingers together, but they could understand Ling Xiao's smile. It was so vulgar, so shameless. Fun Quanzhong was the first to understand, and took out a flower that was as dazzling as the sun. This flower had 8 petals, and every petal was flickering like a burning flame. At the center of the flower floated balls of pure yang origin energy. This was a 10th level mid-stage 8 sunflower, and it possessed the power of extreme yang. It was a divine item that even a fire attribute divine king would covet. This is an 8 sunflower. I hope this young master will not look down on it. Fun Quanzhong carefully brought it before Ling Xiao and said, he was a low-level divine king and a great saint master. Their statuses weren't low, but taking out this 8 sunflower was enough to make his heart ache. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed some joy, but he still pretended to be very reluctant. Fun Quanzhong looked at Ling Xiao's expression and then looked at the many holy beasts around him. He gritted his teeth and handed over 2 low-level divine herbs and 100 million god crystals. Only then did Ling Xiao reveal a satisfied expression. He patted Fun Quanzhong's shoulder and said, "From now on, you're my friend. Have a safe journey. I won't be seeing you off." Fun Quanzhong pretended to be grateful to Ling Xiao, and after saying a few words of thanks, he was about to leave with his people. Ling Xiao instantly frowned and said, "This is only enough to save your own life. If you want to live, then hand over your divine items. If I'm not satisfied, none of you can leave this place." He cursed in his heart, "Mother of *cur, I have to destroy my own image. One untactful fellow." Everyone from the Fun family and the weapon creation sect cursed all 18 generations of Ling Zhao's ancestors in their hearts. Mother of asterisk her, could this guy be a bandit who became a monk? One after another, Divine King smiled and offered Ling Xiao the divine materials that satisfied him. Only then did they flee as far away as they could with incomparably pained expressions. They swore that this was the first time in their lives that they had seen such a shameless bandit. They prayed in their hearts that this bastard would be struck by the 5-thunder cauldron and die as soon as possible. When the people from the Black Tortoise sect and the Lotus Order saw Ling Zhao smile, a chill immediately rose from the soles of their feet. They were all afraid that Ling Zhao's gaze would fall on them. The people from the Lotus Order were lucky because they had Yin Mengqi on their side, so they didn't have to worry about being robbed. However, the people from the Black Tortoise sect weren't so lucky. Ling Zhao's gaze once again landed on Xianxia. Have you made up your mind? Cripple your own arms, or let my brother's brother take turns on you. It's up to you. However, although I'm a patient person, my two brothers' patience isn't very good. Following Ling Zhao's words, the wastrel and the 13th prince, who had already turned into a human, roared at the same time, pretending to be very angry. Their roars caused the thousands of holy beasts in the surroundings to roar along with them. The earth-shattering roars scared the people from the Fun family and the weapon creation sect who had just left. They ran as fast as they could and left the Evil Horizon Valley. Don't go too far. We're from the Black Tortoise sect, the strongest force in the Profound Sky region. You won't have a good ending if you offend us. One of the Divine Kings from the Black Tortoise sect couldn't help but jump out and shout. That's right. Let's leave quickly, and our young sect master won't bother with you anymore. Or even now, we won't have any ideas about this Qilin divine beast. It's fine anyway. Let's leave some leeway so that we can meet again in the future. Let's go. I don't think he dares to make us stay. The people from the Black Tortoise sect were used to being arrogant in this region. Even now, they were still trying to use this arrogance to cover up the fear in their hearts. They said they wanted to leave, but none of them dared to move a single step. Tell us how much compensation you want. We'll give it to you. Xianming looked at Ling Xiao and frowned. He had never thought that there would be someone who would dare to bully the people from the Black Tortoise sect. But now there was someone who didn't give the Black Tortoise sect face. For the sake of Xianxuai's face, he had no choice but to lay his cards on the table with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao raised his index finger and shook it. I'm already giving Meng Qi face by asking him to cripple his own arms. If she wasn't here, you wouldn't be able to leave here alive. Just when Xianming wanted to say something, Xianxuai finally spoke. It's not impossible for me to cripple my own arms, but I want to fight with you first. No matter if I win or lose, I will cripple my own arms. I don't know if you dare to accept my challenge. Xianxuai looked at Ling Xiao and said faintly. The goddess was gone, the divine beast was gone, and his confidence was gone. All he had left was his face. He definitely couldn't lose this face. He wanted to let this brat know how powerful he was. What a joke. Now that I have the advantage in numbers, why would I play this boring game with you? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. Ha, is that so? Could it be that you're such a coward? I really don't know what Meng Ran sees in you. In terms of strength, I'm stronger than you in the Profound Sky region. In terms of handsomeness, I'm better looking than you. In terms of name, I'm better sounding than you. In terms of strength, even if there were two of you, you still wouldn't be my match. I really feel sad for Meng Ran. Xianxuai sneered. Could it be that you think you can trick me with such a shallow method? How laughable. When Meng Qi and I were in love, who knows where you were playing in the mud? She knows what kind of person I am, so she won't feel sad for me. She will only feel happy for me. Ling Xiao sneered, then turned to Yin Meng Qi and said, Meng Qi, do you think I'm right? Yin Meng Qi obediently nodded, then hugged Ling Xiao's arm. Leaning against Ling Xiao, she said, with you here, I'm the happiest woman in the world. Look, the love between us isn't something a shallow person like you can understand. Ling Xiao disdainfully snorted, then revealed a dense, killing intent. However, your arrogant words angered me. I've decided to give you a chance. If you can beat me, then I'll forget about this. If you can't, then not only will I break your arms, I'll also break your legs. You better think this through. Chapter 12:17. Xianxia was indeed very handsome, but Ling Xiao firmly believed that Xianxia was more handsome than him. Look at his slender female eyes. How could they be compared to his dragon eyes? Look at his delicate body. How could it be compared to his robust and mighty body? Look at his sloppy clothes. How could it be compared to his neat and tidy clothes? No matter which aspect, Ling Xiao felt that he was more perfect and handsome than his opponent. At the same time, he wanted to prove that other than being handsome, he was also good at fighting, enough to trample his opponent under his feet. Therefore, in order to prove these two serious issues to others, Ling Xiao decided to accept Xianxuai's request and let everyone know how perfect the man Yunmingqi liked was. Xianxuai sneered. Fine, as long as you can defeat me, not only will I not continue to bother Mengran, I will also fulfill your wish. I will walk around you in the future. Ling Xiao shook his head. I'm not pestering Mengran. She's Yunmingqi, not Mengran. Also, I want to ask you to take a detour. You just need to respectfully call me boss when you see me. I like it when people call me that. No problem, but if you lose, I want you to submit to me, Xianxuai said arrogantly. He was very confident in himself. He was the most outstanding junior of the Black Turtle sect in the last 10,000 years. He had the most outstanding physique. He had the ability to defeat a mid-stage divine king. How could he not be able to defeat someone of the same level? This was absolutely impossible. In addition, he had his eyes on Ling Xiao's special ability. How could a person who could make two divine beasts follow him be an ordinary person? It was already a great opportunity for a person to have one divine beast follow him, but this guy had the two most disappointing divine beasts follow him at the same time. It simply made people go crazy with jealousy. So, if he made Ling Xiao submit to him, wouldn't that mean he had these two divine beasts? It had to be said that Xianxuai's idea was very perfect. But since he knew that Ling Xiao had the ability to make two divine beasts follow him, didn't he think that Ling Xiao also had the ability to make him submit? Many sacred beasts were temporarily dismissed. The people of the Black Tortoise sect and the Lotus Order also retreated. Yunmingqi was a little worried as she held on to Ling Xiao's hand and said, "He has a fire and water divine body. You must be careful." A long time ago, she had witnessed how Ling Xiao rose from a small family for her. So now, she believed that he would not let her down. He would definitely win. And don't worry, after I break his limbs, I'll have a good talk with you, Ling Xiao said with a confident smile. Boss, you must take revenge for me. Beat him up. The prodigal waved his fists and shouted. Ling Xiao smiled. His body gently floated out and landed 10 meters in front of Xianxuai. Come, let me experience the strength of the Black Turtle sect's young sect master and see if he's someone who's all talk and no action. Xianxuai chuckled. Very well. Let me see if the proud son of the Dragon Gate is really stronger than our Black Turtle sect. The two peerless geniuses faced each other for a while. Both of them were existences that could step into the Supreme Being realm in the future. In the end, who was stronger and who was weaker would soon be revealed. The two groups of imposing aura shamefully rose, and a peerless golden dragon began to roar behind Ling Xiao, appearing incomparably mighty and powerful. Behind Xianxuai, a mysterious Tai Chi diagram appeared, and in the center of this diagram, there seemed to be the shadow of the legendary Black Tortoise. Watch carefully, I'm going to punch, Xianxuai said, and his figure swept towards Ling Xiao with a strange pace. His pace looked very strange and slow, but in just a moment, he had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao and punched. The speed of the fist was also extremely slow, and it seemed to be the style of an ordinary person, but this punch had an inexplicable rhythm, and the nearby space was smashed and distorted, pressing towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows, and he shouted in his heart, "Fist Force Realm of Will." Bang! The fist pressed on the top of Ling Xiao's head, and a dull explosion sounded, and a lot of space power surged. Xianxia raised his eyebrows, and he found that his punch had actually hit an afterimage of Ling Xiao. Your fist technique is not bad, but it's a pity that it's a bit slow. Ling Xiao laughed in another direction, and he crossed his arms in front of his chest. Hee hee, no matter how slow my fist is, there will be a time when it hits you. Xianxia in mind and smiled. He once again took a stance, and his power increased by several levels, and he attacked Ling Xiao. Every punch was still very slow, but each punch was a world, and the power of yin and yang mixed together carried a power that seemed to surpass tens of thousands of kilograms, and it could destroy heaven and earth, and it caused this part of the world to collapse. Bang bang. Waves of oppressive fist energy kept exploding, and a lot of spatial energy kept collapsing, causing spatial cracks to burst open. Ling Xiao felt like he was in a vast ocean. It also seemed like he was in a sea of fire, and he was being bombarded by terrifying power from all directions. Ling Xiao sneered and said, "Do you think this kind of power can deal with me? How naive." Ling Xiao began to counterattack. His figure danced, and his palms attacked with earth-shattering power. Two golden dragon shadows burst out from his palms, and all the power from all directions was scattered. Shocking sounds rang out, and the terrifying power shook this part of the world to the point that it was about to be destroyed. Sure enough, you have some power. Let me have a good fight. Xianxia wasn't surprised by Ling Xiao's counterattack at all. He shouted in surprise and continued to attack Ling Xiao with his slow fist art. Ling Xiao used the dragon's subduing fist to clash with Xianxia. Xianxia's attacks became slower and slower, while Ling Xiao's attacks became faster and faster. The two figures had already flown to the ninth heaven, and the power of the various powers had turned this part of the world upside down. The dragon subduing palm was a top-notch god-tier palm art, and Xiao Feng relied on it to establish the prestige of the Sinjin of Goguryeo. Ling Xiao had already comprehended the profoundness of the dragon's subduing palm, and the power he unleashed would definitely make any middle-level god king unable to withstand it. Moreover, he also had a trace of palm intent, and even a peak-level, middle-level god king would find it difficult to deal with it. However, Xianxuai's fist art was also so powerful, and with the fist intent, it was not the slightest bit weaker than his palm art. Ling Xiao couldn't help but look up to Xianxia and said at the same time, "Is this a tortoise fist? Fighting at such a tortoise speed? Humph, it's used to beat tortoises." Xianxia snorted coldly. His fist art had a long history, and it was said that the founder of the Black Tortoise sect had created it by watching the Black Tortoise fight with other strange beasts. The Black Tortoise was a divine beast, but it was also a kind of tortoise, and tortoises were called tortoises by humans, and calling this fist art the tortoise fist art was a bit appropriate. However, it had an even more mighty name, called the divine martial fist art. Every punch of the divine martial fist was imitating the movements of the black tortoise, and the black tortoise's movement was originally very slow, and the older the black tortoise, the slower its movements. Therefore, every punch of the divine martial fist was known for being slow, and whoever could execute the fist art to the slowest realm will be able to unleash the highest power of the divine martial fist. The divine martial fist was divided into 3 realms, and the first realm was to use slow to stop, the second realm was to use slow to fight fast, and the last realm was to use slow to fight slow. Being slow didn't mean that it wouldn't move, and once it moved, it would have an earth-shattering and terrifying power. Xianxia had already reached the high realm of the divine martial fist, and he used slow to fight slow. Just now, he used slow to fight fast, and he could completely seal off Ling Xiao's moves, and neither of them gained an advantage. He also understood that Ling Xiao indeed had some capital. Therefore, he planned to execute the third realm, using slow to fight slow. His momentum rose again, and the power around him seemed to be sucked in by him, becoming a vacuum, as if all the power around him had been sucked in by him. His fist momentum changed, and a fist style that didn't follow any slashes or conventional rules was slowly being executed. This punch seemed to take a century to execute, and it was extremely surprising. Ling Xiao looked at this tortoise-like movement, and his face was full of arrogance. Could such a slow punch hit him? Although Ling Xiao looked down on this slow punch, he didn't let his guard down. He used the fifth move of the dragon subduing palm, Hidden Dragon Don't Use. This was an extremely overbearing move, and he wanted to forcefully beat Xianxia to death. However, when he made his move, Ling Xiao's expression finally changed. He suddenly found that his palm had become extremely tortoise-like, as if it was affected by the surrounding environment, and he couldn't execute the overbearing momentum that he originally should have. At this moment, the fist that looked extremely slow suddenly arrived at his chest. Bang! Ling Xiao only felt a pain in his chest, and his whole body was sent flying. At the same time, Xianxia's face was full of ancient waves, and he slowly punched again. Ling Xiao seemed to be unable to escape from his control, and he could only watch as the incomparably slow fists continuously landed on his body. The people of the Lotus sect were all stunned, while the people of the Black Tortoise sect looked incomparably happy. Such a slow punch can actually hit someone. This must be very strange. Didn't you notice that his fist energy contained fist intent? That is a realm that increases combat power. This should be the Black Tortoise sect's divine martial fist technique. It really is boundless. Looks like that person is bound to lose. Like I said, how can an unknown kid be Xianxia's opponent? It seems like Xianxia is more suitable for our Mengran. You want to compete with our young sect master with this kind of strength? You really overestimate yourself. This is too funny. Young sect master is so powerful. So he has already comprehended the highest realm of the divine martial fist, using slow to fight slow. It seems like there aren't many people in the sect who can reach his level. I'm still stuck in the realm of using slow to stop. It's easy to use fast fists, but it's not that easy to use slow fists. Without Tianbin, even if they obtained the divine martial fist chant, they would never be able to comprehend its essence. Watch young sect master teach this kid a lesson. That's right, young sect master can definitely beat that kid down. Chapter 12:18. Ling Xiao felt like he was in a vacuum. All of his attacks were affected. No matter how much strength he exerted, he couldn't unleash his true power. Instead, every time he unleashed a move, his opponent would seal off his attack, catching him off guard. Ling Xiao endured Xianxia's attacks, which were comparable to a mid-tier godly king's, but he didn't make a sound of pain. He was like a sandbag, allowing Xianxia to attack him. He had no intention of resisting. It wasn't that he didn't have the ability to resist, but he wanted to understand the profundities of Xianxia's vacuum field. Using battle to nurture battle and increase one's combat strength had always been Ling Xiao's motto. He could defeat Xianxia in the blink of an eye, but he wanted to experience more of the essence of battle. For example, Xianxia's divine martial fist technique, which was worth learning. Of course, Ling Xiao had no interest in this tortoise fist technique. He just wanted to figure out which method he should use to break out of this predicament. However, something strange happened. When Ling Xiao allowed Xianxia to attack, he realized that Xianxia's fist technique wasn't as slow as before. Although it was still very slow, it was definitely not the same level. Ling Xiao seemed to have caught on to something. He kept thinking, if he could capture that spark, he would be able to see the flaw in Xianxia's fist technique. Humph, aren't you very powerful? Turns out you're just a piece of trash. Xianxia snorted coldly. The power in his fist reached its peak, and he blasted it toward Ling Xiao's face. Ling Xiao looked at the seemingly slow fist that was getting closer and closer. He raised an eyebrow. What is it that makes all my attacks slow down? What exactly is it? Seeing that the fist was about to reach Ling Xiao's nose, Ling Xiao was still deep in thought. A cold smile appeared on Xianxia's face, as if he had already seen Ling Xiao defeated by him. Bang! Xianxuai's fist landed on Ling Xiao's face, but unfortunately, it was only an afterimage. In another direction, Ling Xiao revealed a proud smile and said, "Haha, so that's how it is. I finally understand the mystery of this tortoise fist." Xianxuai didn't expect that Ling Xiao would be able to escape his fist at such a crucial moment. Then, he heard Ling Xiao insult their black tortoise sect's divine martial fist, which made him extremely angry. Naive, Xianxuai sneered. The divine martial fist appeared again. The Shenwu fist belonged to the black tortoise sect. There were only a few people who could comprehend the third realm of the Shenwu fist, and all of them were the top existences in the sect. There were only a few people who could comprehend the second realm of the Shenwu fist, and he was the only one who could comprehend the third realm. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could really see through the mystery of their divine martial fist. Xianxuai's fist carried a torrential fist intent and slowly smashed in the direction of Ling Xiao. However, he missed again and did not hit Ling Xiao. He didn't believe it, so he kept throwing punches at Ling Xiao. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not touch Ling Xiao's clothes. "Are you going to run away like this?" Xianxuai looked at Ling Xiao with dissatisfaction. He was a little suspicious. Did he really see through the mystery of the Shenwu fist? That's absolutely impossible. "Don't worry, I'm just trying to see if my idea is true." Ling Xiao smiled faintly, and then he said, "Now it's my turn to attack." After saying that, Ling Xiao really began to attack. Ling Xiao disappeared in front of Xianxuai, and the next moment, he was already in front of Xianxuai, and the dragon subduing palm was waved again. Bang bang! Xianxuai did not have the time to react, and was bombarded by Ling Xiao. He only felt that his divine body had suffered the most serious impact. Even if he had a high-level defense divine art, he still could not withstand Ling Xiao's crazy attack. Xianxuai was repeatedly hit by the hidden force, and his body was seriously injured, and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. In the end, Ling Xiao stomped fiercely on Xianxuai's face, and he sent Xianxuai down from the 9 heavens onto a mountain, causing the mountain to be smashed into powder. "Bastard fist, it's just SOSO. Ling Xiao lightly shook his finger at Xianxuai and said disdainfully. This time, the people of the Black Turtle sect and the Lotus sect were dumbfounded. All these changes seemed to have happened a little too fast. On Yunming Qi's lovable face, traces of a heart-stirring smile flashed past. She knew that her man was the best. She suddenly wanted to know how this man of hers had survived all these years. Although she had a divine body, if she did not have a great opportunity, how could she have reached the Divine King realm so quickly? However, her man had closely followed her footsteps and even surpassed her. He must have had a hard time all these years. Yun Mengqi softly sighed in her heart, and she suddenly felt a great pain in her heart. Xianxuai did not die, and Ling Xiao's power only injured him. He once again rushed out, and he did not say any useless nonsense. The divine martial fist once again enveloped Ling Xiao. He wanted to prove that the divine martial fist was absolutely not easy to break. His vacuum aura once again appeared, and every punch was still so slow that it made people's hair stand on end. However, this kind of slow punch with incomparable power could no longer touch Ling Xiao's body. His aura seemed to have lost its effect on Ling Xiao. Why is it like this? Xianxuai did not stop asking, and his fist technique began to become a little faster. This speed was compared to before. In fact, in the eyes of others, it was still very slow, but in the eyes of Ling Xiao, it had become faster. This small change was sensed by Ling Xiao, and he sneered in his heart. As expected, "It's useless, you can't hit me," Ling Xiao said faintly as he looked at Xianxuai. Xianxuai ignored Ling Xiao's words and continued to punch, but these punches were less and less threatening in the eyes of Ling Xiao. "The reason why you were able to hit me just now was because I wanted to attack you. But when I attacked you, you were able to sense the direction of my attack through the aura around you. Thus, you were able to block my attack in advance and attack me in an advantageous manner. In other words, no matter how I attacked, you would be able to sense it in advance. This is also why I couldn't display my full strength. It's not that you've become stronger, but it's the essence of your tortoise fist technique. That's why you can predict the enemy's movements and stop them with silence. As long as I don't attack, or I don't attack according to the rules, and after I attack, I add some variations, then your fist technique won't have much effect on me. Ling Xiao dodged Xianxia's fist technique as he explained his understanding of the divine martial fist technique. Xianxia was completely stunned. He didn't expect that after fighting with Yi Futian for a while and gaining the upper hand, Yi Futian would comprehend the essence of their sect's unique skill, divine martial fist, just like that. This was a great irony. It should be known that for tens of thousands of years, countless heroes wanted to comprehend the divine martial fist technique, but none of them succeeded. Xianxia did not attack again, but Ling Xiao did not let him off easily. He liked to beat these so-called monstrous geniuses until they lost their confidence. More handsome than me, more powerful than me, bah! Ling Xiao scolded disdainfully in his heart. In order to prove this, he had suffered a beating from Xianxia for nothing. However, his skin was thick and his flesh was thick, so attacks that did not have the strength of a high-level divine king could not hurt him at all. Xianxia took a deep breath. He looked at Ling Xiao with a serious expression. I admit that you are the strongest opponent I have met among my peers so far. This makes me even more determined to make you submit to me. Next, I'm going to use my real strength. Are you ready? Xianxia said faintly. A long and a short water and fire divine sword appeared in his hands, and his aura burst out again. It seems like you're really stupid. Come on, show me all your skills. I'm afraid you don't even have the qualifications to be my servant. Ling Xiao provocatively waved his hand at Xianxia and laughed. Xianxia did not say anything more. The two swords began to spin, and the power of yin and yang began to interact in his body. His body was wrapped in blue and red, and it looked very magical. A Tai Chi divine diagram appeared above his head, and a black tortoise roared in the Tai Chi divine diagram. Xianxia moved, and the long and short divine sword stabbed at Ling Xiao one after another. When he was quiet, he was like a cunning rabbit, but when he moved, he was like a cheetah. The sword momentum of the two swords was like a bolt of lightning, and it was extremely powerful. All the obstacles in the space were useless, and two divine lights were slashed out. The juniors of these great forces are really extraordinary, but how can they defeat me? Ling Xiao praised in his heart. His body was like an antelope hanging its horns, and he easily avoided Xianxia's attack by tricky corners. Xianxia's first move was just a test. Seeing that Ling Xiao had not taken out his divine weapon, he could not help but be a little annoyed. He crisscrossed his two swords again. Tai Taiyang sword technique. First move, yin and yang blend. The sword momentum formed a Tai Chi divine diagram, and it shrouded Ling Xiao. The mysterious ancient diagram emitted a cold aura. The sword light did not move, but the sword momentum made people feel suffocated. Ling Xiao's expression became serious. A pair of golden gloves appeared in his hands, and he bombarded the Tai Chi divine diagram. Several golden dragons rushed out of his palms, and they met the Tai Chi divine diagram. Boom! Boom! The terrifying divine power caused great destruction, and it was unknown how much space was destroyed. The second move of the Tai Taiyang sword technique, yin-yang alternation, a blue and a fire sword momentum spun, sweeping in all directions with many sword momentum. The two forces constantly intertwined, and the surrounding 10,000 miles became a vacuum. The peerless true dragon seemed to break out of the sky. Its head roared, its body turned, and its tail swept, directly resisting the sword momentum. Countless majestic divine powers kept colliding, and waves of divine power light kept splashing. It was as beautiful as countless fireworks at the same time. You're tuning in to the eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.